one more distant than the other. One perhaps tracking south to north, the other east to west. There might even have been 3. "There's more of them," Travis said. "A whole damn club of geeks may be having themselves some kind of tournament," said Gavin, leaning back against a tree trunk, pretending to be unconcerned. He wondered why he needed to pretend. His explanation was most likely the correct one. His and Jessie's friendship with Nick and Jane had been a relatively short one, and discreet. In the 2.5 months they had been sheltering Travis, not one of the legions searching for the boy's mother had connected them to her. In fact, if those hunting for Jane had suddenly linked Gavin and Jessica to her, the bastards wouldn't be chasing him and Travis with drones. They would be at the house, right now, with Jessie in custody, waiting for man and boy to ride home, into their clutches. 29. When Jane entered the kitchen, Gilberto Mendez had not returned to his dinette chair and coffee. He stood by the sink, his spine straight and shoulders back and face solemn, perhaps as he stood at the entrance to one of his viewing rooms when he welcomed mourners to their last sight of a loved one. Booth Hendrickson was still strapped to the gurney in a 3/4 sitting position. Gilberto had stuffed a roll of gauze in his mouth and firmly sealed his lips with duct tape. Even denied his voice, the Department of Justice Magnifico was able to convey his contempt by keeping his chin raised, his eyes narrowed, and his brow smooth. Jane sensed that behind the tape his mouth was puckered in a pout of pure disdain. She stood beside the gurney, staring at him, testing her conviction, giving herself one last chance to take another course, rather than the one to which she had committed earlier. But she had no second thoughts. "I thought Shenik and DJ Michael were the 2 heads of the snake, but they're gone, and the snake is still alive. I need to know the true power behind these Arcadians of yours, the one who sits on the ultimate throne. I need to know a lot of other things." Hendrickson shook his head no, playing the tough guy who would deny her even in this moment of his extreme peril. "I could interrogate you like I have others, but you're as good a liar as the devil himself. I can't afford to be deceived, sent on some wild goose chase or into a trap." If it might be possible to convey a smirk with one's mouth concealed, Hendrickson smirked. "There's only one way I can trust what you tell me." He raised an eyebrow. "In January, we were still living in our house in Virginia, 2 months after Nick died. A scary thing happened. I'm at the computer, researching strange suicides. Travis is in his room playing with Lego blocks. I don't realize some son of a bitch used a lock-release gun to get into the house. He's in my boy's room with him." Hendrickson's brow was not as smooth as it had been. "This guy charms Travis with funny stories, sends him to me to ask what NatSat means, then Milk Plus. I think it's some little kid's game, but they're words from A Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess. It had a big effect on me in college, helped me go FBI. Travis comes in again, says Mr. Droog is in his room. So then I get it. In the novel, drug-crazed, ultra-violent thugs are called droogs. Travis says Mr. Droog is going to teach him a fun game called rape." Hendrickson's eyes were pale green pools of venom. "So I keep Travis close, get my gun, search the house, find no one, just the open back door," Jane continued. Just then, the phone rings. It's Mr. Droog. He tells me if I keep investigating Nick's death and all these suicides, they'll snatch my boy and ship him off to ISIS or Boko Haram to be used as a sex slave until those savages get tired of passing him around. He says they might even do the same with me, so my son and I will have to witness each other's abuse and degradation. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, because speaking about this, especially to this man, stirred in her a lust for violence that she dared not indulge. She looked down on Hendrickson again. This Mr. Droog had a distinctive mid-tenor voice, certain speech patterns that I told myself I'd never forget. Never. And I haven't forgotten you, Mr. Droog. When you came fully out of the chloroform, by the time you told me how much you liked to hear pretty girls use big words like hyperbole, I knew you. I knew you. She went to the refrigerator and took from it the MedExpress container and brought it to the table. An inset digital display on the face of the carrier read 39 degrees Fahrenheit, which was the interior temperature, well within the preservation zone for the contents. From her leather tote, she took a length of rubber tubing to be used as a tourniquet, a foil-wrapped sterile wipe, and a hypodermic syringe. Through gauze gag and duct tape, Hendrickson made interrogatory sounds that might have been words forming an urgent question. Jane opened the MedExpress container. The Cryomax modular cold packs were still largely frozen. She took from the container 3 generous ampules of cloudy amber fluid nestled in insulated sleeves, each bearing the same batch number, intended to be injected in the same session. They were some of the samples that she had taken from Bertold Schenck's house in Napa County earlier in the month, when she and an ally invaded the weekend getaway home of the inventor of the nanomachine control mechanism. She had wanted the samples as evidence. They were more than evidence now. They were an invaluable tool and a terrible justice. The sounds Hendrickson produced were no longer interrogatory, but instead exclamatory, a muffled but strenuous protest. I do regret this. But there's no other way with you, she said. No other way to get the truth, and I desperately need the truth, Mr. Droog. Fortunately, Schenck gave me what I need to squeeze the truth out of you. He began to thrash in his restraints, rocking the gurney, but there was no escape from the straps. She waited until he'd exhausted himself, and then she picked up the scissors and began to cut away the right sleeve of his white shirt. He tried to resist, but was ineffective. The cut sleeve came away and slithered to the floor. Gooseflesh stippled his bare arm. His pale forehead glistened with a fine beadwork of sweat. 30. This must not be allowed to happen. This is an outrage. He is who he is, and he is not a candidate for adjustment. No one has told him that she might have ampules containing control mechanisms, which means no one knows about them. It's known the crazy bitch took money from Schenck's safe in the Napa house, and it's suspected she made off with his research files on flash drives, because he worked when in Napa as well as when in his labs in Menlo Park, but no one knows she's gotten her hands on ampules containing control mechanisms. Schenck wasn't supposed to have those in such an unsecured location. They should have been stored in Menlo Park. What the hell was the demented asshole thinking? The recklessness, the arrogance, the sheer stupidity. The syphilitic son of a bitch probably meant to use them on his hot wife, Inga, as domineering a witch as ever rode a broom. Maybe he meant to convert her into his personal version of an Aspasia girl. This is intolerable, unthinkable. This must not be allowed to happen. He is who he is. He is who he is, and she's a vulgar pleb operating out of her league. She's gotten this far on sheer dumb luck, that's all. As she unwraps the hypodermic, it occurs to Booth that perhaps some Arcadians know she's in possession of control mechanisms, but haven't told him. Depending on what cell you're in, what position you fill, you're told only what it's deemed you need to know. But he thought he knew everything. The ultimate insider. If someone decided that such knowledge was reserved for those above his station, there is no honor anymore, no integrity. Treachery is everywhere. Machinations, hollowness, treachery, and ruinous disorders. This can't be be allowed to happen. 31. Jane unwrapped the hypodermic needle. She prepared it and the cannula. She tied the rubber tube around his biceps and drew it tight. With one fingertip, she palpated the veins in his forearm until she found one suitably prominent. She tore open the foil packet and used the antiseptic wipe on the injection site. Sounds of an entirely different character than before issued from Booth Hendrickson, a miserable, beseeching noise. The fingers of his upturned hand were spread and trembling, reaching out as best the strap allowed, much as a penniless and frightened beggar might seek alms. She met his intense stare, and with his eyes he implored her not to continue, seeking the mercy that he had never extended to anyone. The muffled cries escaping him now were as pitiable as the whimpers of a gravely injured dog. Gilberto came to Jane's side. "I'll do it. I have training." "No, not you. Not this, of all things," she murmured. "This is only on my shoulders. No one's but mine." As Jane prepared the first big ampule for intravenous infusion, Hendrickson began to cry like a frightened child, lost and alone in a dark woods. The woods were his life, as he had made it for himself, and the dark was the darkness of a soul so long untended that the wick of it had withered until it couldn't be lit to bring forth any guiding hope. She hesitated to administer the first ampule. She shuddered violently, as though an icy and invisible presence had for a moment occupied the same space in which she stood, before moving through her on its way into some nameless void. The human heart was deceitful above all things, hers no less than any other. In this perilous mission in which she found herself, the days were hard and the nights were lonely, and only two motors drove her onward. First, her love for her child and for her lost husband. Second, the conviction that in the perpetual struggle of good and evil, the latter must be resisted without fail. But there was a temptation to use the weapons of evil against it, and in so using them, to risk becoming the very thing that she was sworn to resist. She couldn't say without doubt that her heart yearned more for justice than for vengeance, and it was in the self-deception regarding motive that the long descent of the soul began. In the end, she could only depend on her belief and her heart's faith that her love for Travis and Nick was greater than her hatred for Hendrickson and his allies, because love, and only love, inoculated her against evil's infection. In memory, she heard Mr. Droog on the telephone that day in January. "Surely, for the fun of it, we could pack the little bugger off to some third-world snake pit, turn him over to a group like ISIS or Boko Haram, where they have no slightest qualms about keeping sex slaves. Some of those badasses are terribly fond of little boys as much as they are of little girls. You're more to my taste than your son, but I wouldn't hesitate to pack you off with him and let those Boko boys who swing both ways have a twofer. Tend to your own business instead of ours, and all will be well." Now she met Hendrickson's pale green eyes again and said, "Come hell or not, you are my business." It was no small thing to deprive a man of his free will, even if he believed that denying others autonomy over their minds and bodies was his right, as well as the road to utopia. She served the first course of the 3-ampule infusion, and then the second. Because a scream would no longer avail him of any hope of rescue, and because she sensed that it was her obligation to regard his face complete, even to receive his bitter curses as she reduced him from a man to a marionette, she stripped the duct tape from his mouth and allowed him to expel the sodden wad of gauze. He didn't curse her, after all, didn't speak, or even weep. When she opened the valve to feed the third dose into the cannula, she met her captive's eyes once more. He appeared to be horrified, stricken. But then, a subtle change came over him, and it seemed that in his eyes welled something like awe, as if he were gazing up not at a motherless widow desperate to save the life of her child at any cost, but as if she were some fierce aboriginal goddess, embodiment of ultimate power, figure of mystery and wonder. And there was about him an air of deliverance, as though his lust for power, which would now never be fulfilled, could as well be satisfied by giving himself to power, as though his burning desire to have every knee bend before him was but the mirror image of his heart's other and equal desire to live on his knees and kiss the ruler's ring. A fresh chill gripped Jane, but instead of shivering her as had the previous one, it coiled in her bones to stay a while. Part 3. Alecto Rising. 1. Gavin and Travis, facing each other from opposite ends of the blanket, each with his back against a tree, finished the brownies and sat listening to the canyon wrens issuing a long series of clear whistles that cascaded through the cottonwood shade. Man and boy were comfortable with each other in conversation and in silence. In less than 3 months, Gavin had come to feel not just protective of Travis, but also fatherly toward him, and Jessica was as smitten with him as if she had conceived him and brought him into the world. Any wound that Travis suffered would be their wound. If anything happened to him in their care, the years that remained for them would be years of grief, aging into settled sorrow, and even the bright moments of life would be shot through with shadows. The boy said, "I'm kind of getting sleepy here."
"Take a nap, kiddo. We're not in a hurry to be anywhere."
"You sleepy?"
"Nope. The only way I can sleep is hanging by my toes from an attic rafter."
"Batman," Travis said. For now and then they played a little game in which Gavin said something ridiculous about himself, and the boy had to guess what secret identity he was claiming.
"That one was too easy. While you nap, I'll work up one that'll stump you."
Travis curled on his side, on the blanket, and let out a long sigh of weary contentment. From time to time, Gavin heard the buzzing of a drone, mostly in the distance. Though the aircraft surely had nothing to do with him and Travis, he didn't want to ride out of the cottonwoods until he hadn't heard one of them for at least 20 minutes or half an hour. He suspected that the boy knew as much and was feigning sleep, so that Gavin didn't have to keep making excuses for why they were not starting the return trip home. Travis had inherited his parents' good looks. He would be a heartbreaker when he grew up, but he would never break any, because he'd inherited their intelligence as well, and for a kid so young, he understood the concept of consequences, that one person's wrong action produced another person's pain. He had already been cured in the brine of grief, and a consequence of that was a regard for the feelings of others that few children had at his age, and that some people never acquired. He'd make a hell of a Marine if he ever followed in his father's footsteps. Gavin Washington had been an army man. He and Jessica had met Nick and Jane at a fundraiser for the Wounded Warrior Project in Virginia 15 months earlier. Their friendship formed quickly, effortlessly, for they recognized in one another shared attitudes and convictions without the need to explain themselves. Sometimes it seemed to Gavin that they were brought together by Providence, in preparation for all the crap that was coming fast in Jane's life. Because both Gavin and Nick were spec ops guys, they shared an ingrained preference for discretion, for maintaining a low profile. Neither the Hawks nor the Washingtons were much interested in social media. There were no Facebook postings to link them, no Instagram or Snapchat accounts. They corresponded a little by snail mail, which left no indelible digital trail, and they spoke on the phone, but not often. Their friendship flourished face-to-face at weekend-long events for veterans' causes in which Jessie had become an activist following the end of her own Army career. When Jane needed somewhere to hide her boy, family and friends with obvious connections could not provide her with a safe, secret redoubt. There had been only Gavin and Jessica, a continent away, but willing. The thing that most troubled Gavin about the drones was the length of time they cruised the area. Maximum flight duration for one of that size was probably 15 minutes, half an hour with a backup battery. He'd first heard these craft an hour earlier, and still the buzzing came and went. Of course, if there was a tournament involving a club of enthusiasts, they would have brought numerous replacement batteries. The wrens of both varieties were tireless in their singing, the rasping, scraping screech of a red-tailed hawk in triumph from time to time confirmed a good day's hunting. By contrast, in a silence, came a large swarm of butterflies, Sarah orange tips, white with black and fiery orange markings on their wingtips, harbingers of spring, lilting through the air like notes of a song translated from music into the hush of Lepidoptera. Their phosphorescent whiteness made ghosts of them in the shadows, but their true beauty flared as they danced through shafts of sunlight. Perhaps 20 minutes after the most recent buzz of a drone, Travis sat up into that delicate, busy flocking. Yawning elaborately to prove that he'd been asleep, he held out his hands, onto which a few butterflies alighted and flexed their wings and tasted his skin before taking flight once more. In ages past, various Indian tribes that roamed this territory had spoken of these butterflies as spirits that entered this world from another to celebrate the spring. Most said that they were omens of good luck and of healthy children soon to be born, although there had been a tribe that saw them as omens of death. Getting up from the blanket, Travis said, "Time to go home?" They had more than a 2-hour ride ahead of them. Reluctantly, Gavin rose to his feet.
"Yeah, I guess we better scoot."
The Sarah orange tips did not follow them when they rode out of the cottonwood grove and westward down the canyon. Gavin wondered to himself, which are we leaving behind? Death or good luck? 2. In the ceiling light box, one of the fluorescent tubes faintly buzzing, fan-driven heat whispering out of a wall vent, refrigerator motor softly humming, a mechanical yet forlorn chorus. Faster than a cube of ice becoming water in the summer sun, Booth Hendrickson transformed from a vain master of the universe into a willing and obedient prisoner. With the infusion of the third ampule, his terror and horror faded with an alacrity Jane could not comprehend. The inevitability of his oncoming conversion into an adjusted person, as he had once so arrogantly named them, seemed entirely to quell his anger, to bleed away any thought of vengeance. More surprising than that, with all options other than conversion denied him, his fate apparently did not depress him, but instead appeared to float him into a tranquil harbor. He relaxed in his restraints and closed his eyes and spoke quietly, less to Jane than to himself, words that might have seemed despairing but were in fact given an inflection that made of them an expression of contentment. "So here I am. It's lovely, isn't it? After all these years, back here, of all places, here in the dark, alone." Jane looked at Gilberto, whose frown mirrored her own. Hendrickson said, "I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself." The hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, of tiny brain-tropic nano-constructs teeming through his blood would take 8 to 10 hours to reach their destination, pass through capillary walls into brain tissue and self-assemble into a control mechanism by virtue of Brownian motion. Hendrickson could not already have been in any way affected by their presence in his bloodstream. His inexplicable contentment, mere hours away from the loss of his free will, seemed to confirm a psychology so twisted, so tortured, that unraveling the reason for this complacent acceptance might be impossible. On the other hand, he was a prince of deceit. Jane had to assume that, even with Hendrickson's future in chains, from which no mortal power could free him, he was nevertheless scheming to use these last few hours to ensure her death, although he would have nothing to gain from it. He opened his eyes and looked up at her with no evident animosity.
Why wait for the control mechanism to be in place? Interrogate me now. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
The lies you want me to believe?
No. Listen, later, when you have total control of me, you can ask some questions again. Check those answers against what I'll give you now. You'll save a lot of time that way.
Why should you care if I save time?
I don't care. But I'd rather not spend these next 8 hours just waiting. The newest iteration of the mechanism installs in 4 hours. I didn't know you'd taken ampules from Shennick's house. Maybe no one knew. They torched the house so fast to cover what happened there. But what you took in Napa, what you injected into me, that's an older version. Takes 8 to 10 hours. I might go a little crazy, don't you think? A little crazy, just sitting here waiting to feel it come together inside my skull.
Jane could imagine her anguish in this situation, and what she had done was a moral weight on her. She felt no guilt, but she recognized a responsibility to ease whatever foreboding he might feel during these hours of transition. Sympathy for the devil, always dangerous. When first waking from the chloroform sleep, still under the influence of it, he had revealed something that he wasn't likely to remember having disclosed. She tested him. Last week I learned the access sentence that brings an adjusted person under my control, so you people must have been busy reprogramming them.
Play Manchurian with me, he said. That's the one you know. Lots of plebs are accessed with that sentence.
Plebs?
Plebs, plodders, rabble, two-legged cattle, just other names for the adjusted people.
His contempt for them seemed undiminished, even though he was about to join their ranks. How many of them are there? She asked.
Plebs? Right now, over 16,000.
Dear Lord, Gilberto said, and he went to sit at the table. And what's the new access sentence? Hendrickson didn't hesitate.
Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira.
She had a clear memory of their conversation as he had first come out of the chloroform, not fully conscious.
Hey, sexy.
Hey.
I got a use for that pretty mouth.
I bet you do, big guy.
Bring it on down here. Uncle Ira is not Uncle Ira.
Who is he then?
No, that's not what you're supposed to say.
What am I supposed to say?
You just say, all right.
A few exchanges later, he had dozed off once more. Now that he'd passed her test, maybe she should invest minimal trust in him. But first, she pressed him on his more recent, cryptic statements. You said here you were again, here of all places, in the dark, alone. She quoted the rest as she remembered it. I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself. What is all that? What does it mean? Neither the soft voice in which he answered, nor his childlike entreaty was characteristic of him.
What I said, all that stuff is of no importance to you, only to me. So don't make me talk about it now. Leave me a little dignity. If you really want to know, wait till you control me. And then, after I've told you, just please make me forget I ever did." Over Hendrickson had settled a hybrid mood that Jane could not fully read. A melancholy that his circumstances could well explain, but also a note of what seemed like a sentimental harking back, a wistful regret, and a curious sort of longing. His lotus-leaf eyes were without their former power, and his pride gave way to something almost like humility, his manner that of a mendicant. "All right," she said. "Let's see if we can fill those hours for you. But only if we fill them with the truth." 3. Gavin Washington let Travis lead the way home on his Exmoor pony, the better to watch over him. The boy wore his riding helmet, which he disliked, but he wouldn't be receiving his longed-for cowboy hat until he'd had a few more weeks of experience in the saddle. Samson was a bit restive about the slow pace, and would have liked to gallop full out, or at least canter, but the stallion was always mindful of the signals from his reins and his rider's legs. Following the pleasant midday warmth, a late afternoon cooling had begun. Thin, high clouds seemed not to drift through the sky, but instead to form on it like a skin of ice crystallizing on the surface of a pond. Glazed patches reaching toward one another with growing fractal fingers that blurred away the blue. The fitful breeze had become constant, though it hadn't swelled into a wind, rippling the sage, not yet in bloom, shivering the spidery late-winter flowers of coomwood. Gavin remained alert for drones. Sometimes he thought he heard one in the distance, but getting a directional fix, before the sound faded, was hampered by the clatter of horseshoes on the stony soil, plus the creak and clink of tack. By the time they came out of the wildland to the gate at the back of their property, near 4 o'clock, Gavin no longer had any concern about the drones, which must have been flown by hobbyists. He could hear an aircraft circling high over the valley, but he hadn't detected even a suggestion of the comparatively shrill motor of a drone in almost an hour and a half. They watered the horses at the trough and led them into the stable and removed their saddles. They conducted them into their stalls and put on their feed bags. Later, after the horses had been fed and the tack had been properly cared for, when Gavin came out of the stable with the boy, the growl of an airplane crawling the sky caused him to search for a dark shape against the hoarfrost clouds. The craft wasn't within view, perhaps off to the north, and he assumed it was not the same plane that he'd heard earlier. 4. After Jane hobbled Hendrickson's ankles with a pair of cable zip ties, allowing him to walk only in a shuffle, she freed him from the gurney. With pistol drawn, Gilberto accompanied the captive to the bathroom, and a few minutes later returned him to the kitchen table. Jane used another 2 zip ties to link Hendrickson's ankle fetters to the rear stretcher bar of the chair in which he sat. She put her mini recorder in front of him. Wearing a Patrol Eyes camera around her neck, with a spiral-bound notebook and pen, she sat directly across the table from him. Her purpose was only in part to learn whom she needed to pursue to break the command structure of the Arcadians. In addition, his insider's testimony should be useful in the eventual prosecution of these conspirators, and it might later help exonerate her of the criminal acts she'd been falsely accused of committing. Gilberto sat witness. His pistol lay on the table, well out of Hendrickson's reach, in case he still had tricks to spring on them. A fresh pot of coffee, slices of Carmela's ricotta pie, and Hendrickson's new meek demeanor gave the proceedings an almost cozy context that felt surreal. At times, the exchanges between Jane and Hendrickson grew eerie, as he seemed eager to please her, not in the way a defendant might want to please a prosecutor or judge, but with the disturbing subservience that a child, browbeaten from the cradle and for years thereafter, might respond to a tyrannical parent. In curious little ways, he seemed to regress from adulthood as the interrogation entered a second hour. He asked for another slice of pie, and, eschewing the fork he'd used with the first serving, he broke off pieces of the treat and ate them with his fingers. He had been drinking coffee black, but now wanted a lot of cream and 4 heaping spoons of sugar, essentially making another dessert of the brew. At times, in the 3rd and 4th hours, his attention drifted away from her. For 10 seconds, 15, half a minute, he fell silent and stared into some private elsewhere. Always, Jane could bring him back to the issue at hand, but she had the impression that Hendrickson was slowly becoming dissociated from the reality of a life of submission into which he was sliding. She wondered if something might be going very wrong with the nanomachine implantation. As it self-assembled its cerebral web, might it be causing subtle brain damage akin to a stroke? But his speech wasn't slurred. Neither were there signs of weakness or paralysis. He didn't complain of numbness, tingling, vertigo, or impaired vision. He was more likely undergoing a psychological rather than a physiological fracturing. Supposing he was telling the truth, he'd already given her a treasure of information, though his revelations were limited because of the structure of the Arcadian cabal. In the classic tradition of spy networks and resistance movements, they were organized into numerous cells, each with a limited number of members, and those in one cell didn't know the identities of those in others. Access to the complete roster of Arcadians remained a privilege of those at the very top of the pyramid. Hendrickson, for all his former power and posturing, didn't know how far up in the Arcadian architecture his position might be. Considering his grandiose opinion of himself prior to the infusion of a control mechanism, he'd likely imagined that he was closer to the pinnacle than was the case. What she was getting from him, however, gave her tools to use and new people to go after. She had thought that the now-deceased billionaire David James Michael had perched at the top of the Arcadian pyramid, and she had taken enormous risks to get at him. For the first time since the shocking events in D.J. Michael's penthouse in San Francisco, she might have a chance to tear apart the Arcadian nest and pull from it a writhing tangle of these vipers, bring them into the sunlight of revelation that they shunned with vampiric dread. Interrogation could be an exhausting process, especially for someone who was betraying every associate with whom he was entwined in criminal activities. It was no less tiring for the interrogator. Shortly before 5 o'clock, Jane called for a break. She'd had little to eat in the past 24 hours and needed to refuel to sharpen her concentration. "I'll get some takeout," Gilberto said. "There's a good place down the street." "Protein," Jane said. "Don't load me up with carbs." "It's Chinese." He suggested some dishes, and Jane approved. "You?" Gilberto asked Hendrickson. The captive didn't answer. He sat with his hands upturned on the table, staring at his palms. The faintest smile suggested that he wasn't reading his future, but perhaps remembering things that his hands had touched and done to his satisfaction. "Get him what we're having," Jane said. "He's in no position to be picky." 5. Subhadra labored through an eternal storm, or so it seemed, for the novelette would advance only grudgingly. Tanuja pushed with all her creative energy, as if the narrative were a boulder and she were Sisyphus being punished for trickery, fated never to get the great stone to the top of the hill before it rolled down yet again. At precisely 4:45 p.m., she suddenly knew, intuitively, that she was nearing a breakthrough with the story, but she needed to step away from it and do something else for a while, something fun,
and let her subconscious wrestle with the novelette. She saved the document and switched off the computer. She always worked by intuition. Whether it was a novel or a shorter piece, she didn't outline a plot, and she didn't produce character sketches before beginning the story itself. She just started to write, guided by the still small voice of intuition, which was like an open phone line to a higher power, one infinitely more creative than she could ever hope to be. Like an open phone line, yes, except it didn't speak to her in full sentences, but instead in isolate images and dream-flow scenes of action and hieroglyphics of emotion and enigmatic lines of blank verse that she then had to translate into comprehensible English, into meaningful fiction. But this time, the still small voice of intuition was in fact a voice that spoke coherently. Saturday night is for fun. Go have fun. Forget about Subhadra and her storm. Dress up. Go out. There is fun to be had. Do whatever you feel you must do to be happy. And tomorrow you will write your best work ever. Initially, the clarity and specificity of that inner voice was strange, disturbing. But then, not so much. And then, not at all. She pushed her chair away from the desk and got up. She left her home office without bothering to turn off the lights. The time had come. There were actions to be taken. What those actions were did not matter. She did not need to think about them. They would come naturally to her, intuitively. She went upstairs to her bedroom. On a shelf in her walk-in closet rested a small black lacquered box with silver hinges. She had never seen it before, yet she had known it would be there. This did not strike her as peculiar. There were actions to be taken. What they were would become clear to her as she took them. She carried the box to her vanity and opened it. The first item that she extracted was a necklace of miniature human skulls carved from bone. Gleaming black onyx filled the eye sockets. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the skulls more beautiful than frightening. The box also contained 4 lovely gold bracelets, fashioned as cobras. Durga, the goddess mother of the Hindu pantheon, was maternal and kind and the source of much life, but she also had dark aspects. The most fierce of those was her incarnation as Kali, often depicted as wanton, naked but for the darkness in which she wrapped herself, wearing only gold bracelets and a necklace of human skulls. In this religion, no separation existed between the sacred and profane. All things on the earth were aspects of the divinity. Kali, an aspect of Durga, had several aspects herself, one being Chandi, the terrible one. The Chandi aspect of Kali was often depicted with her 4 arms raised, instead of Kali's usual 8, hands gripping a sword, a noose, a skull-capped staff, and a severed human head. Of all the divinities, only Kali had conquered time, and she was, among other things, a slayer of demons. Tanuja Shukla did not share her deceased parents' Hindu faith, but she hadn't forgotten it either. She sometimes employed Hindu mythology in her stories as metaphor, for color, to evoke a sense of mystery, but never to endorse it. If she could have believed in a goddess, it would have been in the most benign Durga, not any of her less compassionate aspects, not Kali. But the necklace was quite beautiful. She draped it across her breast and reached behind her neck to click the clasp. 6. Hendrickson, hobbled ankle to ankle, zip-tied to his chair, hands palms up on the table, at first sat silently as Jane paced the kitchen. She massaged her trapezius muscles and rolled her head side to side to work a stubborn soreness out of her neck. The light at the windows would last an hour and a half, but the overcast would steal the golden radiance and scarlet dusk that could make a California day's end so enchanting. Following the events of the morning and afternoon, and considering those to come, nature's loveliest pyrotechnics couldn't have bewitched Jane anyway. Her mood matched the gray skies. At the table, Hendrickson muttered. When she asked what he'd said, he only smiled at his upturned palms. His expression had no dangerous edge. It was wistful, pensive. She suspected that he hadn't heard her, so lost was he in thought. She continued pacing, and, not for the first time, regarded her reflection in the brushed stainless steel door of the refrigerator. Her form was warped and blurred, her face a mask of shadows from which all features had been shorn, as though she had died and become a revenant. At the table, Hendrickson said, "Now is it true, or is it not, that what is which, and which is what?" She went to the table and stared down at him. His gentle smile was a storybook thing. The smile of a cat who learned to be friends with a mouse, the smile of a mouse who won his prize of cheese, the smile of a boy who survived a fearful adventure and sat now hearthside and home again. Jane was creeped out by it. Tethered to the chair as he was, he could make no move against her. Even if he had not been shackled, she could have handled him, taken him down. Nevertheless, she wished that Gilberto would return soon with dinner. 7. At 5:15 p.m. precisely, Sanjay typed "The End" in small caps. Although he had not reached the end of the novel that he had been writing for the past 3 months, neither had he arrived at the conclusion of a chapter, or even the bottom of the current page. He wondered at the words, almost deleted them, but then left them dark upon the white screen, and saved the document. The time had come. There were actions to be taken. What those actions were didn't matter. He didn't need to think about them. They would occur naturally to him. Like his sister, Sanjay was an intuitive artist whose finest fiction was not first designed and then constructed according to blueprints. Writing was always work, always, but when he surrendered himself to the currents of creative energy that flowed from the mysterious headwaters of intuition, the source unknown and unknowable, he was at his best. Therefore, the time had come. The time not just to write intuitively, but to live intuitively. The time to do whatever occurred to him, without first considering where his actions would lead. He left the room without switching off the lights. In his bedroom, he changed into black jeans and a black shirt, black socks and black rubber-soled shoes. He took a black sport coat from his closet, but did not put it on. Leaving the lights on behind him, he went down the hall and into Tanuja's bedroom. She was standing beside her vanity bench, waiting for him, as he had known she would be. She was quite beautiful, dressed all in black, wearing a necklace of skulls and gold bracelets fashioned as cobras. She wore black eyeshadow and black lipstick and black polish on her fingernails. They did not speak. There was no reason to speak. The time had come. There were actions to be taken. Sanjay sat on the vanity bench. Tanuja knelt on the floor before him and began to paint his fingernails black. Never before had his fingernails been painted. This seemed an odd thing for her to be doing, and a peculiar thing for him to allow. His uncertainty, for it was not a strong enough feeling to be called doubt, lasted only until she had painted the thumbnail on his right hand and the nail of the adjacent forefinger, whereupon nothing had ever seemed more natural than this. After his nails were black and gleaming, as he waited for them to dry, His sister applied black eyeshadow to his upper and lower eyelids. She painted his lips black, and this, too, was as it should be, so that he said nothing. Nor did she. 8. Numerous one-pint white boxes of Chinese takeout stood on the kitchen table. Fuyang long har, which was lobster omelette with chopped onion, subgum chow gung yu chu, fried scallops with mixed vegetables, fried prawns, shrimp balls, chicken with almonds, sweet and sour pork. There were noodles and rice. Jane ate a little of the latter, none of the former, but indulged in every variety of protein. At first, Gilberto seemed to have over-ordered, but his appetite was as hearty as Jane's. Halfway through the meal, she wondered if they might come to blows when they got to the last white box. Hendrickson disliked everything he tasted, except the noodles, and he wasn't enthusiastic about those. He dropped the chopsticks, with which he was having considerable trouble, and said, "All I want are some cookies." "There are no cookies," Jane said. "Why aren't there cookies?" "Eat what you have. It's all weird stuff." "You've never eaten Chinese food?" "I've eaten it, but I don't like it." Chewing chicken and almonds in a delicious soy and sherry sauce, Jane studied him, wondered about him, wondered what else he was becoming on his way to being an adjusted person. He shied from the intensity of her stare and lowered his eyes to the chopsticks that he had discarded. Gilberto said, "We have some cookies. Lemon drop cookies. Also chocolate chip. Carmela made them." "That's what I want," said Hendrickson. "All right with you?" Gilberto asked Jane. Hendrickson was a condemned man, perhaps only 3 hours from the moment when Brownian motion jiggled into place the last piece of the nanomechanism. Then spider web filaments would light up across the surface of his brain, as well as deep into the tissue of it, and he would at that moment forget what had been done to him, and would be himself in every way except the one that mattered. But which self would that be? The arrogant, vicious Arcadian, or an earlier version of Mama Hendrickson's boy, his psyche having collapsed so completely into a past condition that no command mechanism could restore him to full wicked maturity and his job at the Department of Justice? If so, would that be dying twice, long before the death of flesh and bone, whenever that might come? In any event, a condemned man always received what he ordered for his last meal. "Give him the cookies," she said. "And a Coke, please," Hendrickson said, glancing apprehensively at her, then smiling timidly at Gilberto. "Cookies and a Coke would be nice." Suddenly Jane could eat no more. She set aside the container of chicken and almonds. A few low waves of nausea washed through her, then quieted away. While Gilberto got the cookies, Jane fetched 2 cans of Coca-Cola from the refrigerator, one for Hendrickson and one for herself. She got 2 glasses and scooped a little ice into each one and put them on the table. "Gilberto, please tell me you've got some vodka I can add to mine." Thank God. He said yes. 9. Leaving the lights on in the upstairs and downstairs hallways, Sanjay and Tanuja went to the kitchen. He carried his sport coat, and she carried her black purse. To his eye, the key to the Hyundai Santa Fe Sport glowed as if with supernatural power, as might have the sword of destiny locked in stone, which only good King Arthur had been able to draw from its granite scabbard. It dangled from a peg in the perfboard beside the door to the garage, like a linchpin holding the kitchen together. The kitchen, the house, the lives they'd known. As though everything would, upon his taking possession of the key, blow away like so many dead leaves in a wind, revealing the truth of the world behind all of humanity's illusions. Together, he and Tanuja went into the garage. The vehicle was spotless, gleaming as it had on the showroom floor when they purchased it. For some reason, he expected it to be spattered with mud and the spokes of its high-end custom wheels to be entangled with torn weeds. For a moment, in his mind's eye, he clearly saw the Hyundai in exactly that filthy condition, but also with a broken headlight and a damaged front fender on the passenger side. He stared at the SUV in bewilderment. A still, small voice, deep within him, said this meant nothing. Nothing at all. His confusion quickly passed. Tanuja accompanied him to the back of the Hyundai. He put up the tailgate, and they looked into the cargo space. Sanjay hadn't expected to see 2 9mm Smith & Wesson pistols, but when he saw them, he didn't find them in the least remarkable. In fact, he knew that each gun weighed a mere 26 ounces, had a barrel length of 3 1/2 inches, and featured a white dot front sight and a Novak low-mount carry 2-dot rear. Stainless steel slide, alloy frame. The recoil would be quite manageable. There was one shoulder rig into which Sanjay shrugged. He adjusted the straps. He slipped into his sport coat. Tanuja put her pistol in her purse. Beside each firearm were 2 spare 10-round magazines. She dropped one in each front pocket of her sport coat, and her brother did the same. Also, in the cargo space, lay a long orange extension cord, neatly coiled, and beside it, an electric reciprocating saw with a 24-inch blade. They would leave those items untouched until they reached their destination. Sanjay closed the tailgate. He drove. Departing, they left all the garage lights on and didn't close the big door. 10. Part Cherokee, part Irish, part Hawaiian, the last of those including genetic slivers of various South Pacific and Asian ancestors, Jessica Washington, with her Cherokee complexion and sable hair and almond eyes of shamrock green, was a woman of many parts, including 2 sets of legs. When she ran for exercise or competed in a 10K run, she wore the legs with flexible blades for feet. Now, as she prepared dinner and put it on the table with the help of man and boy, she wore more traditional prosthetics. At the age of 23, 9 years earlier, she had lost her legs from the knees down while serving in Afghanistan. She'd been Army, like Gavin, but a non-combatant. Roadside IEDs were equal opportunity destroyers, however, indifferent to issues of gender, race, religion, and nationality. Gavin had met her following the loss of her legs, and they had been married for 8 years. They rarely spoke of her disability or her difference, except when one of her prosthetic limbs needed to be repaired or replaced. Gavin had established a solid post-Army career writing military nonfiction and, more recently, a series of novels featuring a cast of Special Forces operatives. He'd not landed on the bestseller list yet, and maybe he never would, but he was doing all right. Jessie had proved to have considerable organizational skills, working as a volunteer advocate for wounded veterans. Their lives were happy and full. Especially full since Travis had come to live with them. This evening it was the boy's turn to say grace. For a 5-year-old, he made of the duty a detailed expression of gratitude that always brought a smile to Jessie. He thanked God not just for brisket of beef and au gratin potatoes and sugar snap peas and baked corn and dinner rolls and iced tea and carrot cake, but also for Exmoor ponies and Sarah orange-chip butterflies, for Bella and Samson and Hannah, for red-tailed hawks and canyon wrens and baleen whale fossils, for Gavin and Jessica, and last of all, for Jane, which was when, as always, he ceased thanking God and required of the big guy a term upon which any future statements of gratitude would be conditioned. "And thank you for my mom," The best mom ever. So you have to keep her really safe and bring her back to us really soon. Like, not a year from now, but like really, really soon. They had music while preparing dinner, classic Sam Cooke, and soft piano during the meal. As the men cleared the table and loaded the dishwasher, Jessie stepped onto the back porch for fresh air, which smelled of jasmine and oak mast. The German shepherds, Duke and Queenie, followed her. Only then, with no screening music, did she hear an airplane cruising the night at altitude. At various times during the day, with Gavin and Travis off on their ride, as Jessie had been about one chore or another, here and there on the property, she had heard a plane, surely not always the same one. The valley was as rural as anywhere in this sprawling county of 3 million souls. It wasn't near a major airport. No takeoff or landing paths bisected it. Jets of all sizes crossed the valley, but at such high altitude they could hardly be heard. There were private craft at times, prop planes bound for days of pleasure in farther places, businessmen headed for distant conferences or scouting possible real estate ventures from the air, but she could not recall a day in which, as today, there seemed to be a constant coarse drone of aircraft. In fact, it might not just have seemed so, but might have been so. She had played music at times other than dinner, and had been performing tasks that took her full attention, or that were noisy enough to mask the sound of a plane. The dogs had scampered away not merely to have a last pee of the day, but also to patrol the yard, the stables, and the freestanding garage. By their nature, especially between sunset and sunrise, shepherds were diligent guardians of their family. The breeze had gone to bed with the sun. In the stillness, there were occasional early-season tree toads making themselves sound as big as frogs, an owl on an oak branch perch, calling hoo-hoo, hoodoo, hoodoo, as if warning of some dark magic at work in the night, and the plane just clear enough to be tracked as it droned east to west and then turned south. Her military experience allowed Jessie to reach certain conclusions with confidence. That the current aircraft was a twin-engine model, larger than the light planes sold by companies like Cessna and Piper, and that it was being flown above 3,000 feet, perhaps to avoid unduly disturbing the residents of the valley, or to avoid, as much as possible, raising suspicion in those with reason to be wary. The engine noise dwindled toward the south, and when it seemed within a minute of fading beyond hearing, it changed in character. Jessica listened until she was sure that the craft had turned east. If in a few minutes it changed course northward, there could be little doubt that it was circling the valley. She opened the kitchen door. Travis had begun to wipe crumbs off the dinette table with a damp dishcloth, after which he would dry the table with a dish towel. Diligent about the simple chores he was given, the boy focused intently on the table, his face serious and his tongue protruding between his teeth. Just then, turning away from the dishwasher, Gavin saw Jessie in the doorway. She gestured at him to join her on the porch. 11. Hendrickson dunked the lemon drop cookies in his Coke, but he ate the chocolate chip cookies dry, taking small bites all the way around the circumference of each one, and then around again, until there remained just the center, a miniature cookie that he could pop into his mouth whole. He ate more of these treats than anyone but a hyperactive child or a fat man of gargantuan appetite could have consumed, and all the while he did not look at either of his captors, did not speak a word. Jane nursed her vodka and Coke, watching Hendrickson gimlet-eyed, wondering if his apparent regression into childlike behavior was real or feigned. If it was a performance, what did he have to gain by it? Nothing that she could imagine.
If he'd decided not to tell her more about the Arcadians or about his work on their behalf, he didn't need to fake a psychological implosion. He could simply clam up. He knew she wasn't capable of physically torturing him. Anyway, when his control mechanism began to function in a few hours, she could demand that he tell her all, and he would not be able to resist. Which argued that whatever was happening to him must be real, either triggered by his terror and despair over his coming enslavement, or as a consequence of the nanoconstructs failing to properly assemble without causing brain damage. She worried that a mental collapse might render him a poor subject for interrogation even after the control mechanism had fully and correctly inserted itself. What good would it be to insist he divulge what he knew if mentally he had regressed to some childlike condition in which he remembered nothing past the age of 10? She decided to press him for more information now. "You've told me all the names in your cell, but as connected as you are, there must be other people you suspect of being Arcadians." "You said I could have cookies." "And you have them. But I need another Coke." "I'll get it," Gilberto said. To Hendrickson, Jane said, "Talk to me while you eat." "Okay, if you say so. But what happened to Simon?" "Your brother? I left him alive." "But what happened to him? What did you do?" "What do you care?" He lowered his voice almost to a whisper and spoke with evident distress. "I need to know." As Gilberto returned with a cold can of cola and put it on the table, he looked down upon Hendrickson's bent head for a moment, and then glanced at Jane, as though to be sure that she realized how disconnected their captive had become. With a nod, she assured him that she understood. If Jane had become for Hendrickson the symbol of ultimate power, and if he had, as she'd earlier thought, always been a man who longed for greater power at the same time that he yearned to submit to it, then she was best advised to keep him fearful of her. "I broke Simon, broke him, and made him cooperate in your kidnapping. I left him tied up in his fancy theater, lying in his own piss." He said nothing, and put down a half-eaten cookie. "What do you think about that?" Jane prodded. Hendrickson muttered something. "I can't hear you," she said. He whispered, "Simon was always the strong one." "I wasn't that impressed with your Simon." She paused for vodka and Coke. "Come on now. Tell me, who do you suspect might be Techno-Arcadians?" After a silence, he said, "Well, first of all, there's one more I know is." Jane frowned. "You said you'd named all you knew." "I named everyone in my cell." "Who is the other?" Hendrickson licked his lips. He glanced at her and quickly away. "Annabelle, my mother. She's one of them. She was Bertold Schenck's first investor, even before DJ Michael. She's one. Annabelle." 12. When Gavin came onto the porch, Jessie was already standing in the backyard, gazing at a starless sky, in which the moon's ascent could be confirmed by only a pale, shapeless blur pressing against the crackle-glazed cloud cover like some spirit at a winter-frosted window. He went to her. "Hear that?" she asked. "It's heading east, but I think it's been circling." Wearing her standard prosthetics, she stood with her legs more widely spread than she would have if they had been real, to ensure her balance. Her hands were fisted on her hips, and as she peered into the obscure heavens, her posture and expression were a challenge, as though she had taken umbrage at some injustice and, having brought it to the attention of a higher power, was waiting now for a cosmic correction to be effected. Jessie had high expectations of everyone, including Providence and herself, and this was one of the things he most loved about her. He listened until he determined that the aircraft had changed directions.
Sounds northbound now.
Bet it turns west in a couple minutes. Thinking back on it, maybe there's been a plane up there all day.
It would have to refuel, change crews.
So maybe there's been two of them, spelling each other. Every time an owl hooted from its oak tree perch, mourning doves, sheltering in the stable eaves, cooed nervously, though their fragile but deep-set nests put them beyond reach of the larger predatory bird. As Gavin listened to the plane, the disquiet of the doves infected him, though his foreboding arose from a threat more serious than a great horned owl. "I guess I know what you're thinking," Jessie said.
"I guess you do."
According to Jane, in the vicinity of all major cities that might be subject to a terrorist attack, the National Security Agency likely maintained surveillance aircraft, staffed and ready to take off at a moment's notice. They were equipped to seine from an ocean of telecom signals only those carrier waves reserved for cell phones, even, specifically, for transmissions from disposable phones, burner phones, within a 50-mile radius. They were fishermen, netting data out of a sea of air, able to use an analytical scanning program to search for references to an impending attack, the names of known terrorists, key words in English, Chinese, Russian, and various Middle Eastern languages, and then use track-to-source technology to pinpoint the location of those burner phones. Jessie said, "What if?"
"Yeah?"
"If the analytical program was customized to search for names like Jane, Travis, Nick, for words like mom and love and dad, and things like that, could they nail us if she calls our burner?"
"Us and her. But first they'd have to suspect the boys in this area. How could they?"
He and Jessie rarely took Travis off the property, and as far as anyone knew, he was their nephew, Tommy, staying with them while his exhausted parents looked after his 8-year-old sister who was fighting cancer. There were only 2 known photos of Travis, both frequently shown on TV. One from when he was only 3, the other, more recent, didn't provide a clear image of him. "Anyway," Jessie said, "if somebody thought they recognized him and reported him, this place would already be crawling with feds."
"Not if maybe they checked out our story about a nephew and found it was bogus, and then discovered a link between us and Jane. They'd wait for her to call us."
"It'd be pretty damn expensive to pull a couple of these surveillance planes out of San Diego or LA just for this."
"Your tax dollars at work. Anyway, say they get her burner location."
"Say."
"And say she doesn't know they have it, so she doesn't throw it away after calling us."
"They could get to her fast."
"Considering what's at stake, they'll put any resources they have into finding her."
He cocked his head and turned one ear to the northbound plane until he said,
"Getting louder. I think it just turned west."
About 2 feet long from tail to ear tufts, with a 4-foot wingspan, the great horned owl sailed off the oak branch and swooped down the darkness, beautiful and pale and terrible. It came toward Jessie and Gavin, eyes luminous yellow in a cat-like face, passed low over them, and glided lower still. From among the carpet of crisp oak leaves, the bird snatched a soft, warm vole or a field mouse or another small earthbound creature born to the short life of easy prey. The owl vanished into some high roost to consume its catch in silence. But overhead, the aircraft grew louder and nearer in its patient patrol. Gavin wondered if the drones, earlier in the day, had not been searching for them because their location was already known, but instead had been meant to spook them just enough so that they might call Jane's burner phone to ask her advice. "If she calls us," Jessie said, "we warn her and hang up. But if this plane is what we think..." They'll know we're on to them, Gavin said, and they'll be all over this place in 10 minutes.
He put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loud, and the dogs came running from out of the darkness. "So we go?" Jessie asked.
"We go. And if it's a false alarm, we come back."
She took his hand. "I don't think we'll be coming back soon." 13. An imposing house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Soft contemporary architecture, black slate roof, smooth rather than textured stucco, honed limestone paving, enormous sheets of glass on the view side of the residence, palm trees and ferns, beds of anthuriums with red heart-shaped spathes like bursts of blood in the landscape lighting. Sanjay Shukla parked at the curb near the residence. Tanuja was living her recent novel, or perhaps researching a sequel, much as she had when she stood in the rain to catalogue the feelings of her character Subhadra in the novelette she'd not yet finished writing. Alecto Rising, her recently published novel, magic realism with a comic edge, had received kind reviews. It concerned a young woman named Emma Dodge, into whom was manifested one of the Furies, Alecto. In classic mythology, Tisiphone and Megira and Alecto, daughters of the earth goddess Gia, punished crimes in the name of the victims. In Tanuja's story, Alecto descended to the earth because current-day crimes were so horrible that humanity risked annihilation if criminals were not taught to fear again the justice of the gods. Being a pagan goddess, Alecto preferred swift and harsh retribution, bloodier than not. But Emma Dodge, a 28-year-old personal shopper with a stubborn streak, at first bewildered to be sharing her body with a violence-prone divinity, had ideas of her own. In the novel, Alecto taught Emma the value of a moral code and respect for higher powers, while Emma put Alecto through an enlightenment less destructive than that of the 18th century. And together they devised lesson-teaching punishments as effective as evisceration, but less lethal. In his usual acerbic way, Sanjay called it Death Wish meets Pay It Forward. A Mercedes sedan and a BMW were parked immediately in front of the Chatterjee residence. On the last Saturday of every month, Aunt Ashima and Uncle Bert invited the same 4 guests to dinner and an evening of cards. Justin Vogt, the attorney who had advised them during their management of the Shukla family trust, following the death of Bop and Mai in the plane crash, who had helped them protect the funds they had looted from it, and his wife, Eleanor, would be there. So would Mohammed Waziri, the accountant, and his lovely wife, Ifat. As Tanuja got out of the Hyundai, the skulls strung round her neck clicked softly, one against another. The house faced onto a canyon that declined to the sea, and the sea had effused a fog into the canyon, so that the darkness of that void had given way to a pallid and amorphous mass that now began to overflow, questing between the houses with its many ghostly hands. She drew a deep breath of the pleasantly cool night air and surveyed the street, which curved around an oval island planted with japonica bushes and 3 mature coral trees, before doubling back on itself. Of the 6 houses on the cul-de-sac, 4 were dark, including 2 immediately to the east of the Chatterjee property and the one adjacent to it on the west side. For a moment, Tanuja came unmoored from her purpose and did not know why she found herself in this place. Alecto Rising was written and published, and she had no need to research it. Anyway, how was it possible to research what it felt like to share one's body with a pagan divinity? Such a thing could not be researched, only imagined. From the nearby canyon rose the ululation of coyotes in the frenzied pursuit of prey. She had heard these cries often before. Although the sound always had the power to ice the spine, The chill she felt this time was not related to pity for whatever terrified creature might be fleeing through the night. This time, the coldness in her marrow was spawned by a sudden ability to vividly imagine the horror of being in the grip of a blood delirium, of being the chaser rather than the chased, of life lived in the regimentation of a pack, where the frenzy of one became the frenzy of all. Be at peace, she told herself. Saturday night is for fun. There is fun to be had. Do whatever you feel you must do to be happy, and tomorrow you will write your best work ever. Sanjay came around the Hyundai to her side, and her concern greatly diminished with his arrival. She did not know where this research would take her after they went to the house and rang the bell, but that was, after all, why one conducted research, to see where it might lead. He had opened the tailgate to retrieve the reciprocating saw and the orange extension cord. She had forgotten about those items. She couldn't imagine to what purpose they would be applied. Well, they were just tools. One needed tools to accomplish any task, whatever it might be. No, not yet, he said, and he closed the tailgate. Already, under the street lamps, the black top glistened with a condensation of fog, and wetness mottled the sidewalk, and the grass was diamonded, and the glossy red spathes of the anthuriums dripped. 14. Except for the years that he'd been in the Marines, and 2 years after, Gilberto had lived above the funeral home ever since his mother had brought him home from the hospital as an infant in a bassinet. He had slept most nights knowing there was at least one dead person downstairs, often 2, sometimes 3. And some of his earliest memories were of venturing into a viewing room when no one was there, to stand on tiptoe by the casket and look at the deceased, fresh from the embalming room in the basement. By the time he was 11, he was observing his father at work, assisting in what small ways he could. He had seen people who died of natural causes at 90, who had been eaten away by cancer at 50, who had been killed in a bar fight at 30, who had died in a car crash at 16, who had been beaten to death by an abusive parent at 6. All those and many more. He had seen them, and later he had prepared their poor bodies with the respect and tenderness that his father had taught him. In all the years of his life with the dead, Gilberto had never been frightened of being in the company of a corpse, or of a corpse itself. He had only fond memories of these rooms above a mortuary, memories of love and conviviality. For the first time, this Saturday in March, fear had come upon him here, and more than once. The previous evening, when Jane had told him about the nanomachines and the Arcadian conspiracy, he had believed her and had felt an existential dread unlike any that he'd known since being away at war. But now, observing her interrogation of Booth Hendrickson, both prior to the injection and after, as they anticipated the man's coming conversion, Gilberto had been chilled to the core. Jane's techniques, persistence, and self-control made the interrogation a riveting experience for Gilberto, but in spite of her unrelenting, even merciless pursuit of the truth, he had not been shaken by anything she did. In fact, he was grateful she was on the right side of this business, because if she'd been one of them, she would have been a damn formidable enemy. Hendrickson was another matter. The arrogance of the man from the DOJ, his contempt for the rights of others, for the lives of others, his utopia that would be the darkest dystopia for most of humanity. More than once, the guy sent shivers through Gilberto. And now, as his personality seemed to deteriorate, either under the extreme stress brought on by his inevitable conversion into one of his adjusted people, or because something was going wrong with the control mechanism implantation, Hendrickson's voice and his manner and his revelations about his mother stiffened the fine hairs on the back of Gilberto's neck. Since the control mechanism had not yet woven itself fully across and into the man's brain, there was a possibility that his breakdown was a performance, that he had some trick in mind, though it was difficult to see what he could hope to achieve by such a deception. Besides, there was a creepy reality to his emotional devolution. Jane wanted to know a great deal about the estate in La Jolla, where Annabelle Claridge currently resided, and then about the estate in Lake Tahoe, to which the woman would move on May 1st and remain until October.
She likes Tahoe not for its winter sports, but for its summer beauty, Hendrickson said, and he emitted a mutterance of laughter, bitter and restrained, which he refused to explain. In fact, he denied having laughed at all, and he seemed to be sincere in his denial. Hendrickson spoke of the La Jolla property readily enough, but his mood changed when answering questions about the place in Tahoe, which he called the Forge. When closed in Annabelle's absence, the Forge was overseen by the live-in groundskeeper, Loyal Garvin, and his wife, Lilith, who was the housekeeper. In her younger days, Annabelle had spent 9 months of the year at the Forge, and the boys had sometimes lived the entire year there. "Why do you call it the Forge?" Jane asked. "Because she called it that." Hendrickson stared into his glass of cola as if the shapes of melting ice cubes were the equivalent of a gypsy's tea leaves.
"Was it a forge at one time?"
"It was her forge."
"What do you mean by forge?" He looked up from his drink and met her eyes, but quickly looked away as he said,
"What do you mean by it?"
"Blacksmiths. A furnace for heating metal and hammering it into shape, forging horseshoes and swords and whatnot." That bitter, ironic laugh quickened from him and away.
"In this case, what not?"
"By which you mean—" After a hesitation, he said,
"Mostly boys. She forged sons there."
"You and Simon?"
"Didn't I just say?"
"Forged you into what?"
"The kind of men she wanted."
His nostrils flared, and he turned this way and that, sniffing.
"Do you smell that?"
"Smell what?" Jane asked.
"Rancid meat."
"I don't smell anything." Hendrickson had no trouble looking at Gilberto. It was only Jane's stare that intimidated him.
"Do you smell spoiled meat, Charles?"
"No," Gilberto said.
"Sometimes," Hendrickson said, "bad smells no one else can detect. That's a symptom caused by a control mechanism threading itself through the brain."
After a silence, Jane said, "How did your mother forge you? Just what do you mean?"
"She had her ways. She had her very effective ways. We aren't permitted to talk about that."
"I'm giving you permission."
"It's not yours to give. We can't talk about that. Never. Not ever. We can't ever talk about that."
15. If it was known that Gavin and Jessie were harboring Travis, they had to assume that their landline phones and their smartphones had been accessed remotely and were acting as infinity transmitters. Every word spoken in the house would now be monitored in real time by Jane's enemies. When they stepped into the kitchen from the back porch, Travis was sweeping the floors with a Swiffer. Duke and Queenie considered the fluffy Swiffer pad to be a toy. For a minute, there was a chaos of dogs panting and whimpering with excitement, of tails whacking cabinets and chair legs, and of a boy giggling as he struggled to preserve the pad from teeth and claws, managing at last to stow it in the broom closet. When Travis turned to them, Gavin made a V of 2 fingers, pointed them at his eyes, and then at the boy's eyes, which was a prearranged signal that meant, "Big trouble, so focus on me." Travis became instantly alert. "Hey, kiddo, you want to play cards, old maid?" Jessie asked.
Yeah, I like those funny old games. They're cool. Gavin pointed with a forefinger, drew a circle in the air to include the entire room, and tugged at his right earlobe, which the boy would know meant they're all around us, listening. I'll get some drinks, Jessie said. I'd like a beer, Gavin said. Beer for me too, said Travis. You wish, Jessie told the boy as she moved to the iPod that stood on the counter with a pair of Bose speakers. Heineken for the big guy, root beer for the wise guy. I gotta use the bathroom, Travis said. Me too, Jessie said. But I gotta have music too. Gavin said, Pure tragedy that I was born too late for doo-wop. Give me some Hank Ballard, some Platters, some Dell Vikings. As he and Travis moved away into the house, music rose loud in the kitchen. The only computer with an internet connection was in Gavin's office. It had a camera. He'd covered the lens with a piece of blue painter's tape, but rumors abounded that computers made in the past 2 years, which his had been, contained a second, hidden camera, a so-called Orwell eye, that looked out from behind the screen. He hadn't worked today. The computer was off, but it remained plugged into a wall outlet, so that the unit ID package received a trickle charge, and its locator continuously issued an identifying signal. Did technology exist enabling them to invade his computer, turn it fully on while connecting it to the internet, and activate its Orwell eye, much as they could turn any telephone mic into a surveillance device? He didn't know. He couldn't risk going into his office. 3 televisions in the house. New models might have been a problem, but they didn't have new. The small one in the kitchen was probably 15 years old. It had belonged to Jessica's mother. Those in the family room and master bedroom were 8 years old, bought right after their marriage. No cameras and no internet capability in those 3. Duke and Queenie raced ahead of him, up the stairs, their lowered tails dragging across the carpet runner, alert to the fact that some crisis was at hand. Gavin's smartphone lay on the dresser. He would have to leave it there. Jessie would need to abandon hers as well. The only phone they would be taking was the burner that Jane had given them. They didn't dare use it while they might be within range of the sky fisher circling the valley, but eventually they would be in the clear. Primed for action, but finding none immediate, Duke and Queenie departed in a soft thunder of paws, perhaps to seek Travis. In the back of the clothes closet stood 2 pre-packed suitcases, prepared for just such an emergency as this. He set them by the bed. From the lowest of the 3 drawers in his nightstand, he took a Galco shoulder system. The harness had a clover-shaped Flexalon backplate that allowed the 4 points of the suede harness to swivel independently of the others for a tight but comfortable fit, which he quickly achieved. From the same drawer, he withdrew a Springfield Armory TRP Pro 45 ACP, 7-round magazine, 5-inch barrel, 36 ounces loaded. It used to be the FBI's pistol for their SWAT hostage rescue team, and maybe it still was. He pulled on a sport coat cut for concealed carry and snatched up the suitcases and went downstairs to the kitchen, where Travis was already standing by the back door with a smaller suitcase of his own. The dogs were with the boy, collared and leashed and standing at attention, tails still and bodies taut. Jessie was singing Little Darlin' along with the Diamonds on the iPod. She sounded carefree. She wore a woman-friendly belt-fixed rig that allowed the butt of the Colt Pony Pocket Light 380 ACP to ride low on the hip for comfort. On the table stood a briefcase she'd retrieved from a concealed compartment at the back of the pantry. It contained $90,000 in cash that Jane had stripped away from various bad guys over the past couple months and had left here, plus another $20,000 of their own funds they had withdrawn from the bank in small enough amounts to avoid calling attention to themselves, in preparation for just such an emergency as this. The Diamonds finished their tune, and in the silence between selections, as he went to the back door, Gavin said, "You have the Marcells on deck?"
Relax, Mr. Romance. Blue Moon was our honeymoon song, if you remember.
Oh, I do remember. Vividly. Vividly,
he said as Joe Bennett and the Sparkle Tones came on strong with Black Slacks. He eased open the door and carried the 2 suitcases outside. Travis stayed behind with Jessie and the dogs, while Gavin hurried to the standalone garage near the stables. 16. Although Sanjay knew that he was awake, he felt as if he were moving through a dream or through a sequence in a noir film designed to convey a dreamlike quality. Something directed by Michael Curtiz or Fritz Lang, maybe John Huston. Pools of light under street lamps, reminiscent of the hard light focused on suspects being grilled in otherwise shadowy interrogation rooms. The shifting fog suggesting that reality was fluid, that nothing was what it seemed to be, that his motives were shrouded even from himself. And the night, always the night beyond the lamplight, behind the fog. The night resonated with some darkness in himself that brought him here with intentions that, curiously, were revealed to him only one move at a time, as if he were merely a chess piece with no purpose of his own, a pawn animated by some unknown player's strategy. When he and Tanuja arrived at the front door, he almost rang the bell, but then realized that he had no need to announce their arrival. From a coat pocket, he removed a key. Perplexed, he stared at it in the soft glow of the stoop light. It lay on his palm as if it had been conjured there. Then he murmured, "The rapist gave it to me last night," although his words did not relieve his perplexity. He turned to Tanuja, and her gaze rose from the key to his eyes. "What did you say, Choti Bai?" she asked, raising one hand to the right corner of her mouth. "I don't know. Maybe?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing that meant anything." "Nothing," she agreed. Next move. He slipped the brass key into the keyway of the deadbolt, and the lock relented. And then the next. He pushed open the door. Tanuja crossed the threshold, and Sanjay followed her into a foyer with a golden marble floor, pale peach walls, and a modern chandelier with ropes of lighted crystals cascading like dreadlocks. He quietly closed the door and put away the key, and looked around at the matching antique chinoiserie sideboards to the left and right, each bearing a cut crystal bowl of fresh white roses. "Mozi Ashima has always had exquisite taste," said Tanuja. 17. If the plane cruising the valley was what they believed it to be, there was surely surveillance out on the county road, at the entrance to their property, to record whatever vehicles came and went. But Gavin doubted there would be anyone posted closer than that. The gated private lane leading here was over 200 feet long and flanked by colonnades of old live oaks, which screened the house and other structures from the public highway. To get much closer, the watchers would have to risk being seen. They no doubt preferred to keep their interest secret until they might snatch Jane's next phone call from the air, track it to its source, and then swoop in to grab the boy. The garage was a rebuilt barn without windows. Gavin didn't worry about switching on the lights after he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The building contained a complete automotive workshop, as well as 4 vehicles, including his prized street rod, an apple green '48 Ford pickup that he'd chopped, channeled, and sectioned. She was hot and fast, but she wasn't suitable for their current escape plan. The 40 Mercury coupe on which he'd recently begun work was without a functioning engine and lacked wheels. Jessie's Explorer would have been adequate if Ford hadn't downsized Explorers years earlier. The getaway fell to the other all-wheel drive, an '87 Land Rover that he'd rebuilt from near ruin and that contained no GPS locator by which it could be tracked. He stood on a step stool to lash the suitcases to a roof rack, making sure they were secured enough to stay in place through any adventure other than maybe a double rollover. When he returned to the kitchen, the coasters were rollicking through yakety-yak, while Jessie and Travis were talking cards as if they were actually playing Old Maid. For the entertainment of eavesdroppers, Gavin sang a few bars while he grabbed the boy's suitcase and Jessie's Blade Runner prosthetics, which he carried to the garage and put on the floor in the back seat of the Land Rover. When he returned to the house for the last time, the monotones were fully into the Book of Love. Travis said, "I gotta go to the bathroom." "You just went," Jessie said. "Yeah, well, I didn't went enough." "Okay. And I swear we won't look at your cards when you're out of the room." Jessie carried the briefcase containing $110,000, and the boy stayed close by her side, all the way to the garage. Gavin followed behind with Duke and Queenie. The dogs sprang into the Rover through the tailgate. The horses would be all right for the night. In the morning, he would call someone and arrange to have the stallion, mare, and pony professionally stabled for a month. He had to believe that this bad business would be finished in a month. One way or another, it would be finished. 18. Tanuja was herself. Tanuja Shukla, born in Mumbai, reborn in America, orphaned when her beloved parents fell out of the sky. But she was also Emma Dodge, born in Long Beach, now a personal shopper for wealthy women in Bel Air and Beverly Hills, as chronicled in the recent novel published by Random House. She was as well Alecto, a daughter of Gia, one of the Furies, having stepped safely down the long sky through which dear Bop and Mai had fallen, to cohabit Tanuja's body and to share the pages of the story of Emma Dodge. Tanuja Emma Alecto, triune entity, stood in the grand foyer of the Chatterjee residence, for the moment uncertain of her purpose. As a writer, Tanuja used her free will to create whole worlds, in one of which she'd shaped Emma, who possessed no free will, and borrowed Alecto from unknown writers who had created her millennia earlier. For all her reputation as a divinity, Alecto possessed no more free will than Emma, both being fictional, and yet in this still point between the past and the future, to bring this moment of indecision to a necessary end, it was Alecto who rose to the occasion. Gazing at her reflection in one of the mirrors that hung above the chinoiserie sideboards in the foyer, Tanuja saw not the author of Alecto Rising, but Alecto herself. Dark eyes encircled by darker eyeshadow, lips black, and when she put a hand to those lips, the fingernails were black as well. Within fierce Alecto, she saw the shadow of another divinity from another pantheon entirely. Kali, in her terrible Chundi aspect, wearing a necklace of human skulls. In fact, there were shadows within Kali, shades of uncounted vengeful deities from all of pagan history, gathered now in Tanuja, and she their avatar, brought here, this night, to do their will, not her own. And so she turned from the mirror when she heard voices and laughter elsewhere in the house. 19. From the dark garage into the dark night, without the aid of headlights, Gavin drove not along the lane toward the county road, but instead to the back gate in the property fence, and out into the wildland, into which he and Travis had ridden their horses earlier in the day. Travis sat belted in the back seat. Jessica rode shotgun, literally, with a 12-gauge racked stock down in a dashboard-mounted clamp directly in front of her. Under the starless overcast, through which the moon was only a ghost light, the rough land lay crisp and clear before Gavin, though it was rendered an otherworldly green by the night vision goggles that had been stowed under the driver's seat and that he now wore.
These were not average night vision devices, like the Bushnell Equinox Z or ATN Viper X1. They were ATN PVS7-3 goggles, mil-spec Generation 4 gear, used by all branches of the U.S. military, and although they were available for purchase by civilians, they cost north of $60,000. Jane had provided a pair for this sole purpose. Gavin didn't think she had bought them, and he was discreet enough not to ask how she'd obtained them. The device gathered all the available light, even infrared that could not be seen by the unassisted human eye, amplified it more than 80,000 times, and with image enhancement technology, presented a 120-degree field of view. The image was rendered in an eerie green hue, because the eye was most sensitive to wavelengths of light that were nearest 555 nanometers, the green neighborhood on the spectrum, which allowed the display to be dimmer without losing clarity, thus conserving the battery. Off-road at night in rough terrain, they could not have risked headlights and taillights, which in this unpopulated and untraveled terrain would have made a spectacle of their escape, especially to an aerial observer. The blush of red brake lights reflecting off slopes of scree and through fields of blonde grass would be less noticeable from a distance, but Gavin nonetheless strove to minimize the use of brakes. The engine noise might betray them on departure, but less so after the first mile. Any agent on the ground would be hard put to get an accurate fix on the rover's location in this stark country of discontinuous hills and zigzagging canyons scored into the land less by erosion than by thousands of years of earthquakes, which provided a maze of hard surfaces off which sound could ricochet until it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "We're driving blind," the boy said from the back seat. "You and I are," Jessie said, "but not my man here." "Clear as noon to me," Gavin said, though in fact the view through the goggles disturbed him. The strange green light robbed all things of their true color, as though before him lay an alien moon, in a universe where the laws of electromagnetic radiation were far different from those of the world on which he'd been born. This radiance seemed also to drown everything that it illuminated, the qualities of light and water married in its effect, the semi-desert now submerged in a sea, the Land Rover a submarine at great depth under terrible pressure. He had gone little more than a mile before he realized the reason for his disquiet, which now grew sharper. In the museum that was his memory, there were no halls or chambers into which he would not go, but there were places he preferred over others. He wasn't fond of revisiting recollections of night missions in Afghanistan, conducted with this technology. Primitive villages of mud bricks plastered over with stucco, isolated compounds of graceless concrete structures, all laid with traps, sometimes with tripwires. Every dark green doorway and every dark green window a possible assassin's lair. Then, sudden action, a running black-green figure silhouetted against a pale green concrete wall. Firing while on the move. Acid green muzzle flare. Your return fire, more accurate than his, brought him strangely en pointe, his cloak flaring as if a dance were about to begin. But it was a dance an instant long, and as he fell, the gout of green blood was almost black against the concrete backdrop. Gavin understood the peril that Jane was in, the hydra-headed and formidable nature of her enemies, and the risk that he and Jessie had taken by standing steadfast with her. But it was only now, looking at the world again through night vision gear, when he fully appreciated that this was war, with all the horrors of combat, war in the homeland, Americans against Americans. 20. And so she led Sanjay through the elegantly furnished house,
past big windows that in daylight might have revealed a dramatic canyon view funneling toward the sea in the distance, but that now were blinded by shifting cataracts of fog. They passed through a lamplit living room, a shadowy dining room, and into a kitchen. Beyond the open kitchen lay a family room, and in the family room stood a 6-sided table designed for card games, and on the table were a few plates of canapés, and in the chairs were 3 women and 3 men. They were enjoying a pre-dinner game of cards, their conversation animated, their attention fixed largely on the hands they had been dealt, and on the discard that the current player was making. Ashima was the first to realize that the gods in the raiments of judgment had arrived, and she stared open-mouthed, too shocked to scream. Indeed, in the few seconds before the gunfire began, there were no screams from any of the 6, only gasps of surprise and throttled pleas. Only 3 of the 6 managed to push up from their chairs in the little time that fate had allotted them, though they had no chance to flee or fight. To Alecto, Ashima was not her mother's sister, because her mother was Gia, and it was not a Fury's role to grant mercy. Nor were there words, or need of words, only the voices of the pistols roaring point-blank. A brightly colored dress of silk flared like the wings of an exotic parrot before an attempt at flight failed, and the dazzling silk furled around the fallen form of the broken would-be flyer. Figures in desperate postures, each concerned only for himself, gesturing antically. Grotesque expressions, perhaps common in the subterranean streets of Pandemonium. Those who stood then at once fell into those who remained seated, or they collapsed back into their chairs. The 6-sided table shuddered, and the cards slithered onto the floor, fanning out arrangements of numbers and royal images that perhaps a gypsy might have read to ascertain the ultimate destination of the hosts and their 4 guests. Start to finish, the judgment lasted less than a minute, and when it was finished, there was no time to survey the aftermath, let alone to dwell upon it or to wonder what it meant. Anyway, it was nothing. It meant nothing. Besides, there was more to be done, and in as timely a fashion as possible. 21. A darkness arises around the perimeter of the kitchen, not a failure of the light, but a gathering of shapes that remind Booth Hendrickson of large birds, although he can't discern any of their features. They are shadows, where nothing exists to cast them. The voice of his interrogator comes and goes. Sometimes he answers her, sometimes not. As the shadows congregate at the edges of his vision, hope retreats through the intricate spirals of his mind, and despair advances. There was a time long ago when he was alone in the dark, but not afraid. Alone in the dark with nobody to see, when, like the boy in the books, he would say aloud, "I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself." But that is not the darkness to which he is now returning, as the control mechanism weaves its web across his brain. The darkness coming will have no play in it, no delight, and no thought of his can ever be kept secret from those who command him in his servitude. The coming darkness is that found in deep places, down where the crooked staircase leads, where the steps slope horizontal as well as strictly vertical, a nautilus of stairs, a maze, serving rooms where you must feel your way blindly because you have not earned a light to carry. He has been there before, long ago, humbled to the condition of a beaten dog. He knows the misery of servitude, of being absolutely powerless. He would rather die than return to enslavement, but he is restrained at this kitchen table with no means of killing himself. And once the web's radials and spirals map the contours of his brain, he will be able to take his life only if ordered to do so. He knows the truth of the world. He has been taught. There is no escaping the cold truth of the world. Rule or be ruled. Use or be used. Break others or be broken by them. In every case, his only remaining option is the or. The rising darkness rises farther, reaching the summit of the walls, spreading to the ceiling from which shapen shadows depend like black cocoons, encroaching on the table at which he sits. The only light in all the world is that surrounding the table, and the source of the light is she who rules him. She is clothed in light, and her face is luminous, and her eyes are blue fire as she poses her questions. "Where are you, Booth? Are you still here with me? Do you hear me, Booth Hendrickson? Can you hear me? Where are you, Booth?" He is in despair. That is where he is. It is a despair so pure that it will never evolve into desperation, which is energized and reckless despair, for he is without energy, drained. "Where are you, Booth?" For fear that she will take away her precious light and leave him enswarmed by darkness, he answers her. To his surprise, Booth speaks about that of which he must never speak. He tells her where he is, or rather where he has been, and where he foresees himself. "The crooked staircase." Once the words have been spoken, the spell of silence is broken, and what was forbidden to be expressed is suddenly expressible. 22. What had happened was nothing. It meant nothing. Nothing at all. The still, small voice within assured her of that. Those in this house who had appeared to be people were not, in fact, people. The earth was a stage, those on it merely characters guided by a script. These people's story was no more important than any other, which is to say, not important at all, mere entertainment for the gods. What transpired next was nothing more than stagecraft. Alecto had been a minor divinity in ancient Rome as well as in ancient Greece, but her rank didn't mean that she was colorless. By their nature, the Furies were colorful, agents of retribution, marked by flaunt and flourish, shine and swagger, and it was incumbent upon anyone who would write about Alecto, who would become a vessel for Alecto, for the Chandi aspect of Kali, for others of their dark divinity, to uphold the sacred tradition of flamboyance. Tanuja stood on the stoop, waiting, the front door open wide behind her. The cul-de-sac was quiet in the night and muffling fog. At the only other house that contained light, luminous windows seemed not part of any structure, seemed to float in the mist like large video screens made of some lighter-than-air material, none of them tuned to a channel, offering no drama, as if none could compete with events occurring in the Chatterjee house. There were no shadowy forms of alarmed residents at those windows, no sirens in the distance. Most likely, the brief burst of gunfire had not traveled through walls, through night, through fog, through other walls. But it was not unlikely that even if the sound carried, those near enough to hear it were lost in a video game or binge-watching whatever, or were seeing out Saturday with a joint of good weed, having traded reality for one virtual reality or another. The scripts of their stories did not require them to hear. Through the lamplight and the darkness and a thickening sea of fog, Sanjay returned with the coiled orange extension cord and the reciprocating saw. He was tall, trim, all in black. For a moment, a sharp fear pierced Tanuja, a terror of Sanjay, but this was only her little brother, her twin, blood of her blood, and the fear at once quieted away. They did not speak when he arrived at the stoop and followed her into the house, for there was nothing that needed to be said. There was merely stagecraft to perform, set decoration, steps to be taken, always one step at a time, never knowing what was next until it needed to be done, according to the script by which they lived. For a while, as they worked, Tanuja thought of Subhadra in the form of the unfinished novelette, of the beauty of falling rain in silver skeins and the splendor of lightning, born from a cumulonimbus womb, of the majesty of thunder like the rumble of colossal wheels moving creation along mysterious tracks. When the 6 severed heads were placed at intervals along the walkway leading to the front door, sister and brother stepped out of the night into the foyer, she with her back turned to one mirror, he with his back to the other. They stood face to face, an arm's length apart. Cool fog slithered through the open door, drawn by the warmth of the house. Sanjay wept quiet tears. She asked him why, and he didn't know why. She said affectionately, "Choti Bai, little brother." He said, "Benji," and his tears flowed faster. She said, "Peripona," which meant, "I touch your feet," though she did not stoop to touch them, for he already knew how profoundly she cherished him. His reply, "Peripona," brought tears to her eyes. Not quite sure why she said it, she said, "Every story must have an end. That is the way of stories." Because it was what his script instructed him to say, Sanjay replied, "I will count to 3. He counted, in perfect cadence, precisely 2 seconds between the numbers, no hesitation because of doubt or confusion or emotion, for their actions must be perfectly simultaneous in this, which was their last moment on the stage. His eyes on hers, her eyes on his pistol pressed to her head, hers to his. They never heard the co-eternal shots that ended their lives, though the sound of a single but double-loud blast carried through the open door and along the front walkway and into the cul-de-sac, drawing the attention of a neighbor who had just stepped out to walk his dog, then the police, then the news media, and then the world in all its ignorance. 23. In the green night, there were natural roads through the dense scrub, carved by the ways of water and wind, navigable slopes of gravelstone, barren ridgelines that could be followed for a while. Even in this inhospitable territory, in some canyons enough water lay beneath the surface to slake the thirst of eucalyptus and California buckeye. Some places there were immense live oaks, too, that sprawled into tortured architectures, shaped by acidic soil and heat and insect pests that didn't allow more natural forms, never forests of them, but transfigured groves through which the Land Rover passed, as if journeying across a post-apocalyptic landscape. Gavin knew some of this territory from years of riding horses here, although he could not possibly be familiar with all of the hundreds of square miles ahead, and in this peculiar citrine light, he was unable to recognize even some familiar landmarks. In addition to experience and instinct, however, he was relying on a battery-illumined large-faced compass that he had fixed to the console between him and Jessie. Although he'd had no expectation of making good time in these conditions, he worried that they were not putting the miles behind them fast enough. More than 8 years from his last battlefield, he began to feel a familiar itch between the shoulder blades, a queasiness in the gut, and a tightening of the scrotum that were his instinct warning of trouble ahead. In the cargo area behind the back seat, the dogs had been lying down, as they mostly did when traveling in any vehicle other than the apple green 48 Ford pickup, wherein they liked to sit or even stand, leashed and anchored for their safety, to sightsee and let the wind blow through their fur. Now, as the Rover was cruising through a meadow of low scraggly grass veined with taller coastal sage, Duke and Queenie scrambled to their feet and began to growl low in their throats. From the back seat, Travis said, "They sure don't like something on your side of the Rover, Uncle Gavin." Although traveling 5 miles an hour in respect of the sudden changes the terrain could undergo, Gavin slowed further to scan the night through his side window. At first, he saw nothing. Then, the pack raced into view.
Coyotes, he said.
6 of them. A large pack for a species that often hunted alone. They were lean and shadowy green shapes with bright green eyes. Their serrated smiles were the palest green in this macabre vision.
I can see them. Sort of, Travis said. They've got fire in their eyes.
Gavin slowed further to let the beasts race ahead, but the coyotes slowed as well and hung with the rover.
To them, said Travis, we're like some kind of canned meat.
Jessie laughed. Delivered to their door, just like pizza. The dogs' low growls were punctuated with thin keening sounds, almost whimpers. They were ready to fight. But at the same time, they acknowledged the greater ferocity of these wild creatures that, for all they might share with shepherds genetically, would go for the dogs' throats as savagely as if Duke and Queenie were rabbits. Like the dogs, Gavin saw nothing amusing about being stalked by 6 long-toothed prairie wolves. They might be safe in this can on wheels, but they couldn't stay in the vehicle forever if it blew a tire. 24. On his way to becoming adjusted, Booth Hendrickson had fallen apart. When the nanoweb finished spinning itself, it would control a human form that looked like the once dreaded man from the DOJ, and it would be powered by the electrical currents of that functioning brain, but the man would not be who he once was, and the brain would be a repository for a mind in which long-tied psychological knots had come undone, and a profound unraveling had occurred. As he told Jane and Gilberto about the Tahoe estate and the crooked staircase, he did so in a discursive monologue, now and then bordering on incoherent. There was no way to keep him focused on the most salient facts by interrogating him, for he reacted to what she asked as if he were the ball in a pinball field, ricocheting off the question in unanticipated directions. The more questions that were put to him, the more fractured his narrative became, so that there was nothing to be done but let him talk, listen, and slowly make sense of all the puzzle pieces. The story that he told of childhood abuse was so extreme, so unlike anything Jane had ever heard, that she expected him to become emotional, to weep with self-pity and shake with rage. Apparently, however, his capacity for emotion had been diminished for a long time. As an adolescent and adult, what he had been able to feel seemed to have been related to his conviction of superiority, to a deeply instilled sense of being one of a class above all others. He felt contempt for the masses in general, and for most individuals in particular, disgust at what he imagined to be their universal ignorance, abhorrence at their pretensions to equality, hatred of them for their claims to such feelings as love, faith, compassion, and sympathy, all of which he knew to be fictions by which they hid from themselves the truth of the world. And he had known fear as well, fear of those billions who were beneath him, and who, by their stupidity and ignorance and reckless behavior, might destroy the world, not just for themselves, but for him and those exalted people like him. Of nobler emotions, he seemed to have long been bereft. Now, in the telling of his experiences with the crooked staircase, even the ignoble emotions seemed inaccessible to him, leaving him only with fear, and, in fact, with just a single fear. He rambled through his story in a monotone, recalling the most hideous details with no more emotion than a mathematician reading off pages of the calculations he used to solve a problem. But from time to time he looked at Jane with sudden fright and said, "Tell me you won't take the light away. Please, please, don't take the light away." When his story wound to its tangled end, he sat in silence, hands in his lap, head bowed, form without substance, a hollow man, his headpiece stuffed with straw. An hour earlier, Jane would have thought she could never pity this ruthless user of others. If she pitied him now, she did not go so far as to have sympathy with him,
for that would be to confer upon him a dignity he didn't deserve. When he looked at her and pleaded for light, his expression was one of abject submission, with a suggestion of veneration, as if he held her in exalted honor and didn't fear her at all, but reserved his fright for the loss of light, for being left in darkness as he had been left within the place that he called the crooked staircase. His seeming adoration gave Jane the creeps. After so long seeking absolute power, he found himself utterly powerless, and was relieved to submit, perhaps as pleased to be the face beneath the boot as he would have been to be the boot, as long as he could remain in the presence of power. She didn't want his veneration, and it wasn't mercy that would prevent her from turning out the lights. Even in his diminished capacity, she simply didn't want to be alone in the dark with him. 25. The previous night, Gilberto had enjoyed 8 hours of sleep, unlike Jane, who had gotten 4 hours. But as he leaned back in his kitchen chair and massaged the nape of his neck with one hand, he looked as tired and world-weary as she felt. She had asked him to impersonate a chauffeur. She regretted that he'd been drawn so much deeper into this. Most of all, she was sorry that he'd been required to witness the enslavement of a fellow human being, even if one so lacking in humanity as this specimen. At 8:45 p.m., and again at 9 o'clock, Jane said to Hendrickson, "Play Manchurian with me," which was the trigger sentence programmed into the earlier generations of control mechanisms, like the one with which he'd been injected. Twice, he sat in silence, head bowed, either lost in thought or in a cataleptic trance that might be the end destination of his psychological collapse. The third time, at 9:20, he lifted his head and said, "All right," and waited expectantly. Of course, he'd known the trigger sentence and the proper reply before he'd been injected. He could be faking. She had devised a test that involved a sterilized scalpel from the mortuary's instrument collection and a command for Hendrickson to cut one thumb. When the moment came, however, she knew too much about his past suffering to require of him a test of pain. She said, "Are you tired, Booth?" "Oh, yes." His ashen face, his bloodshot eyes, his pale lips were those of a man at the limit of his resources. "Are you very tired?" she asked. "Very. I've never been so tired." "While we were waiting for the control mechanism to implant, was everything you told me true?" "Yes." "Entirely true? Even about Tahoe?" "Yes. True." "And now you're very tired. So I'm going to order you to sleep, and keep sleeping until I wake you by touching your right shoulder and saying your name. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Sleep," she said. He slumped in the chair, and his head lolled to one side, and he seemed to sleep. 26. Whether this was her second or third vodka and coke in the past few hours, she didn't know. She didn't care. She wanted only to stop thinking about the crooked staircase, about the terrible task that lay ahead, and be able to get 4 or 5 hours of sleep. In the low light of a silk-shaded lamp, she and Gilberto sat in living-room armchairs, facing each other. He had poured for himself a generous portion of scotch, weakened by a single ice cube. Hendrickson remained asleep and tethered to the chair in the kitchen. They had left brighter lights on for him than they wanted for themselves. Minutes earlier, after a call from Gilberto, his older brother, Hector, and Hector's 17-year-old son, Manuel, had stopped by, and Gilberto had gone downstairs to give them a key so they could retrieve Jane's SUV. They knew only that an unnamed friend had left it parked in the lot of a supermarket the previous day and needed it to be brought here. Gilberto swirled the scotch just enough to clink the dwindling ice cube against the glass. I thought my war was over years ago.
It's all one war, she said, and it's never over. But you have a haven here. Still no reason to be afraid of the dead.
Only the living.
He took a drink.
Long way to Lake Tahoe.
If I catch some sleep, hit the road by 4, I'll be there by noon, maybe 1 o'clock if the weather sucks.
With him riding beside you?
I need him.
But can you really trust him?
Not to turn on me? Yeah. But if his psychological collapse gets any worse than it is now, he might not be as useful as I hope.
They know you have him.
But you heard him. They don't know I walked away from Napa with samples of the control mechanism.
He didn't know. Maybe others do.
I'm betting they don't. And given the need-to-know rule, they won't notify the couple that maintains the Tahoe house when Annabelle isn't there. Hell, they're just old people, plebs, plotters, rabble, two-legged cattle. Gilberto shuddered.
What he said about why they make some kill themselves and just enslave others?
Hendrickson's explanation was engraved in Jane's memory.
The ones who would turn society in the wrong direction, we hate them and believe they deserve to die. Some of those we enslave are just for our pleasure, like the girls of Aspasia. Others will run the world at our direction while we remain concealed behind them, and they are all ignorant fools who deserve to be enslaved.
After they took a moment of solace in their drinks, Gilberto said,
People in power, in my dad's day, they weren't full of contempt for the rest of us.
Power corrupts.
It's something more than that. Power is always corrupted.
It's all the damn experts, she said. We stopped governing ourselves, turned it over to experts. He frowned.
It's a complex world. People running it have to know what they're doing.
These experts don't have any real-world experience worth shit. They're elitists. They're all theory, but no real-world experience. Self-described intellectuals.
Well, I guess maybe I know the type. Just turn on the TV.
This British historian, Paul Johnson, he wrote a great book about them, Jane said. It'll scare the piss out of you.
I'm already scared, pretty much pissless.
They're uber-conformists, live in a bubble of the like-minded, contemptuous of common sense and regular people.
Plebs, plotters, the great unwashed like us.
But people matter more than ideas. Nick mattered more than any idiot theory. My boy, your kids, they matter more.
You see it changing?
That was a question she had asked herself. The honest answer wasn't comforting. It's gotten worse for a couple centuries.
We gotta hope, though.
Hope, she agreed. And resist. 27. Carter Jurgen says, with delight,
sometimes a charitable act is rewarded with a kick in the teeth.
For weeks, in search of the hidden boy, agents had been tracking down every relative of Nick's and Jane's, even to the ex-spouse of a second cousin. Every former Marine with whom Nick had served, the families of the victims of the serial killers Jane had caught or killed, with the expectation that she might have bonded with one of those families, her old college friends, anyone she might trust with her child, to no avail. Because neither Nick nor Jane was a showboat, their support of organizations serving veterans didn't come to the attention of the searchers until so many other, more likely avenues of inquiry had been exhausted. And suddenly, in the photo collections of the fundraising events of those organizations, there they were, at this marathon, at that wheelchair sports weekend, at this gala, often in the company of Gavin and Jessica Washington, smiling and happy and obviously with friends. As Carter Jurgen pilots the Range Rover between the colonnades of live oaks, he says, "No rest for the weary."
"It's the price of success,"
Radley DuBose replies.
"We kicked ass on the Shupla job. so they drop this on us a day later. Doesn't bother me. I like being wanted. You ever think what'll happen if we start screwing up? No Christmas bonus? It'll be you and me getting needles in the arm like we did the Hindu writer kids. Not in a million years, says Jurgen, surprised that even as stunted a specimen as Dubose is so cynical. We don't eat our own. That statement elicits a patronizing smile. No cannibalism among the Brahmins? I went to an Ivy League school, remember? I saw what I saw. I know what I know. Oversized and self-satisfied, Dubose now reminds Jurgen of yet another cartoon character, Popeye. I saw what I saw. I know what I know. I am what I am. Not every Ivy Leaguer is an Arcadian, or could be, or should be, Jurgen says. Certainly not a lot of them at the University of Pennsylvania. It's distressing that Penn's even considered Ivy League. Being a Harvard man and proud of it, Carter Jurgen is pretty sure he's being mocked with that Penn comment, but now they arrive at the Washington residence. Time to get down to business. The house is a cozy-looking place with a generous front porch. All the lights are on. There's a barn-like building to the left and a stable beyond that, both dark. What most interests Carter Jurgen is the truck that the first responders arrived in, which is parked near the porch steps. It's a Hennessy Velociraptor 6x6, a bespoke version of the four-door Ford F-150 Raptor with new axles, 2 additional wheels, super tough-looking off-road tires, and a ton of other upgrades. It's black. It's amazing. It's a fabulous truck. Recently, some Arcadians in the NSA and Homeland and elsewhere have been assigned impressive vehicles, mostly bespoke Range Rovers created by Overfinch North America with performance upgrades, a carbon fiber styling package, a dual-valve titanium exhaust system, and other cool stuff. Jurgen has envied the hell out of them. But this truck is another level of perk altogether. There are 2 men waiting on the back porch. They're wearing slim-fit ring-jacket suits, which manage to look casual in spite of the exquisite Neapolitan tailoring, and their 7-fold Cesare Ottolini ties are in playful, soft polka-dot patterns. Jurgen feels underdressed in a black t-shirt, diesel black-gold denim jacket with embroidered scorpions, and black Dior Homme jeans. But he is, after all, a field op, not a front office guy. Dubose's outfit is unspeakable, suitable for knocking around in small-town West Virginia and not much else. The back door of the house is closed, but Jurgen can hear old music from before his time, a song titled Get a Job. The men on the porch don't give their names. They are brisk, almost brusque. They succinctly lay out the situation. It became known at 4:00 p.m. on Friday that Gavin and Jessica Washington were harboring the 5-year-old son of Jane Hawk. A decision was made to establish surveillance of the entrance to their private lane and to monitor the house by remotely opening the mics in their phones, computers, and TVs, as well as with the cameras in their computers and TVs. As their televisions did not have internet links, they proved useless. At 3:00 a.m. Saturday, NSA electronic surveillance aircraft out of Los Angeles, rebased to Orange County Airport, began spelling each other over the valley, fishing for all incoming and outgoing burner phone traffic with the hope of identifying a call from Jane Hawk to the Washingtons and using track to source to locate her. At 7:20 p.m., after dinner, the Washingtons and the boy agreed to play Old Maid. They accompanied the game with classic doo-wop music. Their conversation was unremarkable, partly obscured by the music. After a while, when they turned up the volume of the iPod, they couldn't be heard talking. It was assumed either that they were speaking softly and the music drowned out their conversation, or that they'd run out of things to say to one another. After a series of quieter tunes, Sincerely by the Moonglows, Earth Angel by the Penguins, and Only You by the Platters, the suspicion arose that the Washingtons and the boy were no longer in the house. An operative was sent on foot from the county road to reconnoiter.
He circled the house, peering in windows, subsequently entered, and confirmed that the house was deserted. The deck of old maid cards on the table had not been removed from the box. 4 vehicles are registered to Gavin and Jessica Washington. 3 are currently in the garage. A rebuilt and customized '87 Land Rover is missing, and it apparently has no GPS. A back gate in the ranch fencing, left open, suggests that the 3 became aware of surveillance and fled overland. A team of specialists is en route. On arrival, they will take the house and other buildings apart in search of clues as to Jane Hawk's activities or whereabouts. Meanwhile, Jurgen and Dubose are tasked with pursuing the Washingtons and the boy overland, assisted by an aerial night search helicopter, which is currently incoming. In fact, no sooner has the aerial unit been mentioned than the helo roars overhead, shaking the long branchlets of the live oaks and stirring up whirling masses of dry leaves that chitter like a plague of locusts before it moves off toward the open gate. One of the agents in a ring jacket suit holds a vehicle key, and a thrill passes through Carter Jurgen as he looks at the hulking black Hennessy Velociraptor 6x6. The second agent in a ring jacket suit produces a clipboard, and it is necessary for Dubose and Jurgen to sign one document that relinquishes the Range Rover and a second that acknowledges their possession of the Velociraptor as their new official vehicle.
On the front seats in the truck, the agent says, you'll find night vision gear. You have direct voice communication with the helo crew to coordinate the search.
Jurgen makes the mistake of letting Dubose sign the documents first. By the time Jurgen signs them, the backwoods boy has the key. Smiling, he says,
I'll drive.
28. Gilberto insisted that he keep a watch on Hendrickson, even though the man was now controlled and sleeping in the kitchen chair to which his ankles were zip-tied.
I'll sleep when you leave. I couldn't sleep anyway with him here. Even before you had to inject him, the guy was a strange piece of work, miswired. Now he's like a zombie or something. Makes my skin crawl.
Hector and his son had brought Jane's Ford Explorer Sport from Newport Coast and parked it alongside the funeral home. Gilberto carried her suitcase to the guest room. Jane was too tired to shower, but she showered anyway because she wanted to be on the road as soon as possible after she woke in the morning. She set the alarm clock for 3 a.m. She switched off the bedside lamp and stretched out and put her head on the pillow. The bedroom lay at the front of the apartment, overlooking the street. The single window featured draperies, but she had neglected to draw them shut. Now she didn't have the energy to cross the room and close them. The faintest glow of street lamps patinated a portion of the ceiling with tarnished silver. In the light of passing vehicles, the skeletal shadow of an ancient sycamore, not yet leafed for spring, swooned across the ceiling and the walls, its direction depending on whether the traffic was racing east or west, toppling again and yet again, each time in silence, into darkness. During the past few months, whether Jane slept fitfully or soundly, she had always dreamed, as though each day was so crammed with events that she needed 24 hours to properly consider the meaning of them, to let the unconscious mind review them and either counsel her with scenarios of reassurance or ring loud its alarms. Now, she dreamed of being on the road, behind the wheel, traveling through a country of the mind with illogical geography. Snow-draped forests of evergreens melting into red rock deserts, cityscapes blurring into lonely shorelines. Nick sat beside her, Travis in the back seat, and sometimes her mother was alive again and sitting at Travis's side, and all was well, until Nick said, "I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself." When she looked at him, he wasn't Nick any longer. He was Booth Hendrickson, with eyes closed, sleeping as she had ordered him to sleep, until he turned his head toward her and opened his eyes, which were as pure white as hard-boiled eggs. "Nobody knows," he repeated, and he was holding a hypodermic syringe. which he stabbed into her neck. Part 4. Finding Travis. 1. Sans headlights, with the dashboard instruments fully dimmed, Radley Dubose drives the big 800-horsepower Velociraptor into the glowing green night. Also wearing night vision goggles, Carter Jurgen rides shotgun, faking an enthusiasm for the position that he doesn't feel. Venting his frustration would achieve nothing except give pleasure to the West Virginia vulgarian. Although daylight might better facilitate the search, they are able to detect signs of the Land Rover's passage. A length of tire tracks through softer earth, a swath of broken weeds the width of a vehicle. Here, parallel lines of crushed grass, and here, chunks of sod torn out where tires briefly spun for purchase. The problem is that no uninterrupted trail of spoor exists. The signs are scattered along the route the Washingtons have taken, but between them are long stretches of hard and barren land, where only a legendary Indian scout of another century might be able to discern evidence of their passage. It is easy to misread a spoor and turn in the wrong direction, vainly seeking another tire track. Which is where the night search helicopter comes in handy. With both look-down and look-ahead night vision cameras that display on the advanced glass cockpit, the co-pilot is able to scan for traces of the Land Rover's progress, zoom in as mere goggles can't, and capture even subtle telltales. In addition to its night vision cameras, the chopper has the ability to sweep the terrain below for infrared sources, which also display on the cockpit glass. Because the day had been merely warm, because an overcast had formed during the afternoon, and because nightfall is hours behind them, the land has given up most of its stored heat. It does not present a bright, distracting background to the co-pilot. The heat signatures of coyotes are easy to distinguish from those of deer, and those of deer from those of any human being on foot. If the helicopter gets close enough to scan the Land Rover, the vehicle's heat signature will be a blazing beacon in this otherwise untraveled wilderness. Both the Hilo and the Velociraptor are equipped with special FM receivers and transmitters operating below the standard commercial band occupied by radio stations, tuned to an unused spot on the dial. In addition to his night vision headgear, Carter Jurgen wears an earbud on which he receives guidance from the crew of the Hilo, and he passes this along to Dubose. His role is important, but it doesn't compensate for being aced out of the driver's seat. He consoles himself with the knowledge that if they get this right, they will be heroes of the Arcadian Revolution forever. They will rise high in the ranks to positions of greater privilege, even if only one of them deserves to be rewarded. He and Dubose must try to avoid killing the Washingtons, so that the husband and wife can be injected, controlled, and questioned as to everything they know about the hawk bitch and about who else might have been helping her. Her precious cub, Travis, will become their hostage, and Mama Bear will be given damn little time to surrender or else be responsible for his suffering. 100 yards ahead of them, the Hilo hovers, identified by an illegal minimum of running lights that register as 3 small points of green fire, as well as by a pale haze produced by the luminous displays of its night vision cameras on its cockpit glass. Nothing of its real shape can be perceived, so that the imagination can make of it a levitating sphere or even a saucer-shaped vessel. If Jurgen didn't know what lay before him, he might be persuaded that it is a ship from another world. The co-pilot of the Hilo reports, "Disturbance patterns in an otherwise uniform slope of scree. Could be from a vehicle." "We'll check it out," Jurgen replies. When he turns to Dubose and passes on the message, the big man's face is green and, in Jurgen's judgment, brutish, even a bit Neanderthaloid, and he is reminded of another comic book figure, the Hulk. "This light really messes with your head," Dubose says. "I feel as if I've fallen inside the virtual reality of a video game,
One of those early ones where the VR wasn't as realistic as it is these days. It's eerie, isn't it? Obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only.
Jurgen recognizes the reference to Poe. He is unsettled by the entire character of Dubos's little speech, because it does not seem to be anything someone of his rustic bloodline would say, even after an education at Princeton, if education is the right word for what that institution confers on its students. They speed across a largely barren area where the scattered clump grass struggles for existence and is so twisted and ragged from winds of other days that whatever damage even the velociraptor does to this flora could not be taken as signs of its passage. They come to a short declining slope and a wide swale beyond which lies a long upward grade. While the helo hovers 100 feet overhead, Dubose drives down and stops in the shallow trough. Through the windshield, Jurgen can just barely make out where the ghostly rising slope of gravelstone has been disturbed, although nothing as clearly defined as tire tracks can be seen. He is grateful to have a reason to take off his night vision goggles and get out of the velociraptor before Dubose might quote another poet and thereby require a complete reassessment of his nature and his mental capacity. The downdraft from the rotary wing of the chopper tosses Jurgen's hair and flutters the collar points of the diesel black-gold denim jacket against his throat, as if the embroidered scorpions have come alive and crawled up from his chest. He carries an LED flashlight with which he sweeps the slope ahead. It is a broad expanse of deep scree that time and weather have combed into an even texture, except for a 9 or 10 foot wide section that appears to have been disturbed by something. A small seismic event would likely have affected the entire face of the slope, so this might in fact be the work of the Land Rover. Bent forward, studying the mass of small stones, he works his way up the slope with some effort, the scree shifting treacherously underfoot. The rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of the helo timed like an amplification of his heart's systole. At about the halfway point, something glistens in the beam of the flashlight. A brownish-black glob. He wipes up a bit of it with his forefinger, studies the stuff, smells it. Axle grease. 2. The coyotes lost interest in the Land Rover, whizzing away into the moonless dark on the track of some irresistible scent. In this part of California, it was possible to proceed in a twisting route through contiguous stretches of unincorporated scrubland, protected state wildernesses, national forests, and national monuments, skirting even the smallest population centers, passing under little-traveled county and state roads that bridged the canyons, all the way to the Mexican border, where they could leave the U.S. discreetly, either at Tecate or Calexico Mexicali. Alternately, because the rover had a spare fuel tank, they could venture overland into southern Arizona. However, it wasn't Gavin's intention to spend the entire night off-road or to leave California. In consultation with Jane, he and Jessie had developed a plan in anticipation of a day when they might have to go on the run for a while until this Arcadian conspiracy was blown up, which it would be, because it must be. Considering that they were fleeing from a murderous cabal and might be leaving their comfortable life behind forever, he felt surprisingly confident. Not light-hearted, not full of breezy good cheer. He was buoyed by the kind of sober-minded high spirits that warriors knew after a successful operation, an exhilaration tempered by being well acquainted with death. He'd survived numerous near-death moments in Afghanistan, and Jessie had survived 2 helicopters being shot down and an IED detonating directly under her Jeep. When you miraculously escaped mortal threats often enough, changes occurred in your thinking. For one thing, you came to believe in miracles, although it was better not to expect them routinely. For another thing, you began to wonder if just maybe there was a scheme to things, and if perhaps your sorry ass had been saved for a purpose. When Jane showed up on their doorstep, needing a place in which to hide Travis, Gavin had at once thought,
This is it. The very reason why my sorry ass is still on the planet.
He had looked at Jessica, and her smile had confirmed that she'd arrived at the same conviction. She was the one who had said yes, by saying, "As long as this boy's here with us, the worst thing that'll happen to him is maybe he'll stub a toe." Saying such a thing was tempting fate, but it was the kind of bravado that Jane had needed to hear. Now, the time had come either to make good on that promise, or die trying. The first leg of their journey required them to cross out of Orange County into San Diego County, far from where they had ridden horses earlier in the day, and pick up State Highway 76 east of Pala. The overland part of the journey was 25 miles if you drew a straight line between points, but the rough terrain didn't permit direct travel. In fact, they might have to go as far as 50 miles, and there were stretches of ground over which they could not attain any significant speed, especially because of the need to avoid using headlights. Gavin hoped to reach Highway 76 by midnight, a little more than 4 hours after setting out. He expected to be pursued. The only question was how much of a head start they might get. Jessie was certain, Gavin had to agree, there would be an aerial component to the search team, which meant the pursuer would make faster progress than the pursued. Consequently, he stopped periodically and switched off the engine and got out of the Land Rover to listen to the night and scan the land behind them through the NVGs. He needed to guard against the posse abruptly coming upon them without their knowledge. The third time, when he parked at the head of a long decline, there were the usual desert insect buzzes and clicks and busy ticks, also feline cries that might have been a family of bobcats on the hunt. And from a distance, the distinctive sound of a helicopter. He surveyed the night to the northwest, the direction from which they had come. At first, nothing, just a green dark. Then, he identified a 3-point constellation in the totally overcast sky, brighter than any stars would have been, each as brilliant as Venus. The constellation rotated. Not stars, a minimal array of aircraft running lights. They were closer than he expected. He needed to take the Land Rover to lower ground at once and proceed only through valleys and canyons, as deep below the rolling hilltops as he could get, where the engine heat would not register on the helo's look-ahead cameras. When he got in behind the wheel and started the engine, Jessie asked, "Has the shit hit the fan?"
"Not yet, but they're flinging it our direction."
Jessie looked over her left shoulder. "Are you belted in back there, cowboy?"
"Belted,"
Travis assured her.
"and the dogs are down, like they're supposed to be."
Because of the noise made by the chopper, the pursuing ground unit wouldn't be able to listen for the Land Rover. Gavin goosed the engine, and they sped down the long slope with stones rattling hard against the undercarriage and quick-settling dust billowing out behind them. He had to stay as much as possible on sandstone and mudstone and slopes of talus, away from soft soil, avoiding any vegetation that would betray their passage, until he found a place to go to ground. He didn't think he could reach the state route across the county line before they came upon him. His best chance might be to tuck the rover away somewhere, lie low, and hope that the helo would pass over them, fruitlessly quartering the wilds in search of their human game. But when you had a vehicle with a hot engine, where did you hide it from an infrared search in a night-cooled landscape as barren as this one? 3. In the kitchen, Gilberto didn't need black coffee or caffeine tablets or lively music to stay awake. In the chair directly across the dinette table from him, Booth Hendrickson was the perfect cure for drowsiness. Jane had ordered the man to sleep, and he slept, but his sleep was dream-riddled and never restful. Behind his pale lids, his eyes moved ceaselessly, fixing on whatever sights in some dark nightmare kingdom. His face was not slack, but enlivened by expressions ranging from perplexion to abhorrence to revulsion.
When he wasn't grinding his teeth or chewing his lips, he made soft, pathetic sounds or talked in his sleep, his voice haunting the kitchen as if it issued from another dimension. Hands and more hands, 1,000 hands. Because he was restrained by zip ties linking his ankles to the stretcher bar between the back legs of his chair, his hands remained free. As he spoke, they crawled upon the table, nervous, uncertain, this way and that, as if he were seeking something that he feared finding. "Don't make me! Don't make me! Don't make me!" he pleaded in a whisper. His respiration grew ragged and then panicky as he gasped for breath and exhaled in gusts, making thin sounds of desperation, as if some creature born of hell pursued him. It seemed that he must wake himself, but each time the panic subsided, and still he slept, sliding into a less urgent state of anxiety. From time to time, he returned to the subject of eyes. Their eyes! Their eyes! And later, "What's that in their eyes? Do you see? Do you see what's in their eyes?" Although Gilberto didn't need caffeine, he wanted something to settle his stomach. The scotch he'd drunk had soured in his gut, and acid refluxed on him. He brought a glass of cold milk to the table and used it to chase a tablet of Pepsid AC before he sat down again. "Don't leave me in the dark," Hendrickson pleaded in an urgent and despairing whisper. "No way is the way you think it is. There's no out, only in." For a few minutes the man was silent, though his face appeared no less tortured. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and sat forward in his chair and seemed to look at Gilberto as he whispered, "Heads inside heads, eyes inside eyes. They're coming now. I know they're coming. No way to keep them out of my eyes, out of my head. They're coming." "What can I do for you?" Gilberto asked. "Can I help you somehow?" But maybe Hendrickson didn't see him after all, hadn't been speaking to him, and was still asleep even when his eyes were open. He closed them and settled back in his chair and grew quiet again. Gilberto doubted that the milk and acid reducer were going to work. 4. Radley Dubose becomes increasingly agitated as 40 minutes pass with no sign of further spoor left by their quarry. He curses the Washingtons, the night, the desert, the helicopter, its pilot, and its co-pilot. Even though he gets to drive a velociraptor with all the features that Hennessy's wizards of customization can provide, a truck costing north of $300,000, he is not happy. He is possessed by a backwoods urge to whoop somebody, anybody. Carter Jurgen is also frustrated, though he would be much less so if he were behind the wheel instead of stuck in the passenger's seat, relaying messages from the Hilo co-pilot, who for 40 minutes has not had any news worth passing along. It's almost as if the Land Rover has gone airborne. In the green dark, the Hilo quarters west to east, east to west, while moving steadily southward. If they don't find something in the next 15 minutes or so, they'll have to retreat northward through territory already searched to be sure they haven't missed anything. This scrub desert is not arid all year long, not in its every contour, especially not here at the end of the rainy season. They arrive at the brink of a deeper canyon than any they have thus far searched. About 200 feet below, a wide, fast-moving stream, born of snowmelt in the distant mountains and swelled by rain in the foothills, slips over such a smooth course that it appears to flow without cataracts or counterflux. Above the dark green water spread lighter green shapes of mature trees that form cloisters in which sections of the stream disappear, and this side of the trees is the still paler green of the rocky canyon floor. Jurgen and Dubose wait in the velociraptor at the edge of the canyon and watch as the helicopter slowly quarters more than a mile to the east. Then it moves back toward them, past them, before hovering above the stream at a point at least half a mile to the west of their position. The co-pilot reports, "We have a heat source under the tree cover. No clear profile. Diffused heat. Might not be them.
When Jurgen repeats this message, Dubose says,
Damn right it's them. Parked in the running water, engine off, hoping the rover will cool down so the trees can fully screen it.
The canyon wall is without vegetation and not an easy slope, steeper in some places than in others. When it seems that Dubose is about to angle off the brink and down, Jurgen says, Wait, it's too precipitous here. Go west a little way.
It's not too precipitous,
Dubose says. Yes, it is, Jurgen insists.
Don't go fully pussy on me.
This bumpkin's cloddish rudeness offends Jurgen. I've never gone fully pussy in my life.
Maybe not, but you've got the tendency,
says Dubose, and drives off the brink, onto the precipitous slope, along which they descend at such a perilous angle, rollicking over such forbidden terrain that the night vision picture, already alien to the eye, becomes a meaningless jumble of leaping shapes in shades of green, as if they are hapless characters in an outer space movie, rocketing through a meteor storm. To prove his mettle, Jurgen never cries out on the way down, nor does he reach for the grab bar above the door, nor does he raise his feet to brace himself against the dashboard. He relies solely on his harness, even though at moments it seems the truck has slipped the bonds of gravity and that he will float out of his seat. 5. Velociraptor hulking on the deep canyon floor, engine off, both front windows open, and to the port side, silhouettes of trees, and then the stream like magma pouring from a wound in the earth, such a scene as a sleeper might imagine after a highly spiced dinner. Night air wafting cool into the truck, the chuckle and susurration of fast-moving water, a sweet licorice-like fragrance evidently issuing from some plant along the stream's edge, and the fainter limey scent of wet stone, all things green on green with shadows deep. Dubose has parked about 300 yards from where the helo is hovering and has switched off the engine. He says,
They know they've been found, so if they were going to give up, they'd have shown themselves already. We've got to take the boy alive, but with the other two, we only make our best effort.
Instructions were all three alive. Inject the Washingtons and interrogate them.
Thanks for refreshing my memory,
Dubose replies with heavy irony,
but these two, they'll be better armed than anyone in your average Quentin Tarantino movie.
Maybe they will be. On the other hand, with the boy to think about, maybe they won't.
They're ex-military. They'll have a damn arsenal, and with their training, they won't be pushovers.
We've been trained too, Jurgen says.
Law enforcement training and Army Special Forces training are different worlds. You read this tough bastard's service record? And the bitch lost both legs from the knees down but still competes in marathons.
10K runs, Jurgen corrects, not marathons anymore. Again, with the unnecessary irony, Dubose says,
Oh, that's a whole different story then. What kind of wimp is the bitch, able to run just 10K without legs?
Let's say they are carrying big time.
We don't have to say it, they are carrying.
If this turns into a firefight, how do we avoid killing the boy? Collateral damage.
To keep the kids safe, they don't want a firefight, Dubose says. So they'll try to get the drop on us and take our weapons or pull some other cute shit. All I'm saying is, they'll hesitate, and we won't. Blow the shit out of them on sight.
What if they're using the boy as a shield?
Man, to get a degree from Harvard, do they make you minor in cynicism? These aren't the kind of people who use little kids as shields.
People are never the kind of people you think they are.
Then there's every reason to blow the shit out of them on sight.
They get out of the Velociraptor and close the doors. The chopper is hovering high enough above the trees to avoid being an easy target, but it remains stationed over the heat source to guide the ground team and to unnerve the Washingtons with noise. Jurgen and Dubose are armed with belt-carried 9mm Sig Sauer pistols, but not with rifles, because this is going to be a close-up fight, if it is any fight at all. thigh-high waterside grass and a variety of trees, which Jurgen can't identify in the current light, offer them what cover they will have. The helicopter is an adapted civilian model medium twin craft with high-set main and tail rotors, and it produces enough noise to cover any sounds they might make. The stream is about 12 feet wide. There must be a high concentration of calcium carbonate in the runoff from these hills, because over decades the seasonal rains have laid down a flowstone bed, accounting for the smooth, swift movement of the water, which proves to be about 2 feet deep when Dubose wades to the farther bank. Because the night lacks stars and is brightened only by cloud-filtered moonlight, Jurgen doesn't expect the darkness to be much deeper under the trees, but it is. Without the NVGs, they would be nearly blind. Given Gavin Washington's background, there is a possibility that he is equipped with goggles of his own, though they won't be mil-spec Generation 4 gear with 80,000 amplification, but rather Generation 1+. Hunter and hobbyist models ranging from a few $100 to a couple $1,000 will not serve Washington nearly as well as their headsets will serve them. Jurgen and Dubose proceed at a matched pace, moving from tree to tree, pistols in a two-hand grip. They are wary of the tall grass and the trees ahead, which offer cover to the Washingtons if they have chosen to get out of their vehicle and establish a forward position in an attempt to set a trap. This is unlikely. For one thing, they will assume that their body heat will betray them, and chances are they will stay with the boy. They have been counting on the cool water of the stream and the canopy of trees to mask the rover's heat signature. Now that they realize this ruse didn't work, they won't have had time to plan another. In retrospect, Dubose's preference for killing the Washingtons on sight in favor of capturing just the boy does not seem to be as ill-considered as Jurgen first thought. He certainly doesn't want to die here tonight, or anywhere, on any night. Better to act first and decisively. All they really need is the boy. With him, they will have Jane Hawk by the short hairs. Ahead, the Land Rover comes into view, parked in the middle of the stream, the cooling water flowing over its bumper and around its flanks, glowing with otherworldly light above the waterline, as if it is a phantom coach that conveys the spirits of the dead to their reward. They are now within the perimeter of the helo's downdraft. The trees thrash overhead, spinning off leaves that shudder through the green dark like huge moths, and the tall grasses shiver, and the turbulent air beats shapes into the surface of the stream that was heretofore as smooth as glass. They're 30 yards from the Land Rover. Now 20. 15. The windshield is a darker rectangle in the bright green of the vehicle. Beyond the glass, there are no warm shapes of people, as though the rover has been abandoned. If the Washingtons have foolishly set out on foot with the boy in this forbidding territory, they can't have gotten far. The trees might mask their smaller heat signatures from aerial surveillance, but there will be breaks in the canopy through which they will sooner or later be sighted, and eventually there won't be any trees at all. 10 yards. And now Jurgen and Dubose are in the very eye of the downdraft, where the air is calmer, although the engine roar and the whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of the rotary wing are louder than ever. Perhaps it is only the tidal crash of rhythmic sound resonating in the hollows of Jurgen's bones, but suddenly he shudders, with the suspicion that they have walked into a trap after all. 6. Gavin was slumped down in the driver's seat. The single lens of the ATN PVS-7-3 goggles, which fed a gathered image to both eyes, was aimed through the thick spokes of the steering wheel and just over the top of the dashboard, so that he presented little or no heat profile separate from that of the rover. From this uncomfortable position, he saw the men appear out of the gloom, one on each side of the stream, pistols at the ready, and he watched them approach through the wind-tossed vegetation. Travis had put the briefcase full of money and Jesse's Blade Runner prosthetics on the back seat, and he had taken refuge on the floor, where the dogs cuddled with him. Jessie was in the cargo area, which the shepherds had occupied previously. She was sitting propped against the back of the back seat, below window level. Gavin had switched off the engine when they had first driven into the stream, hoping that the cooling flow and the sheltering trees might blind the chopper to them. When that hadn't worked, he had started the engine again and prepared to make a break for it when the moment was right. In the roar of the helicopter, the men approaching along the banks of the stream would not be able to hear the Land Rover. They might assume the engine wasn't running or that the vehicle was abandoned. When the gunman drew as close as Gavin dared to let them get before taking action, he shifted the idling vehicle into drive. The pressure of the rushing water prevented the rover from drifting forward, so that the thugs were not alerted until he popped up in his seat and tramped the accelerator. For an instant, the big tires spun on the flowstone bed of the stream, but then the Land Rover surged forward. The assassins startled and hesitated for but a moment, which brought the rover almost even with them before they opened fire. 3 muzzle flares, 2 on the right. A bullet barked off the roof panel above the windshield. Another knocked a side mirror cockeyed. Maybe the third went wide. Even as they were firing, Gavin gave them a blast of the horn, which might have further startled them, but which was primarily meant to be a signal to Jessie. 7. Seated in the cargo area, back pressed to the back seat, Jessie faced the open tailgate, shotgun ready. When the horn blared all but simultaneously with the gunfire, and they kept moving, she could only suppose that Gavin hadn't been hit, thank God, and that they were already passing the gunman. In the immediate echo of the horn, as plumes of water flared up from the back tires and chopper downdraft cast a cold spray into the cargo area, Jessie squeezed off the first of 4 rounds, unable to see any target, intending only to make the gunmen drop flat and hold their fire in the Land Rover's wake, muzzle flare for an instant glittering in thousands of airborne droplets, recoil bucking her against the bracing seat back. Few things equaled the thunder crack of a 12-gauge to make sober men duck and cover, and by the time she squeezed off the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds, the rover was so far upstream she didn't feel in danger from their pistol fire. Ears ringing, half deaf for the moment, Jessie resorted to the open box of shells between her thighs to slip a round in the breech and 3 more in the tube magazine. 8. The German shepherds were good dogs, but they were howling now in the back seat, protesting the painful volume of shotgun blasts in such a contained space, and Gavin sympathized, his ears ringing as though he'd been slapped hard up both sides of his head. He shouted to Travis, his voice sounding as if it came from the far end of a culvert. The boy shouted back just loud enough to be heard. He was okay, and Jessie gave a shout-out too. The blackish trees beyond the reach of the hero's downdraft stood as still as if petrified to stone in another millennium, and on his left he came to a break in their palisade and swung out of the stream, over the low grassy bank, onto the canyon floor. 50 yards ahead stood some model of truck he'd never seen before, even though, as he closed on it, he could make out the word Ford in large letters across the grill. If there had been 3 men with the truck, 1 remaining behind, it might be a mistake to stop, but he didn't think there was a 3rd. He didn't see anyone. He braked beside the Ford, threw open his door, and drew his Springfield .45. He emptied the magazine into the 2 rear tires on the driver's side, blowing out both, a couple rounds ricocheting off the alloy wheels. Distorted reflections of the bright green muzzle flashes quivering through the glossy black paint like some aurora borealis in an evil netherworld. He ejected the empty magazine, slapped in a new one, closed his door, holstered the warm pistol, and drove east at high speed. The gunmen were on foot now, and no longer an immediate threat, but the helicopter was giving chase. Gavin came to a place where the trees relented on both sides of the stream.
Beyond the sinuous slide of water, the south wall of the canyon looked lower and less steep than the north wall, offering what appeared to be a clear route to the top. He forded the stream and motored up an incline of grass. The ground was still soft from recent rains and moist below the first couple inches, and he gouged out muddy tracks all the way to the crest. On the higher ground, the helicopter came at them from the west. It was a civilian helo, large enough to carry 6 or 8 passengers in addition to the crew, if it had not been retrofitted for another purpose. It bore no agency ID that he could see in the drowned light of the NVGs. Maybe the pilot had been military in an earlier career, but maybe he was just a chopper jockey who had no service training, no war experience. The latter seemed to be the case when he swooped in no more than 50 feet above the rover, as though to intimidate the driver, which was a hopeless cause. But even if they weren't ex-military, the pilot and his co-pilot might be more than just aerial search specialists assisting a hard-boiled ground crew. If the co-pilot was a trained sniper, or if a sniper was aboard, that might justify a lower approach in order to take out the vehicle without accidentally killing anyone aboard. No doubt the people trying to find Jane would prefer to interrogate Gavin and Jesse rather than kill them, and at all costs take Travis alive. Or maybe their intent was to spook him with one dangerous feint after another, using the helicopter much as a matador used a red cape to thwart a bull, distracting and delaying him long enough for the ground crew to scale the canyon wall and re-engage. The helo racketed east through the night, looped around to the south, and approached them again. When he realized the aircraft was coming in as low as before, maybe even lower, as though to skid-kiss the roof of the Land Rover, Gavin braked to a stop. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Jessie scrambling out of the open tailgate. She closed it behind her and crouched at the back of the vehicle. Ghostly celebrants seemed to spring from graves as the helo passed over the land, billows of dust and chaff shapen into dancers that whirled away into the haunted dark. The blades of the rotary wing carved slabs of air and threw them down to rock the rover on its tires. As the chopper passed at reckless altitude, Jessie fired the shotgun 3 times in quick succession, and then pulled off a 4th round aimed at its tail rotor. This wasn't a movie, so the aircraft did not burst into flames, as there was no reason that it should. But a knocking noise and the sharp keening of metal parts grinding against each other at high speed suggested that she'd done some damage. The pilot arced west and south, away from the canyon, and the helo yawed as it gained a little altitude. Jessie opened the front passenger door and boarded the rover, and Gavin set out after the helicopter as she slammed her door. He had no intention of giving pursuit for any purpose other than to keep it in sight, until he knew whether it was seriously disabled. Whatever mechanical problem a few loads of point-blank buckshot might have caused, it quickly metastasized into a crisis. The pilot ceased lateral flight and hovered and started to put down, the rotary wings stuttering. When the helo was about 40 feet off the ground, its blades locked. Without lift, it dropped hard, snapped a skid, tipped, and came to rest canted to starboard, propped at an angle by wing blades. Gavin stripped off his night vision goggles and gave them to Jessie. He switched on the headlights. The pale land and dark scrub seemed to leap at them out of a void, the green world gone, this more familiar world stabilizing under them. Travis scrambled off the floor onto the back seat when Jessie told him to belt up. He tried his best to do so, with the dogs half atop him and excitedly licking his hands and face. Keeping in mind the possibility of gunfire, Gavin drove wide of the downed aircraft. However, the sidewash of the rover's high beams revealed one man on his knees beside the craft and another in the open cockpit door above, getting ready to jump. The hills unveiled their contours more readily to headlights than to the amplified moonlight and infrared of the NVGs. Gavin oriented himself as best he could as Jessie read aloud the compass heading, and then he drove south-southwest through the wildlands, faster than he had dared in a green world.
The tremors took him then. Not for long, not violently enough to make his teeth chatter. If there had been a cold sweat on his brow and down his back before this, he didn't realize it until now. In spite of how practiced Jessie had been in both showdowns, Gavin knew that she was shaken too when she said, "Afghanistan used to be half a world away. I liked it better there." 9. Jane Hawke allowed herself far fewer superstitions than did most people, one of which was that long goodbyes were more likely to be final goodbyes than were short ones. Better to say, "Until next time," or "See you soon," than to say goodbye at any length. Behind the mortuary, beside her Explorer Sport, in the chilly darkness of 3:30 Sunday morning, Jane said to Gilberto Mendez, "See you soon," and she thanked him, and she told him that she loved him. It was her conviction, not superstition, that this civilization was built on the love of people for one another, and on the love that surpasseth all understanding. In this age of cynicism and snark, genuine emotion was mocked, love derided as sentimentalism. In this world of rapid change, there were few things to which you could hold fast. Wisdom acquired through centuries of experience, traditions, and beloved neighborhoods eroded and washed away, and with them went the people who found solace and meaning in those things, who once would have been part of your life for most of your life. Now, a rootless population, believing in nothing but the style and fashion of the moment, produced a culture of surface conformity, under which the reality was a loveless realm in which soon everyone would live as a stranger in a strange land. When you loved enough important qualities of a person, then you loved him or her, and you had better say it while time remained. She loved Gilberto's faithfulness to Carmela, his devotion to his children, his respect for the dignity of the dead and for the eternal nature of their souls, his love of freedom, and his lifelong commitment to the marine way, to Semper Fi. Therefore, her goodbye consisted of just those 8 heartfelt words. "See you soon. Thank you. I love you." She hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. At 3:31, she was on the road in her SUV that had been rebuilt in Mexico, wearing the chopped every which way Vogue punk black wig and the eyeshadow and the blue lipstick and the nose ring that went with the photo on the Elizabeth Bennet driver's license. In the passenger seat was Booth Hendrickson, still under her control because she had accessed him by saying "Play Manchurian with me," and had not released him with the words "Auf Wiedersehen." She believed in the efficacy of the control mechanism, even in his case. Nevertheless, for this first leg of the journey, his wrists were bound together with a zip tie that also looped through his belt, so that he could not lift his hands from his lap. He wore his suit, but a too-roomy shirt belonging to Gilberto had replaced his custom-tailored shirt from which Jane had earlier cut one arm when preparing him for injection. He wore no tie. Before having his hands encumbered by his belt, he had nervously fingered his buttoned collar and had appeared distressed that his outfit remained incomplete. Heading east toward San Bernardino, she didn't speak to him, nor he to her. For the first half-hour she welcomed the silence, the time to think about what lay ahead and how best to cope with it. But soon, the man's servile obedience to her preference for quiet, his placid expression unchanging mile by mile, and his dead-eyed stare that never wavered from the dark road ahead, all that became too eerie for her to countenance. Since she still had nothing to say to him, she opted for music. She wanted no trackable GPS in any car she acquired, but she always needed a vast store of music, which, not unpleasantly, reminded her of the life she might have lived if her father had not murdered her mother so many years ago. In recent days, she had found herself listening more often to Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 3 in A major, K488, in part because the concerto's opening movement inspired a soaring optimism that was much needed in her current circumstances. Within this exceptional concerto, however, was a melancholy movement so piercing, so expressive of the deepest sorrow, that she couldn't hear it without thinking about Nick and her mother, and about Nathan Silverman, who had once been her boss at the FBI, and whom she had spared from a life of Arcadian slavery by an act of loving violence that would weigh upon her forever. This sequence in K488 didn't depress her, but balanced the optimism of the opening movement and made her feel complete of heart and clear of mind. As that movement was nearing an end, Hendrickson violated her instruction to remain silent, but only to say, "It's so beautiful." "Yes." "What is it?" She told him. "I was allowed no time for music." She considered that statement for a moment before she said, "You'll have it now, all the way to Tahoe, one music or another." He said only, "Thank you," gazing at the highway with the stony expression of a sphinx whose stare was fixed on the rim of eternity. When the slow movement of K488 passed, Jane was relieved to hear again more thrilling strains of dauntless optimism. 10. North, on U.S. Highway 395, through the western portion of the Mojave, a vast blackness all around, the clouds of the coast having surrendered the sky to stars, the moon far down. Later, dawn frosting the heavens with light, first a sweet rose pink at the horizon, a paler pink farther up, and a swath of buttercream before all goes blue for the day. Lonely playas of salt flats and mud flats and sand flats, forbidding dark mountains in the distance. There was Mozart again, eine kleine Nachtmusik, when Jane at last brought up the subject that Hendrickson had not wanted to talk about until he was under her control. He had asked that, after he'd spoken of it, she would order him to forget that he had told her about this thing that apparently mortified him. "I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself." "What did you mean by that, Booth?" His smile was pained, but at least it counted as a smile. He spoke with a note of nostalgic fondness that didn't displace his melancholy, staring at the highway, but perhaps seeing into the past. "So, here I am in the dark alone. There's nobody here to see. I think to myself, I play to myself, and nobody knows what I say to myself. It's from a book. Poems. A little book of poems." "What book?" "Now We Are Six, by A. Milne. But I was just 5. After a moment of consideration, Jane said, "The author of Winnie the Pooh. What does that mean to you?" "The books? They're everything. They mean everything to me." "You could read at 5? She pushes me to read. She pushes. "Your mother?" "Lessons all day, every day." His brow pleated, and his eyes narrowed, and his voice hardened. "Focus, boy! Focus if you know what's good for you, boy! Focus, you lazy little bastard!" She waited until his quickened breathing quieted. "So you read the book of poems when you were 5? "I'm given the set. All 4 Milne books. To encourage me." "Encourage you to read?" "To read more. Faster. Better. To understand what's wrong." "Wrong with what?" "With everyone in the story. Like the bear. He's stupid and lazy. He's not focused. And he's kind." "It's wrong to be kind?" "He's gentle and kind. Kindness is weakness. The strong own the world. The strong use the weak.
They piss on the weak. They should piss on them. It's what the weak deserve. His face contorted with contempt, and his voice became harsh again. Is that what you want, boy? Do you want to be used and pissed on all your miserable life? Out in the wasteland, Dead Man's Dry Lake and Lost Dry Lake and Owl Dry Lake, the lava mountains ahead, Death Valley at a distance in the east. Passing through the desert, Jane felt as if something of the desert were passing into her. But what do those lines of poetry mean to you, those lines in particular? Mother says the only worthwhile life is a regimented life. Make a schedule. Stick to it. It's a very bad boy who can't stick to it. No day is a good day if it isn't regimented. Jane waited, but after a silence said, And so? And so. 15 minutes for breakfast, 15 for lunch, half an hour for dinner, to bed at 8, up at 5, lights out at 8, out, out, out! Only 2 lamps in the room. She takes the light bulbs, takes them with her, takes them after I'm put to bed. So here I am in the dark alone. He nodded. There's nobody here to see. The poem is in the dark. So I take a book to the window. Sometimes there's moonlight, or landscape lights from outside. I can see the page if I turn it just so. For an hour or 2 until I get sleepy, I can think what I want, play what I want. My time. In all the day, it's my own time. Jane said, if she opened your bedroom door and found you not asleep but reading by moonlight, what then? So then, the deeper darkness. And what was that? At first, it's being made naked and being spanked. Spanked on my boy thing. Spanked hard so it hurts to pee. You're not going to be like your father, boy, not like that worthless piece of shit. So I'm spanked and put in the box to sleep the rest of the night. The box? What box? A wood box. It has a locking lid. A box the size of the boy. With a folded blanket to lie on. Holes to let air in. But no light. No light, 'cause the box is in a closet with no windows. Dear God, she said, you don't need a God if Mother loves you. Mother is all you need. Mother punishes out of love to teach what's true and right. In the arid landscape, geologic formations like crude, time-worn temples by gods better left unworshipped, giant rocks graven with pictographs by tribes known and by others too ancient to have names other than those that anthropologists have chosen to give them. How often were you locked in a box? 2 nights a week, or 3. So then I start sleeping early and getting up at like 2 in the morning after she's sleeping. Then you could read by moonlight. Yes, and not be caught. You said at first it was being made naked and spanked and put in the box, and later it was worse. Later, worse. Later, it's the crooked staircase. Previously, he told her and Gilberto all about the crooked staircase. Soon, they will descend it together. 11. In the last of the night, Gavin had stopped 1 sage-covered hill away from Highway 76, while boy and dogs lay in a slumberous pile on the back seat, while Jessie held a light for Gavin, while unseen canyon wrens, waking early, whistled sweetly in anticipation of the dawn. He took the license plates off the Land Rover and replaced them with plates that Jane had given him weeks earlier. She had also provided registration papers and a driver's license in the name of Orlando Gibbons, as well as a license for Jessica in the name of Elizabeth Hafner,
obtained from her source for forgeries in Reseda. Those documents would pass the scrutiny of any cop who ran them through the DMV records. They needed to repaint the rover, make it the blue that was stipulated on the registration, but they were prepared to do that when they reached their destination. Likewise, Gavin and Jessie would need to alter some things about their appearance to match the photoshopped pictures used for the forgeries. At the moment, however, it was most important to strip the rover of the original plates, which might already be on the National Crime Information Center website, before traveling on paved roads once more. They couldn't risk their old plates being automatically scanned by government vehicles, because those scans would soon thereafter be banked in the NSA archives, allowing them to be found and tracked, at least to the general vicinity of the one safehold they had prepared for such an emergency as this. Using a collapsible spade from a kit of basic tools that they kept in the rover, Gavin dug a hole and dropped the original license plates into it. He covered them with earth and tamped it down and scuffed the burial place with his boots. He examined his work in the beam of Jessie's flashlight. It looked fine. No one was likely to wander onto precisely this square yard of remote wildland. If searchers chanced by, they would never notice the telltales of this small excavation, and even if they did notice and dug up the plates, their pursuit of Travis would in no way be furthered by that discovery. Nevertheless, Gavin tore off a few stems of sage and used the foliage to brush away anything that looked like a boot impression. In the backwash of the flashlight, Jessie smiled. "You really love him, don't you?"
"Woman, I love you, I love him, I love the dogs, I love me, I love life, and I hate the people who think we're just part of the great unwashed who need to be taught some manners."
"Give me a kiss," she said.
"What? Here?"
"If it's too public for you, I'll turn out the light," which she did. He kissed her, and she kissed back, and he said,
"I've been wondering how Elizabeth Hafner kisses. She's got the mojo."
So does Orlando Gibbons. As dawn broke, with the boy snoring and the dogs whimpering in their dreams of rabbit chasing, Gavin drove over one last rugged hill and up a slope onto a lonely stretch of Highway 76. He switched on the headlights again and headed southeast toward Lake Henshaw, and then Borrego Valley, which was surrounded by Anza Borrego Desert State Park, there to take refuge with one who called himself a walking nut bar. 12. And in the vast wasteland were bones, those of wild burros and of coyotes that had strayed too far from hospitable terrain, bleached to the white of salt and pitted by weather. Also, the centuries-old bones of men and women in unmarked ancient graves, or massed in as yet undiscovered caves where barbaric slaughter had occurred, and as previously in such caves, the bones of children, too, with caved-in skulls. Behind the wheel of the Explorer Sport, Jane said, "Something else I remember you saying. Now, is it true or is it not?" Hendrickson finished the line, "that what is which, and which is what." "Is that also Milne?"
"The first Winnie book, a poem called Lines Written by a Bear of Very Little Brain."
"It means something special to you?" He stared at the ribbon of highway, which seemed to pull them along with it, as it was raveled onto some distant spool. After a minute, he said, "What is which, but which is what? Those are these, but these are those. Who is what, but what is who?"
"That's the way the world is, you weak, ignorant boy. People aren't ever who they seem to be, and nothing they say means what it seems to mean. Nothing is only what it is. If you want to survive, you pathetic little shit, you damn well better understand. You better learn the need to be strong like me, learn to crush anyone who gets in your way. Don't be like your worthless dick of a father. Go down the hole and learn, boy. Down the hole you go. Down the hole!
He sat, trembling, sheathed in sweat. To the east, the naval weapons station at China Lake, and to the west, the beginning of the Inyo National Forest and rising ranks of pinyon pines. High overhead, an unusually large flock of common ravens with wingspans over 4 feet glided without the need to oar the air. Jane was reminded of an Indian legend that told of the ravens that had pulled the first light of the world into the sky with their beaks. It was said that one day they would appear in great numbers long before sunset and pull into the world the final and everlasting darkness. This seemed as if it might be the day for that, but the only blackness in the blue was the flock itself, which winged onward, each member an indecipherable cryptograph sent into flight by a creation that teased with meaning but held tightly its secrets. She said, "Booth, when I snap my fingers, you will forget we ever had a conversation about Milne and the Pooh books. You will forget my questions and what you said in answer to them. The most recent thing we spoke about was Mozart. Do you understand?"
Yes.
She took one hand from the wheel and snapped her fingers. Although time would pass before his perspiration dried, his tremors ceased. The anxiety faded from his face. He relaxed in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, as though his mind traveled the byways of a daydream. Jane couldn't imagine what phantasms and contrivances his reverie might contain, but she suspected that it was of such a character that the ravens of the everlasting night were a part of it, and that in the shadows of its twisting streets there would be a maternal figure who had programmed him long before the nanomachine control mechanism had been invented. 13. The small town of Borrego Springs, in the Borrego Valley, in San Diego County, surrounded by 600,000 acres of the Anza Borrego Desert State Park, was not one of the top 20 tourist attractions in California. Most of those who vacationed there were campers, and even those who stayed in the town's motels and motor inns were drawn by activities related to the desert. A week from now, perhaps sooner, the largest crowd of the year would arrive to witness the spring flowering of the desert, when thousands of acres blazed with intricate configurations of blooming annuals, red poppies, zinnia in many hues, deep purple gentians, and a rich variety of wildflowers that transformed the stark meadows and spread into the distance like some immense random-pattern Persian carpet woven by artisans in a state of euphoria. Gavin and Jessie's destination wasn't within the town limits, but farther down valley, off County Road S22. 2 unpaved ruts with a stubble of dead weeds between them served as a driveway to the 5-acre property. The single-story pale blue stucco house, in need of paint, stood in a grove of ragged queen palms, under a white metal roof, surrounded by a yard of pea gravel and specimen cacti. Cement block steps led to a front porch barren of furniture. Cornell Jasperson, owner of the property, didn't live in the house. No one lived there, though it was fully furnished. Cornell's residence was 100 yards behind the house, in a subterranean structure with thick steel-reinforced concrete walls and ceiling, which he'd designed and built without obtaining permits, perhaps by greasing a lot of palms, he would not say, and by using his connection to import Philippine workers who'd lived in trailers on site, never went into town, and spoke only Tagalog. The structure was buried under 4 feet of earth and beyond detection, known only to Cornell, Gavin, and 12 newly rich Philippine workers who had returned home years earlier, telling stories prepared for them, stories regarding what it was like to spend a year working 12-hour days in Utah, helping to build a mansion for a wealthy eccentric named John Beresford Tipton. Of connections, Cornell had many, the least powerful being his cousin, his mother's sister's son, Gavin Washington.
Born out of wedlock, Cornell had never known his father. His mother, Shamira, had been a drug addict and sometimes prostitute, who named him after the man who, by her best judgment, was her co-conceiver. Shamira and her family disowned each other when she was 16. She died of a drug overdose 20 years later when Cornell was just 18. No one in the family even knew of his existence. By the time he was 24, from the proceeds of 10 apps of his creation, he had been worth more than $300 million. The rapid accumulation of wealth, in his words, scared the bejesus out of him. By his reckoning, something was out of whack when a walking nut bar like me can go from a net worth of $10 to $300 million in 4 years. His success had convinced him that current society was a mouse of cards and that he needed to bunker down and ride out the coming apocageddon. Cornell's description of himself as a nut bar was too harsh by far. He had been diagnosed variously as suffering from Asperger's disorder and different degrees of autism, among other things, and some people whose education came from movies called him an idiot savant, though his IQ was exceptional. It could be said with certainty only that Cornell was eccentric, but most likely harmless. Gavin drove around the house, following the ruts that led past the yard of pea gravel and ended in a turnaround in front of a barn, standing between the house and the undetectable bunker that was buried under 4 feet of earth. The barn looked as though it might collapse if sneezed on. Sun, wind, and rain had weathered the unpainted wood into a palette of grays. The structure's north and south walls were concave, and the whole thing canted to the west under a rust-streaked metal roof.
"Does he have horses?"
Travis asked from the back seat. "No," Gavin said. "He wouldn't know what to do with a horse."
"Does he have dogs?"
"No, he wouldn't trust himself to take care of one properly."
"Does he have chickens?"
Jessie asked, mischievously, as if likewise possessed by the curiosity of a 5-year-old.
"Does he have pigs and sheep?"
Gavin pinched Jessie's earlobe affectionately and said to Travis, "He lives here all by himself. No animals, no other people."
"That's sad," the boy said.
"Not as far as Cornell's concerned. This is exactly the way he wants things." Although Cornell had no one after his mother died, he'd made no effort to be taken into the fold of his family. Instead, years later, when he was wealthy, he quietly researched his relatives and chose one of them, Gavin, to whom he felt comfortable reaching out. Even though the two of them lived but a couple hours from each other, and though Cornell had once suggested that he'd settled here for just that reason, Gavin was welcome to visit no more than once a month. He didn't know why Cornell favored him, and no other. If he bluntly asked why, he wouldn't get an answer. He might even be put on the not welcome list for his temerity. The only way that Cornell talked about personal matters was at his election and indirectly. Gavin put down the windows and switched off the engine and said, "I'll go in alone and have a little chat with him. See if he wants to say hello."
"Does he have cows?"
Jessie asked. From the back seat, Travis said,
"Cows would be cool."
Gavin sighed. "The depth of my patience amazes me." He got out of the Land Rover and went to the man-sized door in the barn, which was adjacent to the larger double doors that would have admitted a tractor pulling a hay wagon if they had still functioned. He didn't bother trying the door or knocking. Cornell was alerted electronically the moment any vehicle drove onto his property, and concealed in the knotholes of the weather-grayed siding were cameras by which he was even now studying his visitor, assuming he was here rather than in his bunker. Although the door appeared flimsy, with corroded hinges and a simple gravity latch, it was solid and equipped with an electronic lock that Cornell could engage or release from a control panel in the main room. A buzz, a clunk, and the door swung open. Gavin stepped into a 5-foot square unfurnished vestibule with white walls.
Directly ahead, a metal door. Above the door, a camera. The outer door closed. The inner one opened. He stepped into the main room, and the second door swung shut behind him. The truth of the building was not the dilapidated barn that enclosed it like a shell. The one and only room, other than the vestibule and a small water closet, was this 40-foot square space with a 12-foot ceiling. The barn was anchored to this solidly constructed building that stood within it. Here, Cornell passed most days, retreating at night to the bunker, which Gavin had never seen, and to which this place was connected by a hidden underground passageway. Bookshelves entirely lined 3 walls and part of the 4th, almost 1,300 linear feet of shelving. There didn't appear to be room left for a single new volume. Along the portion of the 4th wall not devoted to books, there were the door through which Gavin had entered and the door to the water closet, as well as a kitchenette with cupboard, counter space, a double sink, 2 big refrigerators, 2 microwaves, and an oven. On the concrete floor were 4 area carpets, on which stood an amazing variety of chairs and recliners, no 2 pieces of the same style or period, in configurations that made sense only to Cornell. Each seating option was served by a matching footstool and a side table with either a lamp or a floor lamp. The light filtered through either stained glass or blown glass, or colored and cut crystal, or pleated silk, or treated parchment. Every lamp glowed, so Cornell was able to move, at any moment, from one chair to another and continue reading without interruption. The many lamps cast mostly soft pools of amber or rose light, but also 2 blue pools and 2 green, in a large room that remained shadowed in many places. Although there was nothing in this windowless space that Gavin had not seen elsewhere and often, the effect was otherworldly, as if this were not a building, but instead a capsule untethered from the known world, adrift in time, where the readers of these books were hobbits or creatures equally quaint. For all its strangeness, the big room was cozy, welcoming, even as it was magical and richly bejeweled by the lamps. The one and only reader who ever placed a bookmark between any 2 of these millions of pages looked entirely human, although his appearance had changed since Gavin's most recent visit. Cornell Jasperson, 6'9", more than half a foot taller than his cousin, stood beside a wing-back armchair in a circle of 4 mismatched armchairs that faced one another. Milk chocolate brown rather than black, he was a long-boned, knob-jointed scarecrow with enormous hands, whose body suggested menace and a knowledge of violence that qualified him for a role in movies that featured lonely places where the silence of the night was broken by the roar of a chainsaw. His face seemed misplaced on that body, round and smooth and sweet, with dark eyes that radiated intelligence and kindness, a countenance that might have gotten him cast to play Jesus. All of that was Cornell, as Gavin had long known him, but never before had the man's head been as smooth and hairless as an egg. Gavin stopped 3 feet from his kin, and neither attempted to hug him nor offered to shake hands. Cornell could tolerate being touched, but the experience always took a toll on him. Years earlier, to avoid a lifelong need to see a dentist and be touched by one, Cornell had gone through 2 lengthy appointments with an understanding periodontist, in the first of which, under anesthesia, he had all his teeth pulled and titanium posts embedded in his jawbones. After a few months of healing, during a subsequent appointment, his new teeth were installed permanently over the titanium posts. Goodbye decay, goodbye gum disease, goodbye regular teeth cleaning.
"What happened to the dreadlocks?"
Gavin asked now. Cornell's voice matched his face, not his body.
"In a book I was reading, There was a mention of Mr. Bob Marley being dead. He's been dead a long time. I didn't know. Convey my condolences to the family, please and thank you. So I would wake up in the middle of the night and think of Mr. Bob Marley lying in a coffin, and it felt like I was wearing a dead man's hair, so I shaved it off. Does that sound odd to you? Yes, it does, Gavin said. Cornell nodded. I thought it would. You didn't grow the dreadlocks because of Bob Marley. No, that's right. I didn't. So you could have kept them. No, not once I knew he was dead. Cornell had heard only one Bob Marley song and had been badly affected by it. Reggae made him feel as if ants were crawling over every square inch of his body. He listened to orchestral pieces, preferably with a lot of strings, but mostly to Mr. Paul Simon, whose voice sounds like it belongs to a friend I've always known. Remember I told you the day might come when Jessie and I needed to stay for some time in the little blue house out there? And I said, okay, sure, no skin off my rose. You did, and I'm grateful for that. Gavin never knew if his cousin's occasional malapropisms were unintentional or for some reason amused him. Maybe he meant to say nose and it just came out rose, though there was a twinkle in his eye that suggested he was playing some sly game. Whatever the case, Gavin never corrected him. Well, it's that time, Cornell, and I need to explain a little, so you'll have some idea what you're getting into. Can we sit down to talk, please and thank you? Of course. Patting the back of the chair beside which he stood, Cornell said, This is my chair right now. He indicated the other 3 armchairs in the circle. You can sit in any of those. And if you can't decide, I can pick one for you. I'll take the leather club chair. That's a good one. That's a fine chair. As he folded into the wingback, Cornell seemed to have extra knee and elbow joints. He interlaced his fingers and propped his hands on his stomach and smiled. So is it the end of all things come round at last, like I told you it would? Not quite, Gavin said. 14. Because they are busy on one assignment after another in California, Nevada, and Arizona, Carter Jurgen and Radley DuBose live for the most part in hotels. They are highly valued by their Arcadian superiors. They are technically, if not actually, agents of the National Security Agency, Homeland Security, the FBI, the CIA, and the Environmental Protection Agency, collecting 5 salaries and accumulating 5 pensions, with special status emblazoned across the top of their various photo IDs. Because of that special status, and the fact that their expenses are divided among 5 agencies, considering also that a cleverly jiggled accounting program channels 30% of their combined expenditures onto the books of the Department of Education and the Department of Energy under the heading Office Supplies, they can be confident that the government will pay for transportation, accommodations, dining, and incidentals of the highest quality. During the Shukla operation and one that came before it, and now that the Washington matter has been assigned to them, they have 2 ocean view rooms at the Ritz-Carlton Laguna Niguel, which isn't in Laguna Niguel, as its name would imply, but in Dana Point. Laguna Niguel just sounds classier. After the fiasco in the desert, Jurgen and DuBose had been airlifted out to Capistrano Beach and driven from there to the hotel. They had gone to bed at 3:30 a.m. Exhausted, Jurgen intends to sleep at least until noon. His room phone rings at 7:15. When he doesn't answer it, the smartphone in the charger on the nightstand rings. When he fails to answer that, his room phone rings again, and he ignores it. He has almost drifted back into a dream
when the room's ceiling light comes on and Radley DuBose says, "I know you Boston Brahmins need your beauty sleep, but you're already pretty boy enough. Get your ass in gear." Jurgen sits up in bed. "How the hell did you get in here?" "Are you serious? Have you forgotten who we are and what we do? Come on, partner. Every hour we delay, the colder the trail gets." "There is no trail." "There's always one. We get the Washingtons and the kid, or we have a black mark by our names in the big book of the Revolution." "I haven't showered yet." "You have 5 minutes." "I can't shower in 5 minutes." "Then I'll carry you into the bathroom, turn on the water, and soap you down myself." Throwing back the covers, getting out of bed, Jurgen says, "You're just asshole enough to do it." "I'm more than asshole enough. Hey, fancy pajamas. Stuff a sock in it." 4 minutes, says DuBose. 15. In the club chair, enveloped by rose-colored light, Gavin noticed a hardcover copy of Black Orchids, a Nero Wolfe mystery by Rex Stout. There seemed to be a different Nero Wolfe novel on each table in the circle of armchairs, each with a bookmark inserted one place or another. Seeing his cousin's interest, Cornell said, "I recently read the works of the philosopher Immanuel Kant. I needed relief. Have you read the Nero Wolfe mysteries?" "I've not had the chance, I'm afraid," Gavin said. "I've read all the Nero Wolfes before," said Cornell, "but they bear rereading. Immanuel Kant, not so much." Having made his fortune and been terrified by the size of it and the ease with which it had been earned, being himself disengaged from life as most people knew it, Cornell had decided to spend his remaining years, whether or not the world ended, reading about life as others had written of it. "Do you still avoid the news?" Gavin asked. "No newspaper, no magazines, no radio. The one TV, and I only turn it on for a minute, every day, just to see if transmissions are still occurring. If they are, the end times have not arrived, though what little glimpses I get of the current programs assure me that my prediction of societal collapse is correct. I'm prepared to wait out 30 months of barbarism between civilizations." Like the small blue house at the front of the property, the big room inside the barn and the underground bunker were connected to the public power supply. If society collapsed as Cornell anticipated, he could switch to a generator housed in a subterranean vault and powered by propane drawn from an immense tank buried nearby. According to his calculations, there was enough propane to operate the bunker and the barn for 14 months, because both were so well insulated that they needed little heating or cooling. If he retreated to the bunker and didn't use the barn room, he could ride out a crisis lasting 30 months. "I estimate," he said, as he'd said before, "there's a 46% chance a new society will arise from the disintegration of the current one, but if after 30 months the public utilities aren't operative, they won't be restored in my lifetime, if ever." "Then what?" Gavin asked, as he had asked before. "Then, the inevitable," said Cornell, as he always said. He smiled. "So you're coming to stay in my little blue house?" "You need to understand the risk of taking us in. The coming collapse is the ultimate risk. Nevertheless, you need to know a few things. Jesse and I did a favor for a friend who's wanted by the FBI. A criminal? A righteous fugitive. Cornell raised one hand to stop Gavin. "Give me a thumbsnail version, please and thank you. After the Nero Wolfe stories, I want to read everything written by Mr. Henry James. I liked The Turn of the Screw. Very turny, very screwy. And he was a busy author. He published more than 120 books in his lifetime, far more than you."
Some snail, then, it is, Gavin said. Our friend is wanted by the FBI and some really bad people. She's a widow. Convey my condolences, please and thank you.
I will, Gavin promised.
Anyway, she's afraid the people who want to kill her would also kill her son, so she hid him with us. I would feel safe to be hidden with you, Cornell said, but I feel even safer in my bunker. No offense intended.
None taken.
Anyway, the worst happened, and some people came after us, and last night we got out of the house just in time, went overland and lost them. Now we've got to lie low. I know about lying low. Sometimes people have to lie low in the Nero Wolfe stories, also in those of Mr. Dashiell Hammett, and even in those of Mr. Charles Dickens. I think in particular of the escaped prisoner, Magwitch, at the beginning of Great Expectations.
Gavin leaned forward in his chair.
This is real life now, Cornell. Real bad people. A real threat. Not a story by Dickens or Dashiell Hammett. There's no meaningful difference, cousin. I think Plato might agree, except he's dead. My condolences. When I return to reading fiction, which I hope to do in just a minute or two, please and thank you, it is my real life. Now you stay in my little blue house and lie low and don't worry about me.
He accordioned up from his chair, all the pleats of his long legs and arms opening out, drawing in a deep breath in the rising, as if he might issue a squeeze-box sound. But he only sighed and said,
You already have the key to the house.
Yes. Thank you, Cornell.
Say no more. Say no more.
He put his large hands over his ears.
Say no more.
16. They take breakfast in the hotel coffee shop, which is bright and airy and elegantly appointed. The U-shaped booth is large enough for 6, and Dubose sits at the deepest point of it, his back to the wall, so that no one, not even the waitress, can see the screen of his laptop. The computer on the table offends Carter Jurgen, but he doesn't complain. If he speaks up every time Dubose does something uncouth or vulgar, he will have laryngitis by noon. As he enjoys a bowl of mixed berries and clotted cream with brown sugar, Jurgen considers the mystery, not for the first time, of why his and Dubose's partnership is so successful. They rarely experience a debacle like that of the previous night. Regardless of the intensity or duration of his deliberations on this issue, Jurgen arrives always at the same conclusion, as he does now again. The very fact that he and Dubose have little in common is a considerable advantage. Just as opposites attract each other into marriage, so opposites, when paired as agents, with a license to kill, and worse, can each bring a unique perspective to any case. The problem with this explanation is that from it one must infer that, separately, each of them is in some sense an incomplete or at least unfinished person. Carter Jurgen believes himself to be complete, finished, as well-rounded as a droplet of water floating in a zero-gravity environment. In fact, he knows that he is both complete and complex, yet no other explanation occurs to him. Using the rootkits that the NSA has secretly installed in the computer networks of the major banks with which Gavin and Jessica Washington have credit cards, Dubose checks to see if they have charged anything since the unfortunate episode the previous night. They're probably too smart to make such an error, but sometimes bright and savvy people do dumb things. While he works on the laptop, Radley Dubose eats bacon with his fingers. He smacks his lips as if the fullest enjoyment of the meat requires loud, gustatory noises. Occasionally he pauses between one slice of bacon and the next to suck on the thumb and forefinger with which he held the meat,
to ensure that no dab of grease will escape his consumption. Jurgen finds some consolation that Dubose uses a fork to eat his cheese omelet rather than resorting again to his fingers or putting his face right down in the food. "They haven't used a credit card," Dubose says. "Let's see if the plates on the rover were scanned anywhere since last night." The manner in which Dubose eats is no more mortifying than the fact that, in addition to the bacon that comes with his omelet, he has requested 4 additional orders, 12 slices, which have been served in an obscene pile on a separate plate. When the waitress put down that mess of pork fat, she made some comment to the effect that he must be hungry, whereupon the inimitable West Virginian winked at her lasciviously and said, "Darlin', I'm a man of voracious appetites." As if the Ritz-Carlton was the most natural place in the world to respond to an attractive woman with vulgarity. The Ritz-Carlton. Working in the NSA's archives of scanned plates, Dubose sets up time parameters and enters the license number of the Land Rover, but no police car or other government vehicle equipped with 360-degree plate scanning capability has transmitted those tags in the past 12 hours. Confounded, the big man leans back in the booth, his forehead corrugating as he contemplates his next step. And, of course, he must have another strip of bacon to grease the wheels of his mind. As Jurgen listens to the lip-smacking, he considers commenting to the effect that, until this moment, he hasn't realized Dubose indulges in cannibalism. But there's no point in getting snarky. Dubose is incapable of embarrassment. Besides, he'll only come back with some retort about Boston Brahmins or prep school or Harvard or the Hasty Pudding Club that he imagines to be witty. Dubose says, "We know from the car she had to abandon in Texas. Hawk has a sophisticated source for forged plates. They show up as a legitimate registration in state files." Having finished his berries, Carter Jurgen blots his lips with the satisfyingly substantial cloth napkin. Before picking up his cup of tea, he says, "Perhaps she gave the Washingtons a set of plates, complete with registration papers in another name, so if they ever had to go on the run, they could swap them out for the real plates." "Great minds think alike," Dubose says, "and so do yours and mine." But if we don't have those plate numbers or the phony name in which she registered the Land Rover, we're still nowhere. The big man picks up 2 slices of bacon, folds the double thickness into his mouth in one wad, and works his brute jaws as though he is enjoying a chaw of tobacco. After he swallows, he says, "Maybe I have an idea." 17. Near Coso Junction, Jane pulled off U.S. Highway 395 and into a rest area with public lavatories. Hers was the only vehicle in the lot. The naked blue sky at the start of their journey had taken on a more modest aspect as they'd come north. Now it was a monkish gray to every horizon, looming low, with some last spell of winter weather pending. As if the flock she'd seen earlier had reckoned her route and come ahead to wait for her, 9 ravens perched at regular intervals on a power line. She cut the zip ties off Booth Hendrickson and let him use the men's room. She went with him and waited while he washed his hands, and she walked him back to the Explorer. She zip-tied him again, wrist to wrist, and through the belt as before. Sufficiently confident of her control, she left him alone in the SUV. As she walked to the women's facilities, the 9 ravens sat solemn and portentous on the wire, gazing down at her, working their long gray beaks in a mute chorus. When she returned, Hendrickson sat exactly as she had left him, as docile as a good dog, but not as engaged. He spoke only if spoken to, and seemed to be slowly drifting away into an internal landscape from which he might at some point fail to return. She was convinced that his condition had far less to do with a malfunctioning control mechanism than with a psychological withdrawal or disintegration. They continued through the northwest corner of the Mojave, passing out of it at Owens Lake. By the time they reached Lone Pine, where she stopped for fuel and food, they were at an elevation of 3,700 feet, and headed toward a different world, with the Sierra Nevada to the west and the Inyo National Forest on both sides. At a diner, she bought takeout, 4 cheeseburgers and 2 Diet Cokes. Hendrickson didn't want any food, but she cut his zip ties again and ordered him to eat, and so he did. The day had grown colder. She kept the engine running while they ate, for heat and music. Arthur Rubinstein playing Beethoven, Sonata No. 21 in C major, Opus 53. This time, she didn't secure his hands. He was drained of all potential for independent action and seemed to be a shell of a man. They returned to the highway with Beethoven's Sonata No. 18 in E-flat major, Opus 31, No. 3, and as they continued north, she found herself wanting only Rubinstein, arguably the greatest pianist who ever lived. It was said that the composer Franz Liszt might have been greater, although he lived before recordings could be made. She understood why only Rubinstein would suit her now. Her destination was a place of such evil that perhaps even if she came back alive, she would come back changed, in some way diminished by the experience. Although she was a pianist of much less talent than Rubinstein, she was able to hear the pure joy with which he played, to feel the joy with which he embraced life, and she wanted to have as much of his music as she could in these last few hours before Tahoe, while she could still be so profoundly moved by it. As the highway led steadily into higher elevations, the sky descended and the sun receded so that its position could not be discerned behind the uniform gray shroud. A breeze rose, harrying shapes of dust and chaff across the road, stitching the air with dead pine needles. An hour past Lone Pine, as they were approaching Bishop, an electronic highway sign advised that, due to weather conditions ahead, California Highway Patrol required that all vehicles bound for Mammoth Lakes and points north must apply tire chains. She stopped at a service station and bought plastic chains, and was third in line to have them installed. Hendrickson had closed his eyes. He seemed to be sleeping. His lips moved as if he were forming words, but no sound escaped him. After the chains were in place, she pulled the SUV aside, but didn't at once return to the highway. Before beginning the final long leg of the trip, she intended to place a quick call to Gavin and Jessica, which was when she learned that her burner phone had lost its charge. In almost 3 months, she had only twice before become so overwhelmed by events that she'd forgotten to keep the cell phone charged. She felt derelict, though the sudden worry that overcame her was excessive, a superstitious response to a simple oversight. Travis would not be taken from her just because she had let the phone go dead. He was safe with Gavin and Jessie. He was happy and safe with his pony and the German shepherds. The charging station was already plugged into the dashboard port, nestled in a cup holder. She fitted the cell phone to it. Depending on weather conditions, she would stop to make the call at either Mammoth Lakes or, farther on, at the tiny town of Lee Vining. Rubinstein was playing Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1 in B-flat minor, Opus 23, with the Minneapolis Symphony Orchestra. Eyes still closed, Hendrickson whispered, "Heads inside heads, eyes inside eyes." 18. From the restaurant, they return to Dubos's room, where he sits at a small table by an ocean view window to work on the laptop, while Jurgen sits across from him, waiting to hear what idea has managed to fire from synapse to synapse in that bacon-fogged brain.
Last night, both those chopper jockeys said the Land Rover was last seen heading what direction?
Southwest, Jurgen says.
Southwest.
Dubose agrees. Let's have a look at Google Maps.
Jurgen doesn't want to move his chair around the table and snug it up against Dubow's in order to see the screen. He'd feel like a little boy watching Daddy do important things. He stares out at the sparkling Pacific and listens to his partner walk him through it. This is how it progresses. First, Gavin Washington will know what unparalleled resources are available to his pursuers and will suspect he has little time to go to ground before every police car in the state will be on the lookout for a vintage white Land Rover with his plate number. So assume he has a set of forged plates and uses them. The vehicle still is what it is. He remains at risk. This Google map, now that Google map. All right. If Washington doesn't drastically change direction when out of sight of the helo crew, he powers through the wilds of the Cleveland National Forest, heading for the county line. He probably crosses over into San Diego County, somewhere between Duluth and Fallbrook, no longer in the National Forest, but in a decidedly rural area. The first paved road he comes to is a county highway, S13, a 2-lane blacktop. An offshoot of S13 connects with Interstate 15, but he's going to avoid such a heavily patrolled major highway, even in the quiet hours just after dawn. He's going to stay as long as possible on tertiary roads, where he's least likely to cross the path of a cop. He can stay on S13 past Camp Pendleton, the Marine Corps facility that occupies a big piece of the coast, and then follow a series of county roads that can take him south and east to the international crossing at Tecate.
He won't try crossing at Tijuana, says Dubow's. He's just too hot for that.
All of Mexico is too hot for him, Jurgen says. He and that legless bitch have guns, remember? They won't risk going into Mexico with weapons and wind up being held for ransom by some corrupt federales.
Exactly right,
Dubois says, as if he's already thought of the gun problem. So the fugitive's options narrow down like this. First, he's going to want to stay away from major population centers until he has a chance to repaint the Land Rover to make it match whatever color is specified on the forged registration, after which he will be less likely to draw police attention, which means that he must have some relatively secluded location where this can be done. He will most likely go inland, into San Diego County's least populated territory, and there's a lot of it. He might make his way south on S13 and then switch to the first eastbound route, which is State Highway 76, a more significant road than S13, though still tertiary. Because S13 follows the east perimeter of Camp Pendleton, there will be military-based security cameras at points along that length of the highway. Jurgen fetches his laptop from his room, returns with it, and plugs it in. He slips into the NSA's massive data trove through a back door with which Arcadians in the agency have provided him. He summons archived video from Pendleton's S13 cameras during the early hours of this morning. He fast-forwards in search of a southbound vintage Land Rover. Meanwhile, Dubois is considering State Highway 76, which passes through some lonely territory to the east. He soon finds 2 points of interest along that route. 19. The little blue stucco house was as humble inside as out. During the building of the bunker and associated structures, Cornell lived here, overseeing the Filipinos, whose language he'd learned. In addition to his talent for devising hugely popular apps, he had a talent for languages. He spoke 6 fluently. The living room, study, 1 of 2 bedrooms, and kitchen were furnished with discount warehouse goods that were mismatched but serviceable.
"It sure is dusty,"
Travis said, as he followed Gavin and Jessie through the house, while the dogs explored on their own with the usual canine curiosity.
He never comes here anymore, Gavin said. Every month, when I visit, I check the place, make sure there aren't plumbing problems, water leaks, confirm that all the appliances are working. But I never have time to do much house cleaning.
Or inclination, Jessie said. She wiped a finger across a kitchen counter and held it up to reveal a beard of dust.
We can have it tidy in no time, Gavin said. "We'll tie rags to the dogs' tails. And this boy here, why, we can work him till he drops, while we sit on the porch with glasses of iced tea."
"That's bourgeois for sure," Travis said.
20. Sequined with sunshine, the sea glimmers to shore in rhythmic waves and breaks on the alabaster beach in boas of sparkling foam, while on this side of the window, Carter Jurgen fast-forwards through video of the county road along the eastern flank of Camp Pendleton, until he freezes an image in early light. Got him. Right here it is. The same freaking Land Rover. I'll be damned if it isn't. Of course it is, Dubose says. He doesn't bother to look when Jurgen turns the laptop toward him, as though his theory of Gavin Washington's actions could not possibly be proven wrong, as though Jurgen has been given make work to keep him busy while Dubose does the heavy thinking. "Meanwhile," Dubose says, "I've been studying State Highway 76. If he's got some private place, some rural hidey-hole he's headed for, that's the route he's most likely to take. You'll find 2 cameras at the junction of 76 and County Highway 16, at the town of Pala." Pala? I never heard of Pala. It's a little pissant town, but they have one of the early California missions there, and it's been restored. It's considered worth surveilling the intersection there to have after-the-fact evidence in case of terrorism. I don't know why. All the missions are of historic value, Jurgen says. Petrified dinosaur dung is of historic value, but we don't keep a camera on every pile of it. Jurgen is appalled. But it's not the first time a statement by Dubose has appalled him. Well, ISIS and all those off-with-your-head types love to destroy historic buildings and erase the past. What matters to me is the now, Dubose opines. I live in the now. Anyway, check out those Pala cameras. They'll be in the NSA archives, too. See if the rover went by there within maybe half an hour of when it should have turned off S-13. Jurgen needs 10 minutes to retrieve an image of the Land Rover passing the junction of State Highway 76 and County Highway S-16. This kind of catch always thrills him. It's like magic. Got him, he declares. Of course you do, says Dubose, again ignoring Jurgen's laptop to focus on what he's doing on his own. Now, about 14 miles past Pala, County Highway 6 turns north off Highway 76 to the even tinier pissant town of Palomar Mountain. 2 low-profile cameras at the junction, because of Palomar Observatory. Again, don't ask me why. They have the 200-inch Hale telescope, Jurgen says. It's an important national asset. They study the stars, the universe. The stars haven't changed in, several million centuries. Says here Palomar opened in the 1930s. If they need so many years to study what never changes, then some of these guys are sitting around up there smoking weed and jerking off. Sometimes it seems as if perhaps Dubose says things he doesn't really believe, just to see if he can get Jurgen to pop a cork. But Jurgen tries his best not to respond in a way that will give the hillbilly hulk satisfaction. Without responding, he seeks out the archived video from the cameras at the highway junction south of Palomar. 21. The cleaning supplies under the kitchen sink were a few years old, but still effective. While Jessie and Travis set about giving the kitchen a preliminary scrub, Gavin went through the connecting door into the single-stall garage and turned on the light. Cornell had abandoned his Honda 4 years earlier when he moved into his secret residence to read through Apocageddon. Since then, he'd come out only once a week to get his mail. When Gavin visited, Cornell gave him the paid bills to post. Cornell no longer drove anywhere. In spite of his millions, he had purchased the car used. Though 12 years old, its odometer registered only 47,566 miles. According to Cornell, he'd driven less than 2,000 of those,
traveling in and out of Borrego Springs to shop at Center Market and Desert Pantry during the construction of his end-of-the-world bunker. He didn't like to drive. He felt the speed at which an automobile could travel was deeply unnatural. On his once-a-month visits, Gavin had looked after the Honda, keeping it in good running order, against the day when his cousin might decide that society wasn't going to collapse after all. Ever since he and Jessie had taken in Travis, he'd had another reason to take care of the sedan, so they could use it in a pinch. After he had driven the Honda out of the garage and parked it beside the house, the fullest recognition of what had happened hit him. He needed to sit for a while, in the yard, on the stump of an Indian laurel that had been cut down ages ago, in the shade of the palm trees planted later. If their comfortable life wasn't gone forever, it was gone for at least as long as Jane's crusade lasted, and perhaps longer. If she failed, their lives would not only be less comfortable, but would unspool day after day in an atmosphere of tension, even dread. Of course, if Jane failed, not just he and Jessie, but most of the country, in time, most of the world, would fall into a darkness without exit. 3 months earlier, he would not have found credible the notion of a future in which an elite class with unprecedented power ruled a fearful population, some enslaved by nanoimplants, others intimidated into obedience by the millions who were thus programmed. Those millions could, in minutes, be transformed from your friendly neighbors into ruthless killers who would slaughter anyone identified as a rebel, including their own parents, even their own children. Now, he was finding it difficult to believe that such a future would not happen. By comparison, an army of the walking dead would be a feeble force. He and Jessie had believed enough in the need to defend freedom that they'd given years of their lives, and Jessie her legs, to the fight. They were grateful for each other, for their life after war. To have it upended now seemed almost too much to endure. Not that they would fail to endure it. They were good at enduring. Adversity was the touchstone by which they proved their value to themselves. He knew what Jessie would say, because she had said it before. Nobody ever promised me that life would be a party. As long as I have you to laugh with and hope with, nothing can defeat me. He felt the same way. Nevertheless, when he got up from the tree stump, he turned in a circle, surveying the day, and he knew that everything that seemed so solid and eternal was in fact fragile. The bleached denim blue of the desert sky, the queen palms with their feathery pendant fronds, the great flatness of desert soon to be flowering all the way to the distant mountains. All of it might seem mundane, but it was, in truth, astonishing if you took the time to think about it, precious beyond any price, every place in the world a fantastic dream that had been given substance. But you could wake from it when you woke into death, or now into a life of nano-implant slavery. He pulled the Land Rover into the garage and closed the big tilt-up door. In a day or two, he would put together a simple spray booth from a little lumber and a lot of plastic sheeting and paint the Rover blue. Now, he went back into the house to shave his head. 22. Although Carter Jurgen is keen to get Travis Hawk and use the boy to bring the mother to her knees, he almost wishes that Dubose is proved wrong, that the cameras at the turnoff to the Palomar Observatory will not reveal the Land Rover. If the Washingtons have somehow pulled off a disappearing act between Pala and Palomar, what a pleasure it will be to see the West Virginia Yeti gape-mouthed and bewildered. But no, there it is, the target vehicle, motoring past Palomar.
About 12 miles farther, Dubose pontificates, Highway 76 terminates in Highway 79. From there,
Maybe they went south on 79. There are 2 low-profile cameras at Santa Isabel, related to the mission there, the Santa Isabel Asistencia. Check it out.
You could have been checking it out while I was reviewing the Palomar video, Jurgen observes, in as neutral a tone of voice as he can manage.
I'm thinking. I'm looking at the maps and thinking. Someone has to do the thinking, Dubose says.
After a while, Jurgen has a report to make. They should have passed through Santa Isabel maybe half an hour after Palomar. I've fast-forwarded through 90 minutes of video. No Land Rover. Have you been thinking? We need more thinking.
I never stop thinking, Dubose says. I wish we had a few more of these stupid missions in the area, but we don't. That's okay. I'm on it. Stand by.
Stand by?
I've got an idea shaping up, Dubose says.
The big man sits before his laptop, shoulders straight, head raised, chin jutting forward, his expression almost a parody of what a man might look like when he is full of virtuous purpose.
Damn if it doesn't seem as if he's trying to look like Dudley Do-Right.
23. The breeze died just before the clouds began to shed large pillowy flakes that spiraled in their descent, floating across the hood of the Explorer, streaming up the windshield without touching the glass, caught in the vehicle's slipstream. Like a cold smoke, snow at first eddied across the pavement, but then it began to stick. By the time that she reached the town of Lee Vining, Jane had to reduce speed, whereupon she needed the windshield wipers. The metronomic thump of the rubber blades and the monotone song of the tire chains hashed Rubinstein, so she switched off the music. She pulled off the road and stopped in the parking lot of a convenience store. When she picked up the disposable phone, which was now charged, Hendrickson rose out of his self-cast spell and regarded the instrument with interest. He met her eyes as she prepared to key in the number of the burner that she'd left with Gavin and Jessie. Then he looked down at the 12-button display. His eyes were not the slick white of hard-boiled eggs, as in her dream, but there seemed to be an unwholesome curiosity in them, as if, on some level, he knew that he should still be her enemy, even if he could not act against her. "Look away," she said, to be sure that he wouldn't see the number she meant to call. Instead, he met her eyes again. "Look away," she repeated. He turned his face to the window in the passenger door. Maybe because of the remoteness of this place, or because of the storm, she couldn't get service. She would have to try later, though they were heading into even more remote territory and worse weather. She might have to delay calling until she crossed the border into Nevada and reached Carson City. She drove back onto 395 in the wake of a highway department truck fitted with an enormous plow that skimmed the pavement. The rotating yellow beacons flung waves of light through the gray, alchemizing the falling snow into gold. Still gazing out the side window, Hendrickson said, "They'll find him." Find who? There was no note of triumph or animosity in his flat voice, only a somber statement of what he believed to be fact. "They'll find your son." As if she were a stringed instrument that fate was tuning for a performance, Jane felt something tighten in her chest. "What would you know about it?" "Not much. The boy wasn't my primary focus, but recently—" "Recently what?" "They doubled the number of searchers looking for him." "What else?" "You know something else. Tell me." "No, just that. Twice as many people chasing down leads." "They'll never find him," she said. "It's inevitable." Irrationally, she wanted to draw her pistol and whip the barrel across his face, but she had nothing to gain and much to lose by indulging that desire. There was nothing worse she could do to him than what she'd already done. As he faced forward again, she said, "What was your primary focus?" "Finding you." "How did that work out?" After a silence, he said, "I don't know yet." 24. Radley Dubos's idea is that if the Washingtons didn't go south on Highway 79, which the archived video from Santa Isabel confirms that they did not, then they must have gone north. Jurgen restrains himself from congratulating his partner on the brilliance of deducing the or in this either-or choice.
"But they wouldn't have gone far north on 79,
Dubose says, peering into his laptop screen as though into a crystal ball.
"because all that does is take them back to Orange County by a roundabout route. They weren't just out for a pleasure drive."
"Yes, I'm aware of that."
"But the only road that connects with the entire northern leg of 79 is County Highway 2.
Therefore,
They switched on to Highway 2. But that road goes south to the Mexican border, and I already figured out they won't try crossing the border with guns."
"Was it you who figured that out?" Jurgen asks. Dubose isn't listening closely enough to hear the subtle sarcasm in his partner's voice.
"However, Highway 2 doesn't just go south. It offers them a binary choice."
Another either-or to test the clever sleuth.
Just as Highway 2 takes a sharp turn south, it intersects with County Highway 22. So it's a damn good bet they took 22 east, which goes all the way across the Anza Borrego Desert to Salton City by the Salton Sea.
Salton City by the Salton Sea sounds like a song title, says Jurgen.
But if they wanted to go to the Salton Sea, they would have gone south on 79 to 78 to 86, because those were all much better roads than 22.
"All these numbers," Jurgen says, "are making my pretty head spin. So what is your conclusion?"
22 only leads 2 places. Salton City is at the end of it, and before that, Borrego Springs.
"Maybe we go to Borrego Springs and see what there is to see." Dubose looks up from his laptop.
"Didn't I just say that? It's 113 miles. We can be there in 2 hours.
Jurgen takes his laptop. Dubose leaves his in the room, and they go downstairs to the hotel's front entrance. The day is warm, and the palm trees tower majestically, and there are white gulls kiting high in the silence of the clear blue sky. The valet confirms that an hour earlier a gentleman named Harry Lime had delivered a vehicle for their use. It came on a flatbed truck. He declares that it is one of the most amazing vehicles any of the valets has ever seen. NSA personnel have replaced the 2 shotgunned tires, washed the Velociraptor, and waxed it. The truck looks fabulous. Dubose drives. 25. In a barren condition, Gavin's head wasn't nearly as smooth as that of his cousin. It had topography. He returned to the kitchen from the bathroom, frowning as he slid a hand over his naked skull.
"I've got a bumpy head."
"Probably from all the times I've had to knock some sense into you," Jessie said. Travis said,
"Uncle Gavin, you look like Vin Diesel."
"The Fast and Furious guy?"
"I guess you mean it as a compliment, but I'm not sure I'd have shaved off my hair if I'd known I've got a bumpy head." "Everyone's got a bumpy head," Jessie assured him. "That's why phrenologists have something to read when they read your head."
"Cornell's head is smooth as an egg."
"Well, that's not the only thing different about Cornell."
"I'm not sure what I'm going to look like with a beard."
"Hey, Aunt Jessie, the dogs are shedding a lot right now," Travis said. "We could save some dog hair and glue it to Uncle Gavin's chin."
"Now that's genius, Trav. We run that hand vac over Duke and Queenie, we'll have more than enough hair. We can glue it tonight. Get a preview of what my man will look like in a few weeks." The dogs had taken a special interest in Gavin, sniffing around his feet and up his pant legs, as though trying to determine if,
like Samson after Delilah, he'd lost something more when he'd lost his hair. To Jessie, he said, "We've got to go in town to food shop. So why don't you start your makeover now? Give me a chance to fire a little mockery back at you."
"Fire too much, and you'll have nothing for dinner but what the dogs get." After Jessie went into the bedroom, where they'd left their luggage, Travis said,
"We wiped off the whole kitchen, Uncle Gavin. Now we have to wipe out inside the cupboards. This here is Lysol water. It stinks."
"But it stinks good," Gavin said. "Why don't you start, and I'll come help in 5 minutes."
"Where are you going?"
"To hide, where you can't find me."
The boy grinned.
"I'll find you all right. Duke and Queenie with their noses, they'll find you all the way to Mars."
When Gavin went into the living room, he discovered that Jessie had anticipated him. She handed him the burner phone that Jane had given them. "This is gonna hit her hard, baby."
"Don't I know it?"
He took the disposable phone onto the front porch and closed the door behind him. He dreaded having to tell Jane, having to add to whatever hell she was currently dealing with, but he wanted to get this done. Apparently, she was, at the moment, somewhere that didn't have cell service. He couldn't reach her. 26. At Oceanside, Dubose exits Interstate 5 and enters State Highway 76, heading east. They have traveled perhaps 25 miles when he says, "There you go." "There I go what?" Juergen asks. Pointing through the windshield, Dubose says,
"That's County Highway 16 ahead on the left. The turnoff for Pala, the place you never heard of, where there's a restored mission. See that pole? The cameras are on top of that pole just like I told you they were. Low-profile cameras, so you hardly know they're up there."
He slows the velociraptor.
"It's exactly like I told you. And then you went to the video, and the rover had gone past, just like I said. That's when Jane Hawk's rampage began to come to an end, when the threat she posed began to unravel."
He sounds as though he must be rehearsing for his role in some documentary that the Techno-Arcadians will make, after their triumph, to glorify their ascendancy to total power. Dubose accelerates.
"About 14 miles ahead, on the left, is County Highway 6, which goes to Palomar Mountain. That's one more important milestone in the events leading up to the historic capture of Travis Hawk and the surrender of his mother."
Carter Juergen is feeling increasingly cranky about Dubose's guided tour of this historic journey.
"Yeah, well, nobody's captured anybody yet." "We'll get the little shit,"
Dubose assures him.
"I smell him."
"Fee-fi-fo-fum," Juergen says, wondering if that literary allusion might go over the head of a Princeton man. A short while later, Radley Dubose says,
"And there ahead is the turnoff to Palomar Mountain. 2 more low-profile cameras high on that pole, even now recording us as I race toward the endgame of this ugly business."
"Damn it," Juergen grieves.
"I should be driving." "Palomar Observatory," says Dubose, "has the 200-inch Hale telescope, an important national asset."
This is too much. Juergen reminds him of what he'd said earlier, where the astronomers sit around smoking weed and jerking off.
"Might very well be the case, my friend, but I'd advise you not to say such a thing publicly. You'll only be mocked and derided, and the powers that be will decide you are seriously unserious."
27. When Jane had left the makeover items, Jessie had doubted that anyone would fail to recognize her in such a getup. But regarding herself in the bathroom mirror, she admitted that, as usual, Mrs. Hawk had known what she was doing. She returned to the kitchen, her straight black hair pinned under a modified afro wig, which worked because her multi-ethnic heritage left her with a café au lait complexion, allowing that she might have a trace of Africa somewhere in her roots.
Her Irish-green eyes were hidden behind contacts that turned them brown.
Travis said, "Aunt Jessie, you look great this way, too."
"You do," Gavin agreed. "It's suddenly like my wife's out of town, and here's this total fox."
"Oh, baby, now that's just the kind of thing a foolish man says, thinking he'll score some points."
Gavin grimaced. "Heard myself saying it? Couldn't believe I was saying it. What I think happened is I was for a moment possessed by the spirit of a really stupid man."
They had come now to a moment that made Jessie uncomfortable, but she couldn't figure a way to get around it. They were going to leave Travis alone for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. He had 2 canisters of Sabre 5.0 pepper spray, of a strength used by law enforcement, which they'd trained him to use when he first came to live with them. He would have the dogs, who adored him and were vigilant and protective by breed and training. Although he was not yet 6, the boy was at least as responsible as the average 10-year-old. The house would be securely locked. It was broad daylight. Borrego Valley had virtually 0 crime, in part because more than a third of the population was over 65, and the median age was maybe 57, 58. In the years that the house had stood empty except for Gavin's monthly visits, there had never been a break-in or vandalism. Travis was arguably safer here than he would be with them, and yet Jessie worried. The plan was to shop for food and other necessities that would get them through a month. Even with their appearance altered, she and Gavin didn't want to be venturing into Borrego Springs on a regular basis. In a town that small, with a population of less than 4,000, new people would be noticed quickly, especially new black people, considering that the black population was about 1%. The less they showed themselves, the better. And if no one saw them with Travis, they wouldn't match any description of 2 fugitives with a child. They were regular folks, probably campers, RV types, visiting Borrego Springs for a few weeks. There was every reason to think they couldn't have been tracked to this relatively remote place. The traffic monitors and public space surveillance cameras that were ubiquitous in urban and even suburban areas, as well as on interstate highways and major state freeways, had not yet been installed on back roads, or in places as small and as out of the way as Borrego Springs. Nevertheless, if Gavin went shopping alone, there would be times when he would be distracted, and when both his hands would be occupied with one task or another. He would be vulnerable, and in their current circumstances, every moment of vulnerability was an invitation to death. At all times, one of them must have a hand on a gun. Jessie could do that by pushing the shopping cart that Gavin filled, keeping her pistol in her open purse. Although it might be unlikely that he would be spotted and pursued during his first visit to town, minimal prudence required that Jessie go with him and remain at all times aware of their surroundings. They were in a war now, and no one could fight a war alone. There was Cornell in his library, but poor Cornell, stressed by Gavin's recent visit, had asked him to leave, and would not have recovered enough to welcome the boy this soon. "You'll be okay here for 2 hours," she assured Travis, though it made her stomach turn to think of him here by himself. "I know," the boy said. "I'll be okay." "Don't answer the door if anyone knocks." "I won't." "Stay away from the windows." "I will, Aunt Jessie." "Nobody's going to break in, sweetie." "Okay. I know." "If someone does break in, which they won't, let the dogs deal with them." "All right. I will." "If the dogs can't deal with them, which they will, they'll tear 'em up all right, but if they can't, only then should you use the pepper spray." "I know how." "Once you've sprayed them in the face, run like hell, out of the house. Go to that barn door, sweetie. Cornell will know, and he'll let you in." She looked at Gavin. "Won't he let Travis in?" "Of course he will." She could tell from her husband's expression that he wasn't 100% certain what Cornell would do. "You'll hardly know we're gone, honey. We'll be back in no time." Travis sighed.
"I'm not a 2-year-old, Aunt Jessie."
She knelt and hugged him and said, "I love you, Trav."
"I love you too, Aunt Jessie."
She might have spent another 10 minutes reassuring the boy if Gavin hadn't said,
"Jess, you might not know this, but Bigfoot has never been seen in this area, and Godzilla is in Japan."
Jessie got to her feet. "You'll be fine, sweetie." The boy said,
"So will you."
Gavin saluted Travis.
"Hold the fort, Lieutenant. We'll be back with the beer at 1400.
"Holding the fort, sir,"
Travis replied, returning the salute. When they stepped onto the back porch, Travis engaged the deadbolt and waved at them through the dust-filmed window in the door, a hazy figure beyond the dirty glass, as if he were already fading out of their lives. 28. This was surely the last storm of the season, and a late one at that, but nature worked hard at it, as though she'd taken a dislike to spring and intended to double down on winter. In the absence of wind, the small flakes fell in skeins, layering veils across the face of the day, ramparts of evergreens, black in the hours-long twilight of the storm, stepped steeply up from the highway, obscured to such an extent that they looked less like masses of trees than like the bastions and battlements of castles. Jane was aware of Hendrickson staring at her from time to time. When she turned her head to meet his eyes, he at once, and almost shyly, looked away. Regarding his potential for violence, her estimation of him had proved correct. Neither had he made an attempt to escape, nor given any indication that he might be contemplating one. He remained as obedient as a machine, just as she had made him. The effort to keep the highway open had been joined by road graders fitted with plows. They moved through the whitewashed day like raw-boned prehistoric creatures with phosphorescent stares. Trucks followed the plows, spreading salt across the pavement. In spite of tire chains, or because it lacked them, a vehicle occasionally slid into a roadside ditch or into a snowbank, where it was either abandoned or attended to by a tow truck driver trying to free it. Hendrickson whispered, "The more it snows, the more it goes. The more it goes on snowing." And though he smiled wistfully, tears tracked down his cheeks. Jane suspected he was quoting from another poem he had learned in childhood, but she didn't ask. Beyond the fact of his being now one of the adjusted people, his condition was so grotesque, and his demeanor so disturbing, that she didn't want to be drawn further into his orbit than was necessary. She yearned for the company of her child. Instead, she found herself entangled with this strange man-child, whose tortured history included being both the victim of abuse and the vicious abuser of others. And his demonic potential was still within him, still there to be called forth by anyone who discovered he'd been injected with a control mechanism and who knew how to command him. At 1:10 p.m., about an hour and a half later than she expected, she arrived at U.S. Highway 50, a couple miles south of Carson City, and turned west toward Lake Tahoe. Ahead, at a highway department marshalling yard, road clearing equipment lined up to be refueled. She pulled off the highway, stopped, and made another attempt to call the Washingtons. When she picked up the burner phone, Hendrickson turned his head away without being told to do so. He covered his eyes with his hands, like a small child seeking approval by doing more than was asked of him. This time, she got service. Down there in Orange County, the phone rang. Showers of snow ticked against the windshield, and the midday dusk seemed to darken by the moment, and the phone rang. 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 There could be a good reason why neither Gavin nor Jessie took the call. It didn't necessarily mean trouble. There could be many good reasons. Nevertheless, when she terminated the call and returned the disposable phone to the cup holder, her palms were damp with sweat. 29. Travis wasn't scared about being alone. He really wasn't. His dad had been a Marine, and his mom was FBI. He was a Marine FBI kid. The dogs were with him. They had teeth like sabers. They could rip up anyone. They wouldn't rip up him, but they for sure would rip up anyone who ought to be ripped up. And he had the pepper spray. He could protect the dogs if it came to that. He was not as little as he looked. He had an Exmoor pony that he rode, and one day, not too long from now, he would ride a horse. Although he'd had a couple hours' sleep in the back seat of the Rover the night before, he needed a nap, but he didn't think it was a good idea to sleep. So he ate another power bar to help himself stay awake, and he gave each of the dogs a biscuit. That used up 5 minutes. 2 hours was a long time, but not if he kept busy. There was a lot that needed to be done. The house was full of dust and cobwebs, and there were dead pill bugs in some corners. He took a roll of paper towels and a spray bottle of Windex to the bathroom. They had used the Windex in the kitchen. He climbed onto the counter beside the sink. He used the Windex and the paper towels to clean the mirror above the counter. If you wanted to do something right, which was the only way you should do anything, there was a trick to it. His mom had taught him the trick. The trick was to care about doing a good job and not do it fast just to be done with it. Queenie kept coming to the bathroom door to look at him. She wouldn't come into the bathroom because the Windex made her sneeze. Duke was going room to room on patrol. Sometimes he passed the bathroom door, grumbling to himself. Travis was working on the really dirty sink, trying not to think about who might have spit in it and what they might have spit, when a telephone rang somewhere else in the house. Aunt Jessie and Uncle Gavin had said not to answer the door and stay away from the windows, but they didn't say what to do if the phone rang. He left the bathroom, Duke at his side, Queenie behind him. He followed the sound and found the phone in the kitchen. It was on the counter, next to the fridge. It looked like the special phone his mom called on. She didn't call often, only to say she was coming for a visit. And she always called at night when he was in bed, so he'd never heard the phone ring. But he was pretty sure this was the phone. He never talked on this phone with his mom. It wasn't for long conversations. It was for quick messages and emergencies. If it was his mom, he wanted to talk to her. If it wasn't his mom, if it was one of the bad people, then if he answered, maybe they would know where to find him. The dogs stood one to each side of Travis, and all 3 of them stared at the phone. The dogs' ears were pricked forward, their bodies tense. They weren't wagging their tails. The dogs didn't seem to like the phone. Travis decided to answer it anyway. Just take the call and not say anything unless he heard his mom's voice. But as he reached for it, the phone stopped ringing. 30. The town of Borrego Springs is as far removed from Carter Jurgen's experience as any place on the moon. If he believed in hell, he would call this a preview of that satanic kingdom. The temperature report in the Velociraptor dashboard readout claims it is 88 degrees, but as he and Dubose walk the downtown, such as it is, the day feels hotter than that. In summer, it probably hits 120 degrees most days. The air is so dry, he repeatedly licks his lips to keep them from cracking, and his sinuses seem to be shriveling inside his skull. In Borrego Springs, wherever there are not vast expanses of concrete and blacktop, there are even bigger expanses of bare, sandy earth. On 3 sides, mountains rise in the distance, and on the 4th side, they loom closer, barren crags of rock as forbidding as the cliffs where Zeus chained Prometheus and sent an eagle to tear out his liver every day for the crime of giving fire to humanity. Desert surrounds the town and intrudes everywhere, spotted with withered scrub, no doubt abounding with rattlesnakes, poisonous lizards, and tarantulas the size of basketballs. The strip shopping centers and the standalone businesses are landscaped with pebbles, cactuses, and curious arrangements of rocks that seem intended to convey some mystical message. Clusters of dusty trees are planted close to the sides of houses to shade them. In the business district, however, there are little more than widely separated palms rising from small cutouts in blacktop and concrete, casting meager patches of shade. They look pathetic, desperate, as though they long to be dug up, root-boxed, and hauled on a truck to Florida. Sun glares off bare earth, pavement, buildings, and windows, which store the heat and radiate it back. The entire town is like one giant pizza oven. The only grass seems to be in the heart of Borrego Springs, in what is called Christmas Circle, a park with a comparative wealth of trees, mostly palms and evergreens, encompassed by a roundabout from which 7 streets radius off like spokes from the hub of a wheel. Jurgen feels displaced, foreign, shipwrecked on a strange shore. A pizza and beer restaurant, taco shop, Mexican grill and bar, coffee shop, liquor store. He sees no evidence of a French or Northern Italian restaurant, or any place with refined Mediterranean cuisine. Not even sushi. He suspects that every eatery in town will accept a customer in t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. Looking through an art gallery window, he does not see one item that fits any definition of art known to him. Everywhere are pickups, jeeps, and SUVs. Although summer is months away, everyone has a tan, as if they've never heard of melanoma, and they're weirdly sociable. Most people whom they pass on foot, total strangers, speak to them. "Beautiful day," and "Good afternoon," and "Have a nice day," which is the most alien thing about the place, though not to DeVoe's, who smiles and returns the greetings. "Why are you talking to strangers like you know them?" Carter finally asks. "We shouldn't be calling attention to ourselves." "You're calling attention to yourself by not speaking when spoken to." "They're strangers. What do I care if they think it's a nice day or want me to have one? What's wrong with them, anyway? Why are they so concerned I shouldn't have a crappy day?" "Just relax, Carter Northrop Jurgen III, and look for something out of the ordinary. Everything here is out of the ordinary, and I'm the 4th, not the 3rd. "That explains a lot." "What do you mean by that?" "The quality of any gene pool," DeVoe said, "is adversely affected by the number of generations in which unfortunately few new bloodlines have been introduced." Jurgen considers commenting, to the effect that the Northrop and Jurgen families do not, unlike some, have numerous pairs of married cousins in the family tree, but he's too hot and too afflicted with desert-inspired ennui to get into a tit-for-tat. 31. The stress of leaving their comfortable life behind, the chase in the desert, and a night without sleep, left Gavin with bloodshot eyes, a stiff neck, various sore muscles, and a general fatigue against which he had to struggle to remain alert. For breakfast they'd eaten power bars, nothing for lunch. Now every edible item that Jessie added to the shopping cart made his stomach growl. A month's supplies for 3 people and 2 dogs would require 2 grocery carts piled high with goods, which meant both Gavin and Jessie would be too preoccupied to be constantly adequately on guard. The solution was to split the task between the town's 2 main markets, buying only canned and packaged goods in the first, more canned goods and all the perishables in the second, a single piled-high cart per store. In the first market, Jessie pushed the cart, and Gavin tagged along, commenting on the prices and pretending to quibble about brand choices, trying not to be obvious when he scoped out the other shoppers to make sure nobody seemed to be taking an unusual interest in them. He didn't think their photographs were on TV. The Arcadians wouldn't want the media to know that those sheltering Jane Hawk's son had been identified. The bastards never intended to rescue the boy. They meant to capture him. If the authorities made an official announcement, they would thereafter have to operate by the book and place Travis with child welfare services, whereupon Jane's in-laws, Claire and Ansel Hawk in Texas, would seek custody. Considering that he was a cute 5-year-old who'd recently lost his father and whose mother was the most wanted fugitive in America, the human interest factor would ensure a media frenzy. Any judge who ruled against the grandparents would be a villain in the public's eye, create sympathy for Jane, and raise the suspicion that there might be more to her story than the carefully crafted image of a beautiful monster who had sold her country's most important, if unspecified, secrets to an enemy power, killing numerous people along the way. So the grandparents would be given custody, and sooner rather than later, to regain control of the boy, corrupt authorities would inject Claire and Ansel with brain implants, the worst of all possible outcomes for Jane. No, the bad guys would not risk losing control of the media narrative. They would keep the hunt for Gavin and Jessie out of the news. Everything went smoothly in the first market. In the parking lot, they transferred their purchases from the cart to the trunk of the Honda. They drove a short distance to the second establishment. 32. As they are strolling around a little shopping complex, Jurgen suddenly feels revitalized when he does indeed see something out of the ordinary. About 50 feet ahead of them, a black couple in their 30s crosses the parking lot and approaches the entrance to a market. Jurgen can't clearly see the man's face, but his height and body type are right for Gavin Washington. The guy is bald, but maybe he shaved his head. The woman appears to be black, which Jessica Washington isn't. She could be wearing a wig. What's out of the ordinary about them is the same thing that makes Jurgen and Dubose different from everyone else they've seen in Borrego Springs. On this hot afternoon, both the man and woman are wearing sport coats, and the coats are cut roomy enough to conceal weapons. As the two disappear into the market, Dubose says, "But she has her own legs." "She's wearing full-length khakis. How do you know what's under them?" "She's walking like people with real legs walk." "Because she's got Autobox." "She's got what?" "She uses Blade Runner legs when she's in races. Other times, she uses Autobock X3s. Jurgen spells Ottobock. "Evidently, you didn't read everything in the background report on the bitch." Dubose is unrepentant. "Background reports are written by desk-bound pussies who believe they're gonna write a novel one day and win a Pulitzer. I skim their flowery shit." Avoiding the flowery shit, Jurgen says, "Here's the essence. Each prosthetic knee has multiple sensors, a gyroscope, terrific hydraulics, a microprocessor, software, a resistance system, and a battery. She can run reasonably well, walk backward, climb steps, and look natural doing it." "So you think that's them?" "What do you think?" Jurgen asks. Dubose frowns. "I think we should have a closer look." 33. Jessie kept checking her wristwatch, thinking about Travis at the house with just the dogs and the pepper spray. She didn't worry that the people hunting for him would find him, but there was always the possibility of a fire, or an earthquake, or he might cut himself somehow on something and be bleeding badly. Her fears arose less from likely threats to the boy than from weariness and from distress at how abruptly their lives had been turned upside down. She'd had no sleep the previous night, and the responsibility she felt for the boy stropped her nerves, until her anxiety was sharper than it had been since the war. During their time in the first market, she hadn't trusted her ability both to appear relaxed and to react quickly if a threat materialized. Her mind was fuzzy. Her reflexes weren't what they should be. There was a real possibility that if she had to go for her gun, she might fumble with the sport coat. Consequently, during the drive between markets, she had taken the Colt Pony 380 from the low-ride belt-fixed rig on her hip and put it in her purse. The purse was now propped in the small fold-down basket that overhung the larger part of the grocery cart. The zipper was open, the pistol grip awaiting her hand, tucked between her wallet and a packet of Kleenex. Even with the weapon better positioned for a quick draw, and though everything had gone smoothly thus far, Jessie worried about Travis. They had hardly begun their tour through the second market, but already they'd been away 90 minutes. They wouldn't get back to the house for at least another hour, which would be half an hour later than they had promised. 34. Immediately after spotting the suspects, Juergen and Dubose hurry to the back of the market, where deliveries are made. The door is unlocked. They step inside and stand blinking in the cool air as their eyes adjust to the low light. This is the warehousing space behind the sales floor, and it is smaller than Juergen expected. You can't call the market a mom-and-pop operation, but neither does it deserve the prefix super. Here are 3 men in black slacks and white shirts, 2 of them wearing white aprons with the market logo on the breast. The one without an apron is cutting away the shrink wrap from 3 pallets of recently delivered goods. The other 2 are transferring 5-pound bags of sugar from one of the pallets to metal storage shelves. The guy scissoring the shrink wrap straightens up from his work. He has close-cropped hair, a scrubbed look, no face jewelry, no visible tattoos, neatly pressed pants, and shoes with a high shine. His just-so appearance suggests he might be a Mormon, which is a plus, as Mormons are people who are raised to be helpful.
"What can I do for you, gentlemen?"
"We need to speak with the manager," Dubose says.
"Well, now, that would be me. Orrin Luckman. What can I do for you?"
Juergen says, "IRS." He looks at the other men, who are too interested in whatever little drama might play out here.
"We'd prefer to keep this discreet."
Orrin Luckman's office is in a corner of the warehouse space. Piles of invoices cover the desk, weighed down by a variety of colorful polished stones. Indicating a red stone with black veining, Dubose says,
"That's a nice specimen of rhodonite."
He points to another.
"And that's an exceptional cabochon of chrysocolla. You know stones."
Luckman's face shines with the delight of a collector meeting someone who doesn't think his peculiar enthusiasm makes him a Class A dweeb.
"It's long been a hobby of mine,"
Dubose reveals.
"Oh, now that's a spectacular chunk of quartz-embedded rhodochrosite. A real beauty."
"That's from the Sweet Home Mine in Colorado," says Luckman, with an annoying note of pride. This is the first Juergen has ever heard of Dubose's hobby. Not to be outdone, he points to a stone. "Magnificent turquoise." Luckman and Dubose regard him with something like pity, and the manager says, "That's stained howlite."
"People who don't know any better," Dubose says, "buy howlite jewelry and pay a turquoise price."
Putting an end to stone talk, he withdraws his ID wallet from an inner coat pocket and flashes his National Security Agency credentials. As Juergen produces his ID as well, Luckman is confused.
"But you said Internal Revenue Service."
"For the benefit of your 2 assistants back there," Juergen explains. "We don't want them talking about NSA agents to other employees on the sales floor right now."
"We've spotted 2 suspects that just came into your store," Dubose says. "If they are who we think, we'll have to arrest them."
"Oh my," says Luckman.
"Nothing like this ever happens here."
Jurgen points to a large wall-mounted monitor on which is a view of what appears to be the area just inside the front door of the market.
How many security cams can you show us?
With almost as much pride as when reacting to Dubos's admiring words about the quartz-embedded whatever, Luckman says,
1 at a time or 4 in quad-screen format.
And how many cameras altogether?
8.
Just 8? Jurgen asks.
2 exterior, 6 in the store.
Just 6, Dubos laments. Should be at least 24.
Surely not for a place this size, Luckman says. Not around these parts.
With Luckman using a remote, they need maybe 2 minutes to find the black couple. The manager is able to zoom in on them for a satisfying close-up. Standing directly in front of the monitor, Dubos and Jurgen study the faces, the attitudes, the way the woman moves.
It's them,
Dubos declares, and Jurgen agrees. They can wait until the Washingtons are leaving the store and pushing a cart full of grocery bags, draw down on them outside. But these two will be cautious exiting, alert for anything amiss. Going through a door, the husband will have his hand under his coat, on his weapon. They will be somewhat more relaxed in the parking lot, on the way to their wheels. However, the parking lot is sizable, and there aren't many vehicles in it on this Sunday afternoon. The moment they see Jurgen and Dubos moving toward them, the Washingtons will read the situation right, and there could be a firefight. A firefight isn't a risk worth taking. Not when this situation allows Jurgen and Dubos the element of surprise. One stone fancier to another, Dubos tells Luckman what they need to do, and what help they require from him. The manager pales, but although he surely would have been slower to concede assistance to Jurgen, he is taken with Dubos's folksy manner and agrees to the strategy. 35. When the Washingtons had their shopping cart fully laden and were nearly finished, one of its wheels developed a stutter and wanted to pull a different direction from the other 3.
Let me wrestle with it,
Gavin said. No, we're almost done, Jessie said, patting her purse in the fold-down basket. Let's just finish it according to plan. Maybe 3 minutes later, when they reached the front of the store and were approaching the cashier stations, a man working on a display of Coke, Diet Coke, and Coke Zero noticed the mountain of groceries they were pushing. His shirt tag said his name was Oren and that he was a manager.
You folks best go to checkout 3. Eddie there, he's our fastest checker. He'll have you out the door in no time.
Eddie was a 30-something guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked a little like a shorter Robert Redford from the days when Redford was doing movies like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. He had a smarmy smile that Gavin didn't like, the kind of smile a bigot wore when he was pretending to like black people. Gavin went ahead of the cart to unload it as Jessie pushed it into the checkout lane, and he sensed something besides Eddie's smile that was wrong with the man. His shirt. Eddie was wearing a market apron over a patterned short-sleeved sports shirt. Hadn't all the other employees been wearing white shirts? And the name tag. It said Eduardo, not Eddie. Eduardo suggested Hispanic. This guy was about as Hispanic as the Queen of England. Gavin felt his right hand, powered by intuition, wanting to go under his coat for the Springfield Armory pistol. He glanced back toward the manager and saw him fading away from the Coke display, around the corner, into an aisle, looking back with something like alarm. He glanced at Jessie, and her expression said, "What?" Taking a large bag of corn chips off the top of the stuff in the shopping cart, Gavin contrived to drop it on the floor. Oops. If this was it, there was only one way out. The people who arrested them would not be operating according to the law. They would be Arcadians, and there would be no future for him or for Jessie that didn't involve a control mechanism. Slavery. He stooped, ostensibly to pick up the bag of corn chips, though in fact to draw the .45 before Eddie saw him making the move. As he slid his hand under his coat and pulled the pistol, he looked at Jessie again and thought, "Oh, God, how much I love you." Thought it so hard that he hoped she'd actually hear him telepathically. 36. Maybe 10 seconds before Washington and wife will be exactly where they are wanted. 10 seconds before Jurgen and Dubose would have pulled their peacemakers and shouted, "Police!" The man seems to block the cart from coming in farther, and he drops a bag of corn chips. Jurgen does not like the way the dude drops the corn chips. His pistol is on a shelf under the cash register. As he reaches for it, Washington is coming back up from his stoop, and shit, he's got a cannon in his hand. Just then Dubose, who's been crouched behind the magazine rack, comes out into the open and doesn't bother to shout "police," like it would matter even if he did, and just rushes forward, squeezing off 2 shots, one of which takes Washington in the head. In a death reflex, Washington fires a round that misses Jurgen but point-blanks the cash register, and even as the register responds with noises of electronic distress, the woman is so quick that she's drawn a small gun designed for concealed carry, and is emptying it not at Jurgen, who is much closer to her, but at Dubose, who is forced to drop and scramble. The expression on the bitch's face is the most frightening thing that Jurgen has ever seen. Such horror and hatred and fury and indomitable intent that she seems supernatural, like some creature risen out of an infernal bottomless darkness to collect souls and tie them, wriggling, to her belt. His first shot takes her in the shoulder, staggers her, and his second shot knocks her down. Customers and market employees are screaming and running for the doors, and Dubose is shouting, "Police! Police! Police!" just in case some witness has a license for concealed carry and, in an unfortunate misunderstanding of the situation, might open fire on the legitimate authorities. In the wake of the gunshots, all that noise echoes hollowly in Jurgen's ears, as though it's issuing out of a deep well. Jurgen opens a waist-high gate and exits cashier's station number 3, stepping into the lane for station 2. Staying low, pistol in a 2-hand grip, heart knocking so hard that his vision pulses, he rounds the display of candy and gum and copies of the National Enquirer. There on the floor, behind the full shopping cart, is the woman, on her back, head turned toward him, still alive. She seems unable to get up, maybe paralyzed, but with her left hand she is reaching for the dropped pistol. He moves toward her and kicks the weapon out of her reach and looks down as blood bubbles on her lips. Her eyes are fierce, one brown and one a dazzling green, and if a stare could kill, he would be as dead as her husband. Jurgen's hearing remains temporarily impaired because of all the gunfire, and though the woman's voice must be weak, it comes to him with piercing clarity. "I'm not done with you," she says. And then she dies. Her eyes are fixed on Jurgen, as if she can still see him from some far shore. At first he backs away from her corpse, but then, in spite of all the evidence to the contrary, he suddenly wonders if they have made a mistake, if perhaps these aren't the Washingtons after all, but some innocent couple of similar appearance and with a legitimate reason to be armed. This is a big mess, any way you look at it, but if they aren't the Washingtons, it's an even bigger mess, a career-ending mess. As agents of the revolution, a failure this epic will not earn them early retirement. The only way careers like theirs are ended is 2 bullets in the back of the head, or nano-web enslavement. He goes to the corpse and squats beside it, and, after a brief hesitation, pulls up one leg of the khakis, revealing the Audiobook. Relief floods through him as he looks into her dead eyes and says, "Try to run at 10K now, bitch." Part 5. Lost Boys. 1. The frozen sky lay invisible behind the numberless flakes that scaled from it and crystalled the air in their silent white descent. By 2 o'clock, they had traveled U.S. Highway 50 west and then south. They exited onto a county road, and from there made their way to an unpaved track that, according to Booth Hendrickson, had been carved out and was maintained by the Forest Service. The single lane, with periodic laybys, had been plowed during the current storm, though probably not during the past hour. With four-wheel drive and tire chains, Jane felt confident that she could navigate it. The fabled lake lay to the west, a quarter-mile from this rough track, and still far below, screened from sight as much by forest as by the quiet storm. Lodgepole pine, red fir, white pine, juniper, and mountain hemlock received the snow. In spite of the urgency of this mission, there was a timeless quality to the scene and a sense that all the works of humanity and all the dramas of Jane's life were but a dream from which she had awakened into this. Booth had been her captive for well over 24 hours. The longer he remained missing, the more effort would be expended in the search for him, and the wider the net the Arcadians would cast. Those in charge of the search didn't know about the crooked staircase, about what a profound impact it had had on his life, and what thing of great value waited for Jane at the bottom of that fearsome descent. Other than Booth and the couple who maintained the estate in the absence of its owner, only his mother, Annabel, and brother were aware that the vertical passage existed. Simon hadn't been admitted to the Arcadian conspiracy. He knew nothing of the brain implants, and Annabel might not credit the possibility that her elder son would speak about this place where his abject humiliation and formation occurred, unless she knew that Jane possessed ampules of the control mechanism and might have injected Mama's best boy. Booth hadn't known of the ampules, however, so perhaps no one else knew either. And if the most elite of the conspirators did know, it was only Annabel who also knew about the crooked staircase. Only Annabel who might in time realize why Jane would go there if she learned of it. A second track branched off the first, likewise white-mantled but plowed recently enough that it was passable, and she switched to it at Booth's direction. The way grew steeper. The trees crowded closer. She was just minutes from her destination. For centuries, for thousands of years, the lake, as well as the forest and alpine meadows surrounding it, had enchanted those who journeyed there. For some, the effect was greater than enchantment. This place had a mystical aura, and evoked a feeling that the truth and meaning of the world lay behind fewer veils here than elsewhere. Only the Great Lakes were larger than Tahoe, but Tahoe was far deeper, shaped by glaciers 1,000,000 years ago and plunging 1,645 feet at its deepest. The clarity of the water provided visibility to surprising depth, and the coloration under a summer sun transformed it into a vast display of emeralds and sapphires. The lake never froze, but its cold temperatures greatly slowed decomposition at extreme depth. 17 years after he drowned, a diver was found 300 feet below the surface, his body all but perfectly preserved. "Stop here," Booth said, and pointed. She pulled into a lay-by and put the Explorer in park. "We walk from here," he said. She wished they had stopped somewhere to buy insulated jackets and boots. However, the forecast had called for only a fraction as much snow as had fallen, and outfitting herself and this man in his condition had seemed a daunting task fraught with risk. As if privy to her thoughts, he said, "It's a short walk." 2. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department maintains a major substation in Borrego Springs, which means deputies are on scene at the market almost before the last echoes of the gunfire fade away. They are well-trained, professional, efficient, and a pain in the ass, as far as Carter Jurgen is concerned. He and Dubose are NSA agents, among other things, and these guys are nothing but generic fuzz, plain vanilla cops. Nevertheless, they want to have a role in the investigation of the shootings because this is their turf, their town. These are their neighbors. There is no damn role for them. This is, ostensibly, a national security matter, far above their pay grade. None of them possesses the necessary security clearance to work the investigation. Not one of their precious neighbors has so much as suffered a paper cut in the course of the event. The only significant damage to property is the bullet-drilled cash register. Otherwise, losses involve only a small quantity of candy bars, gum, and tabloid newspapers spattered with blood and brain tissue. No big deal. Yet here they are, frustrating Jurgen and Dubose, taking photos of the so-called crime scene and busily collecting the names of those witnesses who haven't fled. Dubose puts in a call for backup. There will be other agents on scene as soon as they can be choppered in. Greater numbers will help push the hometown boys out of the picture. But then the watch captain from the substation shows up, a guy named Foursquare, if it can be believed. He has a bulldog jaw and the steely eyes of a Vegas pit boss who would call his own mother a cheat and throw her out of the game if she won more than $40 at blackjack. He wants to know who the decedents are, and he's not satisfied to be told only that they are foreign agents. He wants to check their ID, but Jurgen heatedly argues against disturbing the cadavers, even though there's no ID to find. He and Dubose had the foresight to take the wallets from the bodies of Washington and his wife before the local gendarmes arrived. They have also found a key to a Honda in one of the dead man's sport coat pockets. While Jurgen debates jurisdiction with Foursquare, Dubose goes into the parking lot, supposedly to make a list of the vehicles that might belong to the deaders and to record the license plate numbers, but in fact, to try Washington's car key in each of the Hondas. No sooner does Foursquare stop grumbling about needing to know who the decedents are than he takes aside Orrin Luckman, the store manager, and is recording a statement from him. One of the deputies is searching for expended shell casings, and another escorts a tall, somber civilian to Jurgen and introduces him as a town mortician who also serves as the coroner. Dubose returns and takes Jurgen aside to inform him that the key fits the green sedan. The car contains a trunk full of groceries and bags from the town's other major market. Evidently they were stocking up for several weeks of hibernation. There is nothing else in the Honda to identify its owner, no registration paper and no insurance company card in the glove box, as there should be. While Captain Foursquare records Luckman's fevered reimagining of the shootout, Dubose goes to the manager's office. He intends to use the market's computer to backdoor the California DMV and run the Honda's license plate to find the registered owner. Jurgen is left with the swarm of uniformed busybodies. If there's one thing he despises the most about local cops, no matter what locale they hail from, it's that too damn many of them think they have a sacred duty to enforce the law, as though the law isn't just what a bunch of money-grubbing, power-crazed politicians cobble together, as if instead it's handed down by God on stone tablets. And here in Borrego Springs, he seems to be dealing with a nest of their kind. He counsels himself to be patient with these sworn-to-serve and protect types. All will be well. If Dubose can identify to whom the Honda is registered, they will most likely have the address at which the Washingtons took shelter. That's where the boy will be. 3. The tightly gathered trees took most of the snowfall upon their boughs, admitting but a fraction to the ground between them. No wind had yet arisen. Snow sought the earth in silence, mounding for the most part beneath the barren limbs of the deciduous hardwoods. The undergrowth was sparse. Carrying her leather tote bag, Jane had no trouble following Hendrickson, although the day was cold enough to make her eyes water. Her breath plumed from her. How he knew, She couldn't tell, for the woods seemed too uniform to provide easily recognizable landmarks, but he glanced over his shoulder to say, "We've just stepped onto the estate. Not much farther now." Annabel owned 9 acres here, wrested from Booth's father in their divorce settlement. Only the lower 3 acres, on which the house was situated, were walled, the upper 6 left for some future purpose. The stairhead building stood under pines, the lower limbs of which had been cut off to accommodate the structure, and therefore it was canopied by higher growth. Windowless, crafted from native stone, perhaps 12 feet in diameter, the structure had a domed roof of the same stone, so that it suggested an oversized, ancient kiln. The steel door stood in a steel frame. She put down the tote and examined the Schlage deadbolt. The cylinder was rimless, preventing anyone from pulling it out of the escutcheon. The 2 spanner screws that fixed the escutcheon to the door had been soldered, so they could not be removed. If anyone had been curious enough to want to break into the building, they would have required a couple hours and would have made so much noise that even the caretakers of the house, 500 feet below, would have been aware of the effort. As Jane took the lock-release gun from the tote, Hendrickson let out a thin sound of distress and turned from the building and stood trembling more violently than could be accounted to the cold. "You can do this," she told him. Then, remembering the power she had over him, she said, "You will do this." He harked back to his childhood, as he had done before, his brow furrowing and his eyes narrowing and his voice turning hard. The rant came from him in a rush. "Finding your way with a light is nothing, boy. But when you can go through it, top to bottom in the bitter dark, as blind as some dung beetle living on bat shit in a cavern, then you'll be something. These stairs are life, boy, the truth of this life, of this dark world, the truth of humanity in all its cruelty and viciousness. If you want to survive, you pathetic little shit, you better learn to be strong like me. Go down the hole and learn, boy. Down the hole." His recital of his mother's tirade ended with a shudder and a series of frantic gasps for breath, as if he were drowning, though great exhalations smoked from him. The storm-faded light grew dimmer at just that moment, the winter sun more an idea than a reality. The tree-roofed clearing seemed to be a borderland between the material world and a realm of spirits. A breeze arose at last and swept some snow off the boughs overhead, and shapen clouds of flakes moved through the clearing like half-formed figures of people lost and seeking. "Don't make me go down in the dark," Hendrickson pleaded. From the tote, Jane retrieved a flashlight and gave it to him. She had one for herself. "We won't be in the dark. We'll have our lights. You'll show me the way. You will show me the way. You understand, Booth?" "Yes. You'll be all right." "I will. I know I will," he agreed, though he didn't sound convinced. If his mother was a twisted work, his father must have been one too, in his own way. After all, it was the father who had found the crooked staircase. Instead of reporting it to the state or to university archaeologists and anthropologists who would have thought it a treasure beyond valuation, he had kept it to himself as an amusement, a rare curiosity. He had used his long-time employees to construct this stairhead building. Jane lightly kicked the wall to knock the snow from her shoes. They were wet all the way through, and her feet were cold. She opened the door with the lock-release gun, reached inside, flipped a switch. Light bloomed in the round stone room. She ushered Hendrickson ahead of her and crossed the threshold after him. The lock was a deadbolt that could only be engaged with a key, but before she let the door close behind her, she confirmed that a keyway existed on the inner face of the escutcheon. In case someone should lock the door from the outside, she would still be able to use the lock-release gun to get out of the building. directly ahead, the floor shelved away through a hole that Booth regarded with dread. She went to it and directed the beam of her flashlight into it and saw steep stairs, perhaps of limestone, that had been shaped out of the natural rock flue with primitive tools. The way was narrow, the ceiling low ahead, and the walls of nature's making were mostly worn smooth by millennia of water's patient labor. "You won't be afraid," she told Hendrickson. "You will show me the way, and you won't be afraid." Although breath still paled from between his parted lips, he looked as dead as the man on the mortuary table in the basement of Gilberto's funeral home. After a hesitation, he switched on his flashlight and took the lead into the crooked staircase. 4. 2 cooling deaders on the market floor, a container of melting ice cream dripping through the contents of the shopping cart, blood here, brains there, Orrin Luckman fluttering anxiously just beyond the scene of the shootings, the ugly light of overhead fluorescent tubes, the tedium. The situation with Captain Foursquare and his contingent of diligent deputies becomes so untenable that Carter Jurgen uses his smartphone to call an Arcadian who is deputy director of the NSA. The man is also a former United States senator who, as an elected official, always managed to wheedle an abundance of FaceTime on TV. He has styled himself as a champion of public employee unions, so there is little doubt that Foursquare will know his name. The senator's voice is distinct and easily recognized, and when Jurgen hands the phone to Foursquare, the captain is impressed, then charmed, then won over by whatever the great man tells him. Their conversation lasts at most 4 minutes, but Foursquare is smiling when he returns the phone to Jurgen.
"You should have told me you work under him," the captain chides Jurgen.
"Well, sir, I always feel it's wrong to drop his name unless I have to. I don't think I've done enough for the country to trade on the accomplishments of a man like him."
"That speaks well for you," says Foursquare. "We can't stand down entirely, but we'll stand aside until your incoming contingent gets here, and we all agree there's nothing more we can do. He says they're airborne and sure to be here in half an hour."
"Thank you, Captain. I'm most grateful," Jurgen says, with as much fake sincerity as he can muster. In fact, he's no more grateful than he would be to a disease-bearing mosquito that keeps trying to take a bite of him. And here comes Dubose, looking not like a man who has solved a mystery, but like a man who needs to take a leak and is on a quest to find the ideal person on whom to empty his bladder. 5. Decades after his cruel formation, Hendrickson going down the hole again, Jane following him, but not so close that he might turn and strike her in a moment of unlikely rebellion. The descending passage seemed to construct itself only as the beams of light flowed across it, as though such eerie architecture must be a work of the imagination, dreamed into being. Smooth, pale walls of stone sloped down in velvety folds, shaped by unknowable millennia of moving water, no doubt including the melting of the miles-thick sheet formed during at least one ice age. Millions of years earlier, long before a human being walked the earth, nature had begun to form the crooked staircase, perhaps when violent vertical faulting formed the Sierra Nevada mountains on the west and the Carson Range on the east, leaving the Tahoe Basin between. The staircase was actually a series of small caverns, each partly atop the one below it, the entire formation of galleries angling down toward the lake, through more than 500 feet of mountain, like a chambered hive. There were also narrow corridors of stone snaking off to other rooms that weren't among those vertically aligned. According to Hendrickson, some of those passages looped like entrails and returned to the main descent, creating a maze. Others were dead ends, some 100 feet long, some continuing for half a mile or farther, before dwindling to such a restricted width that not even a child could crawl farther through them. Jane's tote bag was slung from her left shoulder, and in her left hand she held a can of spray paint that Gilberto had given her. At each bewildering junction of stone passages, she marked the way back to the stairhead with an arrow. Although the world itself, in its eternal remaking, had done the basic work through millions of years, human beings had taken nature's random art and carved it to a purpose. Where the floor sloped at a negotiable angle, it was left natural, but when it became precarious, especially when any steepness led to a fissure into which someone might fall, crude steps had been shaped in the stone. Each crevasse, as narrow as 2 feet, as wide as 7, was bridged by a plank seated in notches cut into the lips of the fissures. When Booth's father discovered the staircase, the bridge planks had long before rotted and fallen into the clefts they once spanned. The secondary passages had also been stepped and bridged where necessary, some climbing and some trending down into perpetual night. Early in the descent, they arrived at a larger chamber before which Hendrickson halted. He bent forward, clutching his stomach as though plagued by abdominal pain. But he didn't look back at Jane or plead to retreat. After a minute, rising to full height again, he continued into a room in which a fault line bisected the ceiling, matched by a parallel fault in the floor. The medieval atmosphere weighed on the heart, and the air carried the faint fungal smell of things that thrived only in the dark. The right half of the chamber was a foot higher than the left. Although the right portion lay dry and pale, the ceiling to the left bared a row of huge teeth, like the staves of a castle portcullis that might drop to bar entry, from which brown water dripped onto a mud floor. The stone was wet, dark, glistening as if lacquered. On both sides of the room, on every ledge and on the floor, were severed hands, gone to bone in centuries past. Hundreds of fleshless hands seemed to twitch in the sweeping beams of light, skeletal fingers extended as though in supplication or clutched as if in rage. Those in the dry space were mostly white and well-preserved, but those in the moist area were more yellow than not, mottled brown, sometimes serving as matrices on which mold grew like rodent hair. Jane was prepared to find this, and worse, on their journey, because Hendrickson had spoken of it. But the tableau was a grislier spectacle than expected. She didn't know what to make of it, except that this was no sacred catacomb where peaceful people placed the dead with reverence. To her, trained in homicide investigation, these appeared to be trophies. The wrist bones were crushed and splintered where hands had been hacked from arms, perhaps sometimes from the arms of the living. The cavern told a story of violence and brutality, of ancient war and subjugation. Carved in the walls were strange runes, each sharp character like a cry of hatred.
"See this, you little coward! Look," Hendrickson whispered. "If a man intends you harm, cut off his hands before he can act."
Whoever had shaped the steps and adapted the cavern to their purpose must have been those who murdered these hundreds and made the crooked staircase into an ossuary. Evidence existed of Paleo-Indian tribes living in this area more than 14,000 years ago, but little was known of them, other than they were hunters of large game, including mastodons. Their tools were thought to have been such as flint or obsidian spearheads and hammerstones, primitive and insufficient for the stone shaping done here. Their cultures were said to be largely peaceable, but in fact, so little had they left behind that they were ghosts in the fog of ancient history. Only carbon dating and other tests would help to determine who created this place and furnished it with bones. Perhaps some paleo culture had possessed more advanced tools than were thought. Or, as Hendrickson suggested when she questioned him at Gilberto's place, It was known that thousands of years nearer our time, the northern Paiute had brutally oppressed the Washoe Indians. Perhaps an even more militant faction of Paiutes had done part of this. The Martis Indians had also lived in this general area for 2,500 years before disappearing without a trace around 500 BC, which happened to be about the same time that other tribes invented the bow and arrow. These caverns might hold the remains of the long-vanished Martis people. Hendrickson channeled his mother, and his words were like the susurrus of centipedes crawling the walls.
"See, boy. See this? Did they eat these people after slaughtering them? We're not far from Donner Pass, where stranded pioneers ate their dead to survive. Dog eat dog, so they say. More true is man eat man."
Jane thought of Hendrickson, 5 years and younger, sleeping in a locked boy-size box, coffined in darkness as punishment, and by the age of 6, sent into this maze alone. At the top, as they had entered this time, told that he would be let out only at the bottom. The first few times he'd been given a flashlight, but on occasions beyond his counting, he'd been denied a light, and had felt his way through damp stone corridors, down disconnected sets of zigzagging stairs, across fissure-bridging planks, through crypts appointed with trophies of genocide, like a lost spirit haunting the haunted dark, hearing noises he didn't make and wondering at their origin, feeling presences where none should be, with no food, with nothing to drink but the cold water that formed shallow pools in certain chambers, and sometimes tasted like iron, sometimes like nothing he wanted to name. On the worst occasions, lost for 2 or 3 days. As pitiable as he was, he nevertheless deserved some admiration for having endured without being driven entirely insane. But if he had remained functional, he had nonetheless been mentally deformed, twisted, and knotted into a creature that, though pitiable, had no slightest measure of pity for others. During his many ordeals in darkness, he at some point ceased to be just a boy, and became a boy who was a monster, the minotaur of this labyrinth. He didn't eat human flesh as did the minotaur of Crete, but other people had no value for him except to be used in whatever way the use of them might satisfy him. For all her pity, Jane kept in mind, cavern by cavern, step by step, that what she had here, on a leash, was a monster who passed for human. In the long history of monsters, they sooner or later slipped their leashes. 6. Some of the sheriff's deputies have returned to their regular patrols. Foursquare and 2 of his men are standing together in the produce department, admiring the fruit, waiting to see if they might be needed, which they won't be, when the additional NSA contingent arrives. Upon his return from the manager's office, Dubose draws Juergen aside to the relative privacy of pallets stacked with large bags of charcoal being offered at a special price now that the barbecuing season is about to start in earnest.
"This damn well better not be another freaking banana peel we have to take a fall on before we can get our hands on that little bastard. The plates on that Honda expired 4 years ago, and the registration was never renewed. It shouldn't be on the road."
"You've got the name and address of who last registered it?"
"Some guy named Fennel Martin."
"What kind of name is Fennel?"
"Hell if I know. But he's still in the local phone book at the same address that's on the registration."
The rhythmic sound of a rotary wing draws their attention to the window. As the glass begins to hum with vibrations, they step outside into the parking lot and use their hands as visors and look to the west, where the helicopter angles down out of the sun. 7. Jane used the spray paint so often that she worried the can might be empty before they reached the house at the bottom of the serried caverns, leaving critical final turns unmarked. She formed smaller arrows on the walls. Most of the chambers through which they passed were marked with runes, but only a few of the larger ones contained bones. The least disturbing was nevertheless a dramatic display in a space decorated instead with pictographs that were perhaps far older than the runes. The contents also might have been older, suggesting that more than one ancient culture had used this place to memorialize their skill as hunters of both animals and humans. The skulls of 3 mastodons were elevated above Jane on pedestals of stacked stone, immense and chalk-white in the probing lights, shadows shifting in the sockets as if eyes of some immaterial nature still looked out from the empty craniums and across thousands of years of time. The enormous tusks, clearly having been broken out of the skulls in order to get them through the narrower passages, had somehow been reattached, curving in majestic threat. In 2 successive chambers, hundreds of human skulls were arranged on ledges, like some collection of grotesque beer steins, most bearing evidence of ritualistic murder in the form of pikes made of chert or obsidian, one in each forehead, bristling like a horn, perhaps pounded into the skull with a crude hammerstone. Those not featuring pikes had been accessorized with open-jawed, sharp-fanged skulls of rattlesnakes inserted in the place of human eyes. Demonic visages configured thus bizarrely with what meaning it was impossible to say. Hendrickson was transfixed by the sight of those evil-eyed totems, the papery bone of long-ago severed serpent heads issuing with silent hisses from skulls unmasked of faces. "Let's go. Let's go," Jane urged, chilled and weary of both body and spirit. "Let's get to the bottom of this place." He didn't respond, but addressed himself as Annabel had lectured him 40 years earlier, his quiet voice reverberant in the cavernous sarcophagus. "Here's the truth, boy. The one truth. Take or be taken from, use or be used, rule or be ruled, kill or be killed." "Booth, do you hear me?" He said nothing. "Play Manchurian with me." "Repeat after me, you ignorant little shit. Repeat after me, boy. Repeat after me. Say this. Say, 'Do unto others before they can do unto you.' Say it, and mean it. Say it until your throat is raw, until your voice fails." More adamantly, Jane commanded, "Booth, play Manchurian with me. Now!" After a hesitation, he muttered, "Yes. All right. All right. Yes." "You must do what I tell you." "Yes, Mother." "What did you say?" "Yes, Mother. All right. Look at me. Booth, look at me now." Hendrickson turned from the display of skulls, his face devoid of expression. As if he saw serpents in her stare, he bowed his head and lowered his eyes. "Yes, of course. This way. It's not far now." "Who am I, Booth?" "Who are you?" "That's what I asked." "You're Jane Hawk." "Why did you call me Mother?" "Did I?" "Yes." "I don't know. You're not her. You're you." "I don't know." She studied him. Then, "Lead me to the bottom of this place." A plank bridging a wide cleft, a corridor of dripping stone, umbilicals of light quivering forward along the puddled floor. 2 chambers from the bottom, a tumbled collection of small skeletons, discarded as if with contempt, didn't bear consideration, for they were not the remains of some elfin race out of Tolkien, but the bones of children that might have been the offspring of enemies conquered and killed with genocidal intent. Half an hour after they entered the stairhead, they arrived at the bottom of the crooked staircase. where there waited what once must have been a cave that opened onto a last slope leading to the lake, by which this subterranean complex could be accessed. The mouth of the cave had been sealed off with mortared brick, in which stood a steel door like that in the stairhead building. Jane discarded the spray paint and set her light on the floor. Hendrickson focused his beam on the keyway, while she used the lock-release gun to disengage the deadbolt. Beyond lay the promised room. 8. 2 agents arrive by helicopter. 2 more are on their way by ground transport. Jurgen and Dubose leave the airborne pair to deal with the now cooperative local authorities, to clean up the scene and to bag the bodies. The waiting helo, which sits in a corner of the parking lot, will spirit the corpses away. Except for a few locals who witnessed the incident, it will be as though nothing untoward occurred. There will be no press or TV coverage of the shootings in Little Borrego Springs. No one will ever report that Gavin and Jessica Washington were killed here. There will be no autopsy, no coroner's report in any jurisdiction. Another plausible story will be concocted to account for their deaths, which will be framed as a tragic accident. Now Dubose and Jurgen, having administered tragic accidents to quite a few people over the years, set out in the Velociraptor for the address at which they hope to find Fennel Martin, owner of the Honda sedan with the out-of-date license plates and the long-expired registration. Dubose drives. Just beyond the town limits, Martin's home is a house trailer elevated on a foundation of concrete blocks, in the shelter of 2 big Indian laurels, from which shadows yearn eastward. In the shade stands a white-painted metal table and 4 mismatched patio chairs. A small apron of lawn is long dead, and what grass has not withered away is thatched like a well-worn tatami mat. Under a carport, attached to the trailer, stands a 2-door Jeep Wrangler Sport, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Steps formed of concrete blocks serve the door. Jurgen and Dubose select their FBI credentials rather than those of the NSA, because the average citizen doesn't know what the NSA is, but still has some respect for the FBI. Dubose knocks. The man who opens the door must have seen them arrive. He looks past them to the Velociraptor and with a note of wonder asks,
"Man, what is that? Is that a Ford F-150?
"It used to be," says Dubose as he holds up his bureau ID.
"Are you Fennel Martin?"
The guy stares wide-eyed at Dubose's ID, and then he looks at Jurgen, and Jurgen holds up his ID, and the guy says,
"Really? FBI? Wow. What's this about?"
"Are you Fennel Martin?" Dubose asks again. The man is in his late 30s, lean and tan, with shoulder-length hair and a day's worth of beard, wearing flip-flops and jeans and a Smashing Pumpkins t-shirt. The average guy living on the edge of the law, or a step outside of it, usually is either arrogant and obstinate, making no effort to conceal his contempt, or else goes wobbly in the presence of police and presents himself as meek and compliant in the hope of appearing to be a model citizen. This man's reaction is neither of those. He seems genuinely astonished that FBI agents would appear at his door, perplexed and just a little bit excited, as if a dull Sunday has suddenly become interesting.
"Yeah, that's me. I'm Fennel."
Dubose says,
"We'd like to ask you a few questions about a car, Mr. Martin." "A car? Sure, man. I'm all about cars. What car is it?"
"May we come in, Mr. Martin?
This might take a while."
"Well, the thing is, the place is kind of a mess," Martin says. He points at the white table and the folding chairs in the shade of one of the Indian laurels.
"Let's sit there. Can I get you guys a couple beers?"
"That's very cordial of you, Mr. Martin, but we can't drink on duty." Dubose puts away his ID.
"And we'd rather come inside."
To Fennel Martin's surprise, DuBose grabs him by the crotch, squeezing hard, and by the throat, and lifts him an inch off the floor and carries him backward into the house trailer. 9. The steel door at the bottom of the serried caverns opened into a room measuring about 30 by 30 feet. It was furnished as a study or home office in an elegant, soft contemporary style. Immense U-shaped desk and wall of cabinets in matching blonde-finished wood. Armchair with a footstool and reading lamp. Sofa. The necessary occasional tables. There was as well an entertainment wall with a music system and a large TV. According to Hendrickson, of the 2 interior doors, one led to a full bath, the other to a closet. Opposite the steel door by which they entered, another steel door led out of these quarters onto the extensive grounds behind the main house, which overlooked the lake. From the exterior, the stone-walled building was said to look like modest servants' quarters and to match the style of the main house. But in here, there were telltale indications of a secret purpose. The windows were fitted with locking shutters of steel plate that could not have been penetrated by common burglars, and the door to the grounds had a feature that the door to the caverns did not: 3 4-inch wide steel bars that extruded from the jamb across the width of the door when the deadbolt was engaged from outside. The door featured no obvious escutcheon or keyway. It was locked and unlocked only by a keypad on this side and another on the exterior wall. All this was as Hendrickson had told her after she injected him in Gilberto's kitchen, and as he had confirmed after the nanomachine control had assembled. "Let's do this fast," she said. "Get me those DVDs." Hendrickson had said there was an alarm system for the main house, but none here. He insisted that Annabelle would not want police responding to any attempted break-in of this building. Nevertheless, Jane wanted to be done and gone in 5 minutes. Initially, she had intended to take Hendrickson with her, to use him as an example of nano-web control, to convince some uncorrupted authority, if she could find one, of the truth of this technology. But his psychological deterioration, which seemed to be continuing, made that plan untenable. She would have to leave him here. Jane followed him into the large bathroom, which was entirely clad in honey-colored marble, ceiling, walls, floor, shower stall. The tub and sink were carved from blocks of the same material, and all the fixtures were gold-plated. Annabelle had quarters in the main house, but when she wanted a bathroom here it must be exquisitely appointed, the color of honey, for the queen bee. Hendrickson pressed on the fluted, gilded frame of the mirror above the sink, releasing a touch latch, and the mirror swung like a door. Within were the 4 shelves of a medicine cabinet, stocked with the usual items. When he pulled on the 2nd and 3rd shelves simultaneously, the interior of the cabinet came forward on rails, revealing a space beyond. From that hidden compartment, he withdrew a rectangular plastic box and handed it to her. As Hendrickson rolled the interior of the cabinet back into place and closed the mirrored door, Jane flipped up the lid on the plastic box. Within were 16 DVDs in cardboard sleeves. On each sleeve, a first name had been printed with a black felt-tip pen. She said, "Your father's name was Stafford Eugene Hendrickson." In the study again, she found the DVD marked Stafford. She put the box on the desk. She hesitated to give the disc to Hendrickson. "You've really seen this?" His face was slack, and his voice without color, as though he had traveled into some gray kingdom of the soul, where he could no longer feel anything strongly. "Of course. Many times. We watched it together many times, Mother. Back then it was on videotape. We didn't have DVDs then, did we? You had to transfer them to DVD." She needed to be sure these discs contained what he'd said they did. She gave the DVD of his father to him. "Play this for me," Yes. All right. He took it to the entertainment center. In the years during which Jane had worked with the Bureau's Behavioral Analysis Units 3 and 4, she had been assigned to cases involving serial killers. When she had tracked their squamous kind to the snake holes they called home, as always she did, she had seen things that could never be purged from memory, that returned to her on sleepless nights. A firm faith in the rightness of this made world and in the promise of the human heart was required to look upon the works of those supremely evil individuals without losing hope for humanity in its entirety. That faith had sometimes been bruised, but never broken. Yet she steeled herself for what would appear on this large-screen television. She intended to watch only enough of it to confirm that Hendrickson's description of it was accurate. 10. When Juergen follows Dubose and the wheezing Fennel Martin into the house trailer, he discovers why their host prefers to sit at the table in the yard to answer questions. The girl might be 30, an ash-blonde cutie. Their explosive entrance surprises her. She thrusts up from the sofa, hastily buttoning her open blouse, though not hastily enough that Juergen has no chance to admire the fullness of her figure. Approaching her, smiling in a friendly sort of way, he says, "What's your name, dear?"
"Who are you? What are you doing to him? You've hurt him!"
Juergen flashes his bureau ID, but the girl doesn't appear to be reassured by it. Still smiling, he says, "He'll be okay. That's nothing. Things happen, that's all. Tell me your name, dear."
"Ginger."
"Ginger. Can you show me where the bathroom is, please?"
"Why?"
"I want you to stay in the bathroom while we're having a chat with Mr. Martin. But I need to be sure there's no window big enough for you to climb out."
"There isn't."
"It's not that I don't believe you, Ginger. I do believe you, but I need to see for myself. It's the way I was trained. We go through a lot of training in the FBI. I'm just following protocol. You understand?"
"No. I guess. Yeah."
"So let's go see the bathroom." The window is very small and near the ceiling. He puts down the lid of the toilet and gestures for her to sit there. "Where's your phone, Ginger?"
"In my purse, on the table by the sofa."
"Good. You wouldn't want to be calling anyone. Just wait here, and we'll be gone in no time." She is trembling.
"I'll wait. I'm okay with waiting."
Juergen steps into the hallway, looks back at her. "Fennel's not going to be ready for sex, after all, but when we're gone, you can play cards or something." Juergen closes the door and returns to the living room, where the fan of the Smashing Pumpkins is sitting in an armchair. Fennel's tan now has a gray undertone. Sweat slicks his face, jewels his eyebrows. With his right hand, he gently cups his crotch. Dubose has moved a side chair to sit in front of their host. Juergen perches on the edge of the sofa. Dubose says, "Fennel, we need some truth, and we need it fast." Fennel sounds 13 when he says, "You aren't FBI." "What I don't need," Dubose explains, "is your stupid opinions and commentary. I'll ask questions, you'll answer them, and we'll be on our way. Earlier, you said, 'I'm all about cars,' which means, I'm a mechanic. I have a place in town. It's not much, but I stay busy. You take cash to fake smog checks so dirty cars can pass inspection." "What? Shit, no. I have a business license to protect." You build secret compartments in the bodywork so some asshole can run 50 kilos of heroine in from Mexico? Fennel glances at Juergen. "I think maybe I need an attorney." "Don't answer my questions," Dubose explains, "and what you'll need is a testicle transplant. Before you bullshit me,
Consider maybe I already know the truth.
The mechanic is too frightened to lie, but afraid that honesty will not avail him.
I run a clean business, man. I swear.
Dubose frowns and bites his lower lip as if he's disappointed in Fennel.
You once owned a green Honda. What happened to it?
Fennel is surprised it's about this, and maybe alarmed.
I sold her. She was cheap, ran good, but she was the opposite of sexy. When was that? I don't know exactly. Like, maybe 6 years ago? Who'd you sell it to? This guy? Some guy? Don't remember his name? No. Not after so long. What did he look like? He was Asian. What Asian? Chinese, Japanese, Korean? I don't know. How would I know? You put an ad in the paper? On some internet site? No, just a sign outside my shop. What's your bank? Bank? Wells Fargo. What's my bank matter? I need the account number, and the amount of the check.
Fennel is sweating anew.
His bank wasn't the same as mine. You remember that, do you? Doesn't matter. We can track it from bank to bank. What was the amount of the check?
Fennel looks around as if he's lost, as if he doesn't recognize his own living room.
After 6 years, it comes back to bite me? 6 years? This totally sucks.
11. They stood before the large LED television screen. Hendrickson pushed play and handed the remote to Jane. In silence, the camera moved past torches standing tall in oil drums filled with sand, serpentine coils of dark smoke rising toward vent holes in the ceiling, past the corrugated walls of the Koontz hut, firelight rippling with the contours of the metal, illuminating goggle-eyed lizards in vertical pursuit of cockroaches that could not outrun the spooling tongues. Racks of candles. Hundreds of thick candles, mostly black and red, but here a cluster of canary yellow, the fluttering flames patterning everything around them with faux butterflies and causing the very air to glow, as in a furnace. Voodoo waves on the concrete floor, intricate patterns drawn with wheat flour and cornmeal and ashes and red brick dust, representing astral forces here attendant. The scene had an inauthentic quality, as if it had been staged in imitation of true voodoo, to establish a narrative explaining the murder to come. This suspicion was confirmed when 4 men entered, dressed not in what voodoo priests would wear, but clad in black, and hooded to maintain anonymity. At the center of all, a pale and naked man lay chained to a sacrificial altar formed by 3 concentric circles of stepped stone around a center post carved as a pair of twining snakes. Speaking to himself, as Annabel had spoken to him, Hendrickson said, "There he is, the gutless wonder, the worthless piece of shit who fathered you. You'll hear him beg. You'll hear him beg me. You listen to him beg, boy, and learn never to beg for anything from anyone. See here what begging gets you." The camera panned across a battalion of conical blue and green drums, and as it returned to the naked man, the silence gave way to the rhythmic beating of the drums, though neither the instruments nor those who played them were shown again. Stafford Hendrickson did indeed beg Annabel by name, his pleas desperate, and then hysterical, as the 4 black-garbed executioners began to effect a prolonged act of murder. Tourniquets to stem the bleeding, preventing the victim's quick demise. A razor-sharp machete. They began with his right hand. Jane used the remote, and the screen went blank. Booth Hendrickson said, "Your daddy was a pencil-neck history geek.
He loved the past in all its barbaric splendor. He loved his crooked staircase, his private archaeological treasure. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of adding any part of his body to that collection. They left him to the Jamaican lizards and cockroaches until the police found the worthless bastard.
12. Although Carter Jurgen wants a turn driving the Velociraptor, and although there are occasions when his partner appalls him, he has to admit there are also times when he greatly enjoys watching Radley Dubose at work, as now. In numerous, subtle ways, the big man builds an air of menace, akin to how a thunderstorm builds a charge leading up to that sudden first flash of lightning. Poor Fennel Martin. The mechanic is profoundly intimidated. Dubose gets up from his chair and paces the small living room, seeming even bigger than usual by comparison with the humble space he occupies, the floor creaking under him.
When a car is sold in California, the seller is required by law to file a notice of transfer and release of liability with the DMV, providing, among other things, the new owner's name. You never did that, Mr. Martin. He didn't want me to. Part of the deal was I wouldn't file a notice of transfer. You're talking now of the mysterious Asian buyer, who never filed for a new registration either. He was an Asian guy. I wasn't lying about that. What was his name, Mr. Martin? He never gave me a name. He didn't even speak English.
Dubose stopped pacing and turned and stared down at Fennel.
It's true, the mechanic insists. He had it all typed out. Had what typed out? The deal he wanted to make for the Honda, the terms. He couldn't speak English, but he could type it. Somebody typed it for him. Whoever was really buying the car. I don't know who, I really don't. So somebody wanted a car that couldn't be traced back to him. Didn't you worry about liability, Mr. Martin? Like if they used the car in a bank robbery? He wouldn't do that. He was a very nice man, very respectful. Who was? The Asian guy. But he wasn't the actual buyer. The actual buyer could have been some damn terrorist going to use it as a car bomb.
The mechanic bends forward in the armchair, hands on his thighs, head between his knees, as if nauseated and about to spew.
It wasn't used as a car bomb, Dubose says. Fennel shudders with relief. But we damn well have to find whoever bought it, and find him fast. What aren't you telling me, Mr. Martin? There needs to be one more piece to this story of yours, if it's to make sense.
In his misery, Fennel Martin speaks to the floor between his feet.
You know what it is. I know what it has to be, but I need to hear it. The guy comes to me with the terms typed out and a sort of briefcase, full of cash. The Honda's 6 years old then. It's got some serious miles on it. Maybe it's worth $6,000. There's $60,000 in the bag. Tax-free, Dubose says. Well, shit. I guess not now.
After a silence looming over Fennel, Dubose says,
So you figured, if the car was used for a crime, then you'd act surprised to find it missing, say it was stolen. Seemed like it would work. I really needed the money. Did you ever see anyone driving that car around town? Not in years. 2, maybe 3 times back then I saw it parked. Never saw anyone with it. I didn't want to see anyone. I didn't want to know who or why. You didn't want to risk him asking for his money back.
The mechanic says nothing.
Look at me, Mr. Martin.
The mechanic doesn't raise his head.
I don't want to. Look at me. You'll hurt me. Even worse if you don't look at me.
Reluctantly, Fennel Martin turns his head, looks up, terrified. Dubose says,
I'm in a mood to bust your balls. I mean that literally. You made me pull the details out of you one by one, so now you better hope there's something useful you've not yet told me, because if there isn't, you'll be useless to women when I'm done with you.
Fennel Martin is a poster boy for pathos.
There isn't anything more. I'm not hiding anything more. There's nothing more. There better be. But there isn't. Get up, Mr. Martin. I can't. Get up. Maybe I'm waiting. Maybe one thing. It was kind of funny. Those typed-up deal terms, they were done as bullet points. And after each bullet point, whoever he was, he typed, please and thank you. Like it said, purchase price will be $60,000, please and thank you. And neither of us will report the sale, please and thank you.
Dubose stares down at him with contempt, and after a long silence wonders,
what am I supposed to do with that idiot tidbit? It's all I have. I didn't even know I had that. Did you save that paper you were given? No.
After another silence, during which the mechanic looks as if he will die from suspense, Dubose says,
Hell. You're not worth the effort.
He walks out of the trailer. 13. It was one thing to see the aftermath of such brutality, another thing altogether to watch even a minute of it in progress. Sickened, Jane returned the DVD to its cardboard sleeve and then put it in the plastic box with the 15 others. She trusted Booth Hendrickson's word that 2 discs featured other of Annabelle's divorced husbands. One would show he who supposedly hung himself with a noose of barbed wire, except that he begged for his life before hooded men did the hanging for him. And perhaps it was the same hooded men, well paid and eager to accommodate, who videoed the other husband, pleading for mercy before they set the house on fire, or in fact, set him on fire and let him carry the flames through the house. Among the other DVDs were more recent videos that recorded the injection and enslavement of a United States senator, a governor who was thought to have a future in national politics, a Supreme Court justice, the president of a major television network, the publisher of a highly respected magazine of opinion, and others who were now adjusted people. Annabelle nurtured a particular animus against each. She wanted videos of their conversion for the historical record and for her own entertainment. With this evidence, and all the additional names and details that Hendrickson had revealed, Jane would find a way to bring the Techno-Arcadians to ruin, every last one of them. As she was putting the plastic container in her tote bag, the TV came on. The screen filled with the face of Annabelle Claridge, at 75, still beautiful, an imperious beauty, high cheekbones, chiseled features, hair thick and glossy, faded from black to a lustrous silver rather than white. Her eyes were as bright blue as Jane's, as blue as Petra Quist's eyes and the eyes of Simon's wives. A more fierce blue, perhaps, but lacking any glint of madness. Hendrickson stood before the TV, zombified, as Jane had left him. He had apparently inserted another DVD. But then Annabelle said, "Booth, what are you doing there? What stupid thing have you allowed to happen?"
"I'm sorry, Mother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She made me do it."
Annabelle was broadcasting live, perhaps via Skype. Behind her, a window. Beyond the window, a palm tree. The estate in La Jolla. In the grip of morbid fascination, Jane had taken a couple steps away from the desk and had evidently come into the range of the camera built into the TV. The matriarch's eyes turned to her.
My son isn't a weakling like his worthless father. My son is strong. How did you break him so fast?" Evidently, when Hendrickson accessed the secret space behind the medicine cabinet, he'd triggered an alarm that was phoned not to the police, but to Annabelle in faraway La Jolla. The woman's gaze shifted from Jane to her son. "Booth, take no chances. Big firepower. Kill her." He turned away from the TV, from Jane, and started across the room toward the closet door. Jane said, "Booth, play Manchurian with me." The gasp of shock from Annabelle was proof enough that no one had known Jane had acquired ampules of the control mechanism when she'd been in Bertold Schenck's house in Napa Valley weeks earlier. "Play Manchurian with me," Jane repeated. Again, he failed to respond as he worked the lever handle on the closet door. Jane drew her heckler and fired twice as he darted into the closet. The first round drilling the jamb and showering him with splinters, the second passing through the diminishing gap between the jamb and the closing door, which slammed shut. "You ignorant skank." Annabelle's hatred was in fact rancor. The rancidity of mind and heart evolved from cherished malignity that had been long souring, festering, now virulent and implacable. Her venomous rancor had the power to transmogrify her face from that of an elegantly aging grande dame out of the pages of Town and Country into a grotesque countenance both terrifying and beautiful, as might be the face of a fallen angel enraptured by the power to do evil. "You foolish little twat. Your control is layered over the control that I injected a month ago. Mine rules over yours. He's mine, and he always will be." No wonder he had been disintegrating psychologically. One web was woven across the other, his skull crowded with nanostructures, his free will long extinguished. Big firepower. He was getting a fully automatic weapon, maybe an automatic shotgun with an extended magazine. Annabelle in distant La Jolla was a threat for another day. Booth was now. One way out. Jane holstered the pistol, grabbed the tote, and rushed to the door by which they had entered. As she yanked open the steel slab, a weapon spoke repeatedly inside the closet. A volley of high-powered rounds drilled the door, cracked and shrieked into furniture behind her. She crossed the threshold, snatched her flashlight from the floor where she had left it, switched it on, and hurried up a ramp of stone into a higher chamber. The steel door closed with a crash that echoed dire warnings through this nautilus of stone. 14. Wearing sunglasses against the nuclear glare of the desert sun, cruising the town, such as it is, in the Velociraptor, looking for he knows not what, bringing to bear all the pathetic intellectual faculties he possesses and what little knowledge Princeton will have bothered to impart, Dubose drives. Riding shotgun, wearing sunglasses, more concerned about their situation than he cares to admit, Carter Jurgen says, "We never did get lunch. Where should we have dinner? At the quaint Mexican bar and grill, the taco house, a vending machine at some tacky motel?" "If he sold it to someone who lived in town," Dubose says, "then he would have seen the Honda more than twice over the years." "Possibly," Jurgen acknowledges. "Definitely. Someone local bought it, but not someone in town. Someone willing and able to pay a boatload of money to avoid having a car registered in his name. I wouldn't call 60,000 a boatload. It was a boatload to Fennel Martin. We never did ask him what's with the name Fennel." "I did, while you were putting Ginger in the toilet." Jurgen winced. "Bathroom. His mother, she's big into herbal medicine, says eat enough fennel every day, you add 20 years to the average lifespan, so she doesn't just feed it to him, she names him for it." "How old is his mother?" "She died when she was 32. What we're going to do is we're going to cruise around the valley while we have a few hours of light. Have a look." "Look for what?" "Something. Anything. You got an iPhone picture of the Honda? Yes. We'll show it to some people we see here and there. Maybe one of them will know it. For a Honda, it's a peculiar shade of green.
This is too much for Jurgen, this claim of Sherlockian mastery of esoteric detail. You know 12-year-old Honda colors?
I love Hondas. My first car was a Honda.
Dubose still seems as if he stepped out of a comic book, but the difference this time is that Carter Jurgen is beginning to feel as though he's losing substance from association with this Hulk and will wind up himself like a fumbling detective in some Saturday morning TV cartoon show. 15. In the reeling and seesawing beam, the smooth wet flowstone seeming to throb like the peristalsis of some monstrous esophagus trying to swallow her as she struggled upward. Climbing, open-mouthed, to minimize the gasp and wheeze of respiration, listening intently for sounds of pursuit, which will precede the gunfire. Out of the cave that adjoined the room where the face of Annabelle floated on the LED screen, through the first of the caverns, Jane's quick footsteps were soft on dry stone, squelching on the wet. She came next into the chamber where, on both sides, the skeletons of children were heaped in a timeless testament to hate and cruelty. The path through that boneyard of innocence brought her to a lich gate, formed from slabs of stone tumbled in one or more ancient quakes. 3 passages provided a choice. As she took the one marked by a white arrow of paint, from below came the thunder of the steel door slamming shut, doomful echoes ringing off the stone to all sides of her. He was in the crooked staircase, and climbing. Bite on the fear. There was a boy to live for. Pressing forward, she passed through a corridor of sweating stone, droplets of water falling cold on her face, and in the next cavern arrived at a plank that bridged a fissure perhaps more than 7 feet wide. When she reached the farther side of the bridge, she put her tote down and probed the cleft with her light. It was about 30 feet deep, with sloped walls that would allow a swift and safe descent of the farther side and a clamberous ascent of this nearer face. He would need a few minutes to transit that territory. Precious time in which she could get a safer distance ahead of him. She put the flashlight on the floor, the beam fanning across the stone to the crude bridge. She knelt and lifted her end of the plank out of the notch in which it rested and pulled hard, dragging it from the other notch on the farther side. The heavy length of wood slipped from her hands, clattering into the cleft, knocking leaden bell sounds from the walls of stone. On her feet again, she snatched up the tote with its precious evidence, plucked the flashlight from the floor, and switched it off. She looked back toward the dripping corridor, to the lich gate at the farther end of it, beyond which light swept back and forth in the tomb of the innocents. Now that Hendrickson had entered the labyrinth, he was coming faster than she had hoped, with whatever fully automatic weapon he possessed. Clicking on the light, she hurried through the remainder of the cavern. She ascended a narrow flight of low and uneven steps, across one of which slithered 3 translucent alabaster insects, of a kind she had never seen before, each the size of her thumb, the beam of light revealing their inner organs like miniature voodoo waves in photonegative. She cautioned herself that, although haste was essential, she couldn't afford to trip and fall. She would never escape this preview of damnation with a broken leg. Not halfway across the upper room, Jane heard Hendrickson in the lower chamber, beyond the stepped passage. He shouted to her, boasting like a boy, "I can jump! I don't need a plank! I can jump that far easy! I can jump!" She dared not wait to hear him screaming in pain from the bottom of the fissure. Perhaps he could have jumped across the gap 40 years earlier, as a spry and limber boy, but though he might now be regressing into some adolescent mental state, he was nonetheless a man in his late 40s, with less athletic ability than in his youth. Praying for his fall, she hurried on, and was spurred faster when, instead of a scream of agony, he let loose a cry of triumph at having cleared the wide fissure without any need of a bridge. The exit passage from the current cavern angled sharply to the right. She ducked into it. She switched off her light and tucked it under her belt, dropped the tote, drew the heckler, turned to the room that she'd just left. She would kill him when he came off the steps where the ghostly insects had crossed her path. The muzzle flash of the heckler would reveal her position, but he would be wounded or dead before he could return fire. Jane heard him on those stairs, but there was no jiggling light by which to measure his ascent. He was coming in the dark. Suppose he had regressed to adolescence or childhood. If so, then in his diminished state, perhaps he'd found the fear-etched memory of the architecture of this stone hive, perfected through thousands of hours of blind exploration, and now had no more need of light than did the sightless insects on the stairs. Although her heart knocked at a gallop, the pistol felt steady in her two-hand grip, and all she needed to do was listen for the change in his breathing and the difference in his footfalls when he topped the stairs. He would be directly in front of her, 30 feet away. She wouldn't be able to put every round in the body core, but 4 shots squeezed off in quick succession would result in at least a couple hits, certainly one of which would wound him badly, if not kill him. Absolute darkness, without a single point of light, with no varying shades of black to give perspective, was disorienting. She held her stance and didn't let the gun drift to one side or the other. He needed less than a minute to climb the steps, but time seemed attenuated in this total eclipse. She held her breath, the better to hear when he transitioned from the stairs. Suddenly, there was only silence. Case after case, in the bureau, and now gone rogue from it, she survived because of training and intuition. If she'd had to choose between one or the other, she would have foregone training to rely on intuition, the still, small voice that speaks out of your bone and blood and muscle. It spoke to her now, and she knew that Hendrickson anticipated a trap. He'd come off the stairs with his breath held, careful to make no sound in his final few steps. He would start moving sideways around the chamber that lay between them, out of her blind line of fire. Hoping she had been quick enough to intuit his intent, she didn't hesitate to squeeze off shots, although just 2, not daring to expose herself through twice that many. An extra 2 seconds might be the difference between life and death. As she juked back into the passageway, he fired a burst at her muzzle flash, maybe 6 rounds. Stone cracked, bullets ricocheted with thin banshee shrieks, and even through the roar, she heard the distinct and mortal whistle of a round or 2 passing through the opening where she had stood. She had to keep him guessing for 10 seconds, 15. If she dared the flashlight, he'd follow, hose the passageway, and take her down, either with a direct hit or a couple bank shots. She plucked the tote off the floor, left the flash tucked in her waistband, moving into the pitch-black passageway. She knew that in 12 or 15 feet it curved to the left, a ramp of flowstone, and she thought it lacked steps all the way to the top, although her memory was but a crude sketch compared to the mental blueprints he could consult. 16. They were hours late. Travis didn't want to believe anything bad had happened to them, but they were very late. Although he was supposed to stay away from the windows, he now stood in the living room, staring out at the highway, hoping to see the green car drive up to this little blue house, everyone safe and happy after all. Cars passed now and then, but never the right one. The day someone killed his dad, he'd been playing at a friend's house, staying overnight. He hadn't heard about his dad until the next day. He didn't want to hear about Uncle Gavin and Aunt Jessie later. He wanted them to come home. He asked God to get them home. The dogs were restless. Duke and Queenie roamed the house, not just on patrol, but as if looking for something. Looking for Gavin and Jessie, just like Travis was. Gavin and Jessie were supposed to be there. The dogs knew Gavin and Jessie were supposed to be there, just like Travis knew. It was time to feed the dogs. There was kibble, brought from home, with biscuit treats and collars and leashes and blue poop bags. He knew how to measure the kibble. Soon he would have to give them kibble and leash them and take them outside. He didn't want to take them outside. For one thing, he wasn't supposed to leave the house. Don't answer the door, don't go near the windows, don't leave the house. Those were the rules. His mom said the best chance anyone had for a good and happy life was to play by the rules. For another thing, he was afraid if he broke the rule about not leaving the house, he would jinx Gavin and Jessie. Then maybe they would never come back. Duke came to his side and stood looking out at the palm tree shadows stretching long, the sunshine, the highway. The dog made a crying sound. 17. The curving ramp of flowstone ascended without steps. Although Jane repeatedly misjudged the curve, bumping against the walls, she made it to the top, where she stood for a moment, listening to the hush below. He seemed hesitant to follow closely, as if he too feared being hosed in those confines. Keep moving. Plan the action and commit. Stalking and being stalked, you're more likely to die from lack of commitment than from taking action. Because she had one more task than she had hands, she holstered the pistol. She carried the tote in her left hand, the flashlight now in her right, 2 fingers across the lens to damp the beam, so the glow might not be as easily seen around corners or from another room. Sideways through a narrow passage, as if she were a fencer, the light her foil. Into a chamber with an open center, surrounded by a peristyle of columns formed by stalactites meeting stalagmites. The atmosphere that of a temple, as if some subterranean congregation of mutant form gathered here according to a netherworld calendar to worship gods unknown. 3 passageways led out, and she took the one marked by a white arrow of paint, glancing back frequently. She was like Jonah in the belly of the whale, although if this had been a leviathan, it would have lived hundreds of millions of years ago in a sea that had receded, its massive corpus fossilized, its endless bowels turned to stone. They had taken half an hour to descend from the stairhead, but ascent would take longer. She hoped that by moving faster than might seem prudent, she would not only put distance between herself and Hendrickson in his blind pursuit, but also make her way to the surface in as little as 40 minutes. She found herself holding her breath when she didn't intend to hold it, and her mouth repeatedly filled with saliva, perhaps ruled by a subconscious fear that the sound of swallowing would be enough to bring him down on her. In the first room of skulls, with their lethal pikes of chert and obsidian, with their fanged and yawning eyes, the deep stillness behind Jane suddenly meant to her not that Hendrickson was creeping cat-quiet, but that he was no longer following in her wake. Not that he was shot and dead, not that he was incapacitated by injury, not that he had descended into some madness in which he could not function. He was no longer following her, because he was taking another route known only to him, and would be waiting for her someplace ahead. She halted, with hundreds of eyeless sockets gazing at her from their ledges, with hundreds of humorless smiles turned upon her. No. Bite on the fear. She knew what to do. There was death everywhere in this place, yes, but there was death everywhere in the world above as well. Between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, falls the shadow. Even in the valley of the shadow of death, keep moving. Plan the action and commit. Hesitation was lethal. 18. On this bright Sunday afternoon in rural Borrego Valley, the white-clapboard church with the white-shingled steeple seems luminous in the fierce desert sun, as if it takes the hard light into itself and softens it and gives it back in a form that is easier on the eyes. It reminds Carter Jurgen of those carefully detailed miniature buildings that people use to create precious little villages and Christmas displays through which scale model electric trains go clickety-clickety-clickety in tedious circles. A couple dozen vehicles are parked in front of the place, and newly arrived people are going not into the church but around the side of it to join others gathered in a bosque of trees under which stand maybe a dozen long picnic tables. Dubose pulls the velociraptor to the side of the road and studies the scene for a moment.
"What's all this about?"
"It's Sunday," says Jurgen.
"But it's not Sunday morning."
"Some of the new arrivals are carrying baskets."
"Baskets of what?"
"Maybe food," Jurgen suggests. "Maybe later they're going to have Sunday supper together." After consideration, Dubose says,
"I don't think I like this."
Jurgen agrees. Dull as bingo night in an old folks' home, but we can show the Honda photo to a lot of people in a few minutes. Dubose glowers in thought.
"All right, but let's get the hell in and out."
He drives into the church lot and parks. As they're walking across the blacktop, Jurgen glances back at the velociraptor. It looks like some magnificent machine predator that, when no one is looking, will become animate and eat all the crappy little vehicles surrounding it. As they reach the corner of the church, the gleeful squeals of children rise in a raucous chorus, and Dubose halts.
"Oh, shit."
Kids tend to want to climb in the giant's lap and pull his ears and make a honking noise when they pinch his nose. He's like a big shaggy dog to them. 10 minutes, Jurgen promises. They follow a brick walkway through a landscape of pebbles and cactuses and silver dollar plants and various weird succulents to the cluster of 9 big trees that shade the picnic area. None of the younger children are in the bosque, where the adults are mingling. A separate rubber-floored playground features a jungle gym, a tube slide, swings, and other attractions that Jurgen thought had gone extinct with the invention of the Game Boy. Screaming kids are running, jumping, sliding, swinging, and slashing at one another with foam rubber swords.
"Son of a bitch,"
Dubose mutters, but he doesn't bolt. Jurgen asks a woman in a flowered muumuu if the minister is in attendance, and she points to a man of about 30 who is standing 2 trees away from them, chatting with parishioners. "Pastor Milo," she says. Pastor Milo has a shaved head and an athletic physique. He wears sneakers, white jeans, a blue Hawaiian shirt, and an earring that is a dangling cross. Remembering Reverend Gordon M. Gordon of the Mission of Light Church, Jurgen whispers to Dubose, "Try not to shoot this one." 19. The tote slung over her left shoulder, a flashlight in her left hand now, 2 fingers still over the lens to allow only the minimum of necessary light, the Heckler & Koch in her right hand, no hope of doing this with a 2-hand grip. All 5 senses enhanced by adrenaline and fear. Hyper-acute. The darkness layered with moving shadows, moving not because something living shared the immediate space, moving because the light she carried briefly enlivened phantoms as she progressed. The whisper of her breathing. Otherwise, no sounds except the slow dripping of water at sundry places in the gloom, ticking like clocks that had marked the years in their millions. The scent of wet stone, of her own fear sweat. How very like a dream it often was, these minutes before a final accounting, when it came down to kill or be killed, and this time more than ever dreamlike. Caverns flowing for the most part in soft folds, as if the walls continuously melt and reform around her. The massive tusks and skulls of mastodons materializing like some gene-stored memory of another incarnation, many lives before this one. Here, again, the regiments of skeletal hands in bony gesture, once sheathed in flesh and occupied with work, with play, with making love, with making war. And in every dream, Somewhere a beast prowled, human or not, the humankind more terrifying than others. Only the human monster knew beauty and rejected it, knew truth and disdained it, knew peace and did not prefer it, unlike the tiger and the wolf who knew not. This time, it was a boy. A lost boy, in spite of the almost 5 decades he'd lived and sought his way, now crawling this underworld, more confident in the blinding dark than in the light. If he would kill her because he'd been told to kill her, he might kill her with particular savagery also, because in his dementia he confused her with the hated mother who had molded him from boy into beast. When Jane reached the end of the display of hands, she paused, in a kind of vestibule between caverns. Just before the terminus of this small connecting chamber lay a generous passageway to the right and a narrower one to the left, and directly forward a room awaited without grisly ornamentation. She was only a couple levels below the stairhead. Easing forward, she lifted the 2 shading fingers from the lens, and the light lanced the wide corridor to the right, steps zigzagging down, walls dissolving away into the dark. The narrower passage to the left led straight away, without steps, and continuing beyond the reach of the beam. She covered the lens again and stood listening. From the cavern directly ahead came not the drip of water but a drizzling sound. She recalled a flue to one side of that room, from which water issued in a thin ribbon. She strove to hear through the drizzle, which was a white noise that might mask a sound more meaningful, but otherwise there was only stillness. A ledge of stone overhung the opening between the vestibule and the next cavern. She hesitated beneath it, right arm close to her side, the pistol pointed forward, and again raised her fingers from the lens. The light speared out at full strength, and she swept the room ahead. There was no immediate threat, no irregularities in the walls where a man might press out of sight and wait for her to pass. The only tricky spot would be the fissure that bisected the space and had to be crossed on a plank. She could not remember how wide or deep it was. In her ascent at other bridges, she had been wary, afraid that he might be hidden in a shallow cleft, waiting to shatter her with a barrage from below when she set foot on the plank. As close as she was now to the surface, every crossing of this kind became more dangerous than the one before it. She damped the beam again and came out from under the overhang. The motion and the act were one, so that she heard him only in the fraction of a second during which he dropped from the ledge and fell on her, driving her to the floor. No time to turn and shoot. The heckler flung from her hand, spinning across the floor. Flashlight rolling away as well. The breath having been driven out of her, for a moment she could not resist, all of his weight atop her, and she felt herself as close to death as ever she had been. He could have finished her then, but he relented and forced her onto her back, straddling her and pincering her with his knees, his left hand around her throat, gripping with such ferocity that she could not get a full breath to replenish what had been knocked from her in the fall. In the backwash from the flashlight, his face was a surreal work of light and shadow, so fiercely configured by hatred and rage that he looked little like himself. He looked hardly human, as though during his ascent he'd shed layer after layer of identity, until nothing remained but a primordial self, uncivilized and unreasoning, a being of pure and darkest emotions. When he spoke, the words came in a tortured shriek, exploding in a spray of spittle.
"He's mine, and he always will be. Is that right? Is that right? He's mine, and he always will be? You think so? What do you think now, you vicious bitch? Am I yours? Will I always be? No! You are mine now!"
He quoted his mother to Jane as though Jane had spoken those words, and if he knew the difference between her and Annabel, it was a difference that didn't matter to him. She clawed at his hand on her throat, tearing the skin. A darkness, not of the room, but within her, faded the perimeter of her vision as Hendrickson picked up something with his right hand and raised it high. A large bone, a human femur, taken from some room she had not seen. At the broken end, wicked splinters encircled the hollow core in which marrow had once produced blood within the living bone. He might have descended into such dementia that he was no longer able to operate a gun, or maybe he hadn't taken more than a single spare magazine when he'd set out in pursuit of her. But as she gazed up at his diabolic face, into eyes radiant with decadent desire and bloodlust, she knew that he abandoned the gun because it wasn't personal. He needed this to be a hands-on murder, to smell her terror and feel her quake beneath him, to know intimately the warmth and consistency of her blood. Her vision dimmed further. If there was one image she could take with her on leaving this world, it must be the face of her child, her sweet Travis, the face of innocence in answer to this evil countenance. He drove the jagged femur at her eyes, and perhaps it was the thought of Travis that electrified her, that gave her strength even when she didn't have breath. She heaved against his pinning weight and turned her head, and the bone stabbed stone, spalling off splinters that prickled across her face. Hatred, boiling for decades, had resulted in blackest malignity, which was the source of his inhuman strength. But when the bone cracked into the floor with such force, the reverberations coursing up his right arm for a moment weakened him, and the femur slipped from his numbed fingers. He wanted her blind and disfigured and dead. When he saw her alive and unmarked, his rage became so great that he lost even his animal cunning. He let go of her throat with his left hand and pulled his arm back and made a fist, and in so doing ceased to pincer her thighs with his knees. She drew her right leg out from under him, knee to her chest, and as his fist hammered down, she thrust her foot hard at his balls, missed the target, but landed the blow solidly in his groin. The kick unbalanced him, and his punch found only air. She thrust up and shoved him. He fell away from her, and she scrambled to her feet. Gasping for breath, she backed off, scanning the floor for her pistol. It was lost in shadows, or maybe it had spun across the stone and into the fissure. Hendrickson clambered to his feet with his back to her, spewing a sewage of obscenities unlike anything she'd heard before, as if he had no language anymore except for words that were scurrilous and filthy, lacking the presence of mind even to make of them coherent invective. He turned and saw her, and came after her, and there was nothing for her to do but snatch up the femur. Some of the wicked points had snapped off the broken end, but at the same time the bone had further shattered, exposing other points as sharp as stilettos. He rushed her, and Jane didn't retreat or stand her ground, but instead thrust forward to meet him. Reckless in his wrath, he was surprised by her assault and failed to knock her arm aside as she drove the jagged end of the leg bone into his throat. She stepped quickly backward, leaving the bone embedded, and though blood ran from the wound, there was no arterial spurting as she had hoped there would be. He stood, stunned and swaying, one hand on the femur, working his mouth but producing no obscenities. She thought that he must go to his knees, but instead, gagging noisily, he pulled the bone from his throat and held it by the shank. He took a step toward her with the weapon, towering like the indestructible avatar of some cruel god. His foot came down on the flashlight, and he kicked it out of his way, his grin a crescent of darkness and red teeth. Like a roulette wheel, the spinning light gave her one last hope of a win, coming to a stop so that the beam revealed the heckler. She picked up the pistol, turned with it in a two-hand grip, and shot Booth Hendrickson 3 times as, hand-fisted around the ancient femur, he came at her with the glee of a man who'd been shorn of his soul and all restraints therewith. When he was down and dead on the floor, she shot him twice again. 20. Pastor Milo assures them he has great respect for the FBI, in spite of some doubts he expresses about recent directors. As he escorts Jurgen and Dubose among his parishioners, he explains to his people that no one should take photos with their phones to post on the internet, as this might compromise these fine agents in any future vital undercover work to which they might be assigned. Of all those present, only 4 think they might have seen the Honda from time to time, but just one, a grizzled specimen named Norbert Gossage, says anything that intrigues Jurgen and Dubose.
"It's a peculiar shade of green for a Honda,"
says Gossage, scratching his bearded neck.
"Which is why I remember it at all."
Dubose gives Jurgen a look that expresses his doubt about the value of a Harvard education.
"Yes, sir, you're right about that." "Honda isn't a car people spend bucks to customize," says Gossage, working a finger in his left ear. "So you notice a thing like that special paint job. I used to see this one here."
He takes the finger out of his ear and taps the photo on the smartphone, as though it would never occur to him that Jurgen will now have to sterilize the screen.
"Down in the South Valley, around where Route 3 divides. I used to work in those parts."
"Saw it where, exactly?" Dubose asks.
"Nowhere, exactly. It was always on the move when I saw it."
"You have any idea who might have been driving it?"
"Some fella. I never got a clear look at him. Truth is, I stayed out of his way when I saw him coming. I don't think he was ever properly taught how to drive. Other thing is, it's been years since I last saw it."
His expectations deflating, Jurgen says, "Years?"
"At least 3 years. Maybe longer."
Although they try to wring additional details out of Norbert Gossage, there is no more to be wrung. By now, 3 small children are clutching Dubose's pant legs, and the big man is looking like he might start swatting them. Time to go. 21. Jane recovered the tote and the flashlight and crossed the plank, resisting the urge to look back, as if Hendrickson would stay dead only as long as she remained convinced that she had killed him. She made her way to the stairhead and out of that building into the snowy day. 38 minutes had elapsed since she'd fled Annabelle's lair at the foot of the crooked staircase. No doubt the woman from her winter home in La Jolla had reported Jane's whereabouts to those with a burning desire to see her dead. She needed to keep moving, faster than fast, but the storm that had hampered her on the journey north was now her ally. They might be able to marshal a hit team out of Las Vegas, even out of Reno, possibly out of Sacramento. However, the snow was falling harder than ever, and the light breeze had become a stiff wind. The only way they could reach her in a timely manner was by chopper, but the wind and the poor visibility and the certainty of ice forming on the rotary wings, bringing the helo down, would force them to delay. By the time she reached her Explorer Sport, she was shaking uncontrollably. Not entirely because of the weather, for which she wasn't adequately dressed. The engine started on the first try. She turned the heat up. From the shorter Forest Service road to the longer one, to the county road, to Highway 50 South, the word for the world was white. By the time she crossed the state line from Nevada into California, she was able to dial down the heat. She stopped for fuel in South Lake Tahoe and considered staying there for the night because they would not expect her to be in the area come morning. But though road conditions were far from ideal, the plows were working, and 50 West was open, and she decided to try for Placerville. Since the struggle with Hendrickson, she'd felt pain in her left side, above the hip and below the rib cage. A week earlier in San Francisco she'd been wounded. Nothing serious, although she'd needed stitches and was sewn up by a friend who was a doctor. She might have pulled a stitch or two, but now wasn't the time to check. She drove. What beauty snow usually held for her was absent this storm. There was something of ashes about it this time, as if beyond the limited view that the blizzard allowed, the world was burning, and, when the ashfall ended, would be revealed as blackened ruins to every horizon. Survival might be a matter of training and intuition, but it was also a gift, for which gratitude was required. Mile after grudging mile, the desolation that shrouded her heart would not relent, would not allow grace to find her. At last, she resorted to music and turned it loud, so that the monotony of the tire chains could not be heard. Rubinstein at the keyboard, Jascha Heifetz on violin, Gregor Piatigorsky on the cello, Tchaikovsky's piano trio in A minor, Opus 50. She didn't know at what point she began to weep as she drove, and she didn't realize at what point she stopped weeping, but by then, the ash had become snow again, and gratitude rose in her, and grace settled upon her, and hope. 22. Half an hour of daylight remained, but Travis knew he couldn't wait any longer. Something terrible had happened. He wasn't supposed to go outside, but the rules weren't the rules anymore. He had to think for himself. He fed the dogs and leashed them and took them out to potty. They were good dogs, and they didn't run off when he dropped the leashes to pick up their poop in blue bags. He twisted the necks of the bags and knotted them and set them on the porch. He took the leashes in hand again and walked with the dogs to the falling-down barn that wasn't really falling down, though it sure looked a mess. He stood in front of the door Uncle Gavin had stood in front of earlier in the day, when everything seemed like it was going to be all right. He didn't try the door or knock. Uncle Gavin had said there were cameras and Cousin Cornell would know when anyone was waiting there. Maybe Cousin Cornell was sleeping, or maybe he took a while to make up his mind what to do. But after a long time, there came a buzz and a clunk, and the door swung open. Travis stepped into a little room, bringing the dogs with him. The door behind him closed all by itself. The door in front of him didn't open right away. The dogs fidgeted, but Travis didn't. He looked up at the camera, and after a while, he thought he ought to explain, so he said, "Something very bad has happened." Another minute or two passed, and then the inner door opened. He went into a big room full of books and comfortable chairs and lamps, with many pools of light and pools of shadow. Duke and Queenie were so excited by this new place that they pulled their leashes out of Travis's hands and scampered off this way and that, sniffing everything. A man stood by an armchair in lamplight. He was very tall, and not as black as Uncle Gavin. Tall and thin like a scarecrow on stilts or something. The man said, "Those are big dogs. Don't let those big dogs kill me. Please and thank you." 23. With daylight fast fading, Jurgen and Dubose are still touring Borrego Valley in search of they know not what. Or at least, Carter Jurgen knows not. His partner, apparently now gripped by the delusion that he is clairvoyant, cruises slowly, waving impatient drivers past him, squint-eyed behind his sunglasses, surveying the inhospitable landscape as if Travis Hawk might be traversing it in full camouflage, regarding every structure as though he suspects that a 5-year-old fugitive is holed up there with a cache of weapons and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. We can't be looking for the peculiar green Honda because that's back in town at the market. And whoever drove it years ago must be driving something else now, but we don't know what. Dubose cruises in silence. What we should be doing, Jurgen says, is digging deep into the Washingtons' background. See if we can find any link between them and anyone in this godforsaken desert. Dubose deigns to speak. We'll start doing that after dark, when there isn't any more light to search by. All right.
But what exactly are we searching for?
Dubose keeps his strategy to himself. He slows as they approach a small, faded blue stucco house with a white metal roof shaded by unkempt palms. 24. While Travis reported how Uncle Gavin and Aunt Jessie changed the way they looked and went into town and didn't come back, the big strange man never stopped moving as he listened. He went to a chair and started to sit down, but then didn't, and he chose another chair that he almost also sat in, but again he stood up before his butt met the cushion. Moving, moving, moving this way and that, here and there. He also kept rubbing his ginormous hands together like he was washing them under running water. When he wasn't doing that, he covered his face with his hands, as if there must be something he didn't want to see, and had forgotten he could just close his eyes. He kept moving with his hands over his face, not able to see where he was going, and almost fell over a chair. He walked into a table, rattling the lamp on it. There wasn't much to Travis's story, but the big strange man, who was Mr. Cornell Jasperson, asked him to repeat some details again and again, as if they might change a little each time until, after a while, the whole story would be different and Gavin and Jessie would have come back hours ago, and there would be nothing to worry about after all. When Mr. Jasperson finally stopped asking to hear this and that bit yet again, he stood in silence, his hands over his face, but now looking at Travis between the spread fingers. After a silence, he said,
"I don't know what to do."
"I don't know either," Travis said. "Except I better tell my mother." That was when he realized he hadn't brought the disposable phone with him, to which the number of his mother's disposable cell was taped. "I have to go back to the house." 25. The driveway to the little blue house is unpaved and bristling with weeds. The yard immediately around the house is pea gravel. Behind the house stands an unpainted barn with each wall askew the other, a shaky assemblage of dry rot and rust and tar paper, likely to collapse if a cow farts.
"Reminds me of home in West Virginia,"
Dubose says. Carter can't help tweaking him.
"You lived in a barn?" "We had a house, maybe a little nicer than this one, but our barn was worse."
"How could it be worse?" Jurgen marveled.
"It took some effort, but it looked like such a ratty place you'd dare go in only if you wanted your family to collect on your life insurance. Nobody official ever did go in when my granddad and my daddy distilled whiskey and packaged it there, and not later when my brother Carney put in all the lamps and planted a crop of weed."
"Your grandfather and father were bootleggers?"
"That isn't a word they would have used."
"And your brother is a pot dealer?"
"He farms it a little, but he's too much of a user to be a seller. Anyway, Carney is a world-class asshole. He's dead to me."
Jurgen considered that last sentence. "When you say dead to me, do you mean—"
"No, I didn't kill him. Though there's times when I wish I had. Anyway, even with Carney, life was good back then."
"Well," Jurgen commiserates, "we all feel that way about one relative or another." His nostalgic reverie drawing to an end, Dubose takes his foot off the brake, and the velociraptor drifts forward.
"They left the boy somewhere in the valley when they went to the market. He's still here. His mother will know where, and she'll sooner or later come for him."
26.
"Don't leave me alone with these big, scary dogs," Mr. Jasperson said. "Please and thank you."
"They won't hurt you," Travis promised. "I'll just run over to the house and get the phone and be right back."
"Oh my. Oh, goodness."
"You'll be okay." Duke and Queenie were lying against each other, a puddle of dog fur, about as threatening as a rug. "I'll be fast," Travis promised. He went into the vestibule, and the door closed behind him, and he opened the outer door. Out on the road, a monster pickup truck was moving slowly past, rolling on 6 big tires, glossy black and as cool as anything from a Star Wars movie. 27. Still here. His mother will know where, and she'll sooner or later come for him, Dubose says, and he accelerates. We'll set 100 traps for her, Juergen says. Yeah, but I wouldn't bet serious money that she can't walk right through the 100. While we're waiting for her, we have to be finding the boy. You think she'll surrender if she knows we have him? I mean, she's got to figure we'll inject her and him if we don't just kill them both. After a lot of serious contemplation regarding the mother-child bond, Dubose says, as though he is a heavy-thinking backwoods philosopher, the way I see it, if she doesn't surrender within 6 hours after she knows we have the kid, then we just kill the little bastard, because that'll as good as kill the bitch herself. She'll be done after that. She won't have any game in her anymore. She might even kill herself and save us the trouble. As night descends, they cruise a few miles in mutual silence, during which Juergen contemplates the unmitigated ruthlessness of his partner, which he cannot help but admire. I think you're right about the kid, but I wouldn't give her 6 hours. Maybe 2. 28. In the days of the gold rush, Placerville, which lay on the eastern flank of the Mother Lode, went by the name Old Dry Diggins. It was a place of such lawlessness that to keep order, authorities started hanging lawbreakers 2 at a time, after which the settlement became known as Hangtown. Placerville was less colorful these days, and quiet. Jane had driven out of the storm 20 miles back and had the tire chains removed when she refueled. Now, she found a generic motel, paid cash for 1 night, and moved all her luggage into the room. The titanium alloy attaché case, which contained $210,000 that had once belonged to Simon Yegg, could not be seen when she slid it under a dresser that stood on 4 short legs. She walked to a nearby supermarket, went to the deli counter and ordered 2 roast beef sandwiches with provolone cheese and mustard. The heavy-set woman who built and wrapped the sandwiches was sensitive to the moods of others. Been a long day, dear? I've had better. I'm sure it's not man trouble. Not anymore. Girl as pretty as you should give them some trouble. It's been known to happen. In the liquor department, she located the Belvedere vodka and added a pint bottle to her purchases. Back at the motel, she filled an ice bucket from the ice maker in the vending machine alcove and bought 2 cans of Diet Coke. In her room, she took off her Elizabeth Bennet wig. She had lost the clip-on nose ring somewhere. It didn't matter. Annabelle had seen her in this look, probably even captured an image of her, which meant she couldn't be Liz anymore. She stripped and examined the wound in her left side. Not bad. A thin crust of blood. She had pulled one of the stitches. It was healing well enough, and she still had plenty of antibiotics. She took a hot shower and dressed in underpants and a t-shirt. She mixed vodka and Coke and sat on the bed to eat the sandwiches, one of them entirely, only the meat and cheese from the second. There was a TV, but she didn't want it. Bolted to the nightstand to keep it from being stolen, a clock radio offered an alternative. She found a station doing a Mariah Carey retrospective. That sensational voice. I Don't Want to Cry, and Emotions, and then Always Be My Baby, and Love Takes Time, and Hero, and more. Music could lift you up so high, and music could destroy you, and sometimes it could do both in the same song. When she finished eating and felt fully calm, she intended to call the disposable phone that she'd left with Gavin and Jessie. She was finishing her second vodka when her own burner rang. She switched off the radio and plucked the phone from the nightstand and took the call. She heard Travis say, "Mommy?" Whatever had happened, it was all there in that one word, because since she'd gone on the run with him from their home in Virginia months earlier, he had called her only Mom, as if he had understood that it had fallen to him to grow up fast. Besides, she knew him so well that she could read him in 2 syllables. She swung her legs off the bed and sat on the edge of the mattress. "What's wrong, sweetie?"
"Uncle Gavin and Aunt Jessie went for groceries, and they never came back."
29. Jane, in Placerville, which seemed like a suburb of hell when Travis was all the way down there in Borrego Valley, the motel room now a cage in which she moved restlessly, without purpose, a pain in her chest, as if the dread that cinched her heart was a thorny vine, a demon of anguish feeding on her mind. She knew the whole story of Gavin's cousin Cornell Jasperson, brilliant and highly eccentric, a kind of end-times prepper, but not crazy. She had approved his place as a bolt hole, but she had not allowed herself to believe such a moment as this would ever come. Travis would be safe there for a while. A short while. 2 days. Maybe 3. Unless Gavin and Jessie had been injected, then they would reveal his whereabouts. But they hadn't been injected. They wouldn't allow themselves to be captured. They knew what that would mean. Nanoweb enslavement. They were surely dead. They were as much a part of her heart as were its walls of muscle. And they were dead. There would be some news of their death in the morning, some concocted story containing no truth except for the truth of their murders. She couldn't shake the feeling that, by enlisting them in her war, she was responsible for their deaths. Yes, they'd understood the risks, no doubt about that. They saw this as their fight, too, as everyone's war, everyone who loved freedom and had sufficient experience to know that evil was real and implacable. If they could speak to her now from that mysterious place of which no human being knew the full truth, they would absolve her of responsibility. But in her grief, she was nevertheless also pierced by guilt. She dressed and stepped outside and took deep breaths of the crisp night air and stood trembling with a need to act. The sky remained as overcast as it had been when she arrived. No volume of vodka existed that would bring her sleep. She wanted to be in Borrego Springs now, but the worst thing she could do would be to rush to Travis. She would need the night to get there. They would be expecting her, and she would be exhausted and easy to take down. She had to have a plan to get in and out of that valley undetected. As an agent working cases involving serial killers and mass murderers, and now, since she had been branded a murderer herself and a traitor, she stayed alive by staying cool. But this was the ultimate test of her fortitude and prudence in the face of extreme threat. Not only her life, but that of her son now depended on her not succumbing to hot emotion. Nonetheless, she wanted to be closer to Travis, if even just a little closer. And she wanted another thing. She wanted stars. She returned to her room and put on the excessive eye makeup and the blue lipstick and the chopped every which way black wig, because that was her quickest option. They knew the look now, but they didn't know the Elizabeth Bennet name. She could use it one more time. She returned her luggage to the car, turned in the room key, and drove west to Sacramento, and then south toward Stockton. 30. This exhaustion had the substance of a real presence, a mantled thing resting on her neck, its thick cloaks weighing heavily on her shoulders. There was always a moment when iron will and a determined heart could no longer compensate for the fatigue of mind and muscle. Her vision blurred with weariness until, if she stayed on the road, she was a danger to herself and others. At 11:50 p.m., near Stockton, the overcast abated. Still farther south, when the night cast off the last rags of cloud, Jane exited Interstate 5 at the little community of Lathrop, where she would get a room for the night. First, however, she stopped along the side of the road on the outskirts of town and got out of the car and walked a few steps into a meadow. The sky was a sea of suns afloat in the eternal dark that only their light relented. The nearest sun of all, which warmed the earth, was hours below the eastern horizon. When it rose, it would reveal a world of wonders, a world on which had been lavished such natural beauty, of such astonishing depth and complexity, that an honest heart perceived meaning in it and yearned to know. In the night as it was now, and in the morning light, there were men and women making music, writing poetry and novels, researching new medicines, fighting wars against malevolent forces, doing hard and honest work, raising families, loving, caring, hoping. A hole in the ground, its galleries shaped into a museum to display works of cruelty and horror. That was not the truth of the world, as Annabel insisted. That truth was the delusion of those for whom life was nothing more than a contest for power, who either could not see or refused to see the beauty and the wonder of the world, who wanted to find no meaning beyond themselves, who lived to control, to tell others what to do and think and believe, and who relished crushing those who would not submit. If it was inevitable that evolving technology would provide them with the absolute power they craved, they must still be resisted. When the universe had been brought forth and light had been born within the stars, if even at that first moment all had been shaped toward tyranny and slavery, she would be damned rather than have such a future for herself or her child. If they forced her to wade through blood and never allowed her to find a welcome shore, she would nevertheless seek it until she died. And if they pursued the hellish transformation of this world, she would give them hell itself by opening the door for them. And now, the motel room. A pillow. Weariness and grief and grace and gratitude. Instant sleep. And with the coming of the morning sun, the wonder and the terror